and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da da da. skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome to the road to the Esports World Cup. We got Team Fight Tactics and the Americas Closed Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Hoope San. We're ready to kick off this action as soon as possible. But Hoope, 4v4 is back. This is the one big event a year we get for it, even with some smaller events popping up here and there because everyone loves the format so much. How are you feeling to be back with it?
Yeah, amazing, Cass. I feel totally thrilled and happy to be here with you. And not only the watchers, also the players. These players are normally streamers, and they have been transformed into competitive players thanks to the format of 4v4. And plus 100 games of scrims, you can feel the hype. You can feel really the need of having this type of competitive circuit for TFT in addition to what is this normal set championship. So I feel we'll have a great competition today.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the players feel like it's like a break from the norm, but also it has this additional high skill element of being able to sacrifice for your team, know who all of your team spots at the same time, while also griefing your opponents way more than you ever would in normal single player. So let's take a look at the bracket. Let's look at some of these teams that we have here today, and Hoope, break it down for me.
Yeah, for sure. Vitality Onyx, streamer, we're talking about it. So you have Soju, you have Setsuko, Milk there. Citadel and PMD, also some of the secrets and the new possibilities. Citadel Gaming just getting in and getting amazing players. Also, Team Liquid was supposed to have two teams, but obviously only one team can represent. So this is actually Team Liquid Brazil with Elso Lucas and all the powerhouses of Brazil. And finally, Team Kurums, and also with the new generated team of 100 Thief, together with Bishop and We Replay. So much powerhouse here. Also Spencer, they're doing amazing. So at least in the individual level, Cass, all of these players has already been so amazing in the competitive level, in the world level, and now it's time to see how they perform in teamwork.
Yeah, 3 world champions on that team, and 2 of them are dish soap. And that's going to be a big story for 100 Thieves and see how they can continue to perform. But adding Spencer to that roster, I think, is huge. I think Spencer's been having, 2 amazing sets in a row. And I think our feature matchup is going to be this 100 Thieves versus Team Curamex. And I think Team Curamex is going to feel a little bit hungry, something to prove, since Team Liquid did pick Team Liquid Brazil over them to represent at this tournament.
Yeah, talking a little more about this highlighted match that we will have today. Team Kurums, composed by Kurums himself. Tlades, who's been doing an amazing career now, starting streaming, and with great numbers. Pokegum, the powerhouse here from NA. And finally, Grea, who was normally known as a coaching expert. And now, since last few sets, he's been doing amazing in the competitive scene.
Yeah, and I mean, last time for EWC, he actually coached that Team Liquid team, and now this time getting to step in the ring for himself. And what a set to do it. Grea won the first cup in the Americas and actually was just barely out of the top 8 of the second one, finishing in 11th place. So Grea is actually one of the biggest players that I'm having my eyes on for this, because this has kind of been his set when it comes to America's competition.
Yeah, 100%. I wanted to give a little more about the broad picture. Remember, only 8 teams here for Americas will be contesting the possibility of going to directly EWC or to the global qualifier. So top 3 teams will go to that EWC inside on Rehab, and the teams in the 4th and the 5th place will have a second chance, a last chance to go to the global qualifier next week, Cass, and also that possibility to represent their region, to represent Americas in the global stage.
Yeah, so it's a really big day today, right? Like, you do not want to be in the bottom 3 of this tournament. More than half are going to at least get a chance to still stay in for EWC. Of course, as you said, those top 3 are going to go all the way, but it's still just that bottom half that has to watch out. You cannot afford to take 2 losses in a row.
Yeah, also to recognize a little about the format, remember, is double elimination or upper bracket, loser bracket, so you have 2 chances. You can lose only 1 game and then try hard a lot as much as you can in the lower bracket. So ideally maintain 3 rounds in the upper bracket, and that will allow you to advance directly to the finals.
Yeah, that would be the easiest day, and I know all of these teams are looking for it. But I guess, Hoope, who are your big picks out of these 8 that you are expecting, no matter what, this team is making it to EWC 2025?
I mean, Vitality is the one in my heart. They've been doing so amazing. Milk already said it on socials. They've been streaming more than 100 games, even sacrificing their streaming time because they know they don't want to leak the tech. So they're doing streaming individually to get a good capability from themselves, and then they're saving the techs actually for the competition. So I think Vitality is in the hearts of most of the viewers, and they already perform amazing on last EWC, getting to quarterfinals and more. And Hunter Steve is the surprise. Here's where the players in the highest individual level are supposed to be. And then once again, the expectation, how will they perform in a collective group?
No, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? It's really hard to sleep on 100 Thieves with Dish Soap and Replay on that team. But Vitality, 4v4 brings Milk back to the game. Milk's a player who has historically been one of the GOATs of North America. And he often takes breaks. He takes set off. He doesn't really want to compete as hard, but every time 4v4 comes back around, Milk is fully dialed, fully locked in. I think one of the more surprising teams that I'm actually looking at is Zero Tenacity. I think this is what a lot of people would consider like the B team of the Americas or NA, where they're always kind of on the cusp of being at the top level and have had a few and far between great results. But I think coming together, there are some friends who have been testing together for years. And I think that because of that, Z10 actually has a little bit of an X factor in just how good they work together.
Yeah, 100%. PMD, we didn't talk about them so much. Jungle Book, Zelinsky. Zelinsky, for me, is one of the players, of the best players in NA that is not yet recognized. Always in the cup, always doing amazing, and only one step away. For me, it's like very similar to Spencer, but Spencer has been able to transform and go into the Global Championship so many times. So these are powerhouses, guys. We will have a blast right now, and not only in collective level, but also individually. So many augments, so many different ways to play 4v4 in contrast to normal play that actually we will learn so much about the players and how they manage to get additional or the minimum possible threshold of advantage to get the win.
And that's where some of the teams with players who have been around for so long are going to come in with all that experience, being able to know so much about TFT's small intricacies. That's like Robin Songs and Solus on Team Robin Songs as well. Like that is a very strong team coming in, and they picked up Bank Memes, who has been on an absolute tear the last couple of sets. I think that kind of combination of the new blood versus the old might be a really interesting team as well to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, and also the importance that these were teams that normally last year it was upon performance, individual performance, and this year no, this year was open qualifier, so they were totally willing to pick the best team possible that they could have. So now actually is friends together because they know how to talk about each other, and they actually pick themselves hand by hand, finger by finger. So these are powerhouses, these are friends, these are people that pick themselves to work together, and that will be very important here because as we know, the communication in 4v4 is so important, and even the smallest decision can make the difference in the end.
Yeah, it's an incredibly difficult format. And let's talk a little bit about the strategy, Hoope, that we see going into a lot of these games, right? You often are having a player who's the anvil, I like to call them. Someone who has to take a lot of hits, maybe play for the loss streak, not let an opponent go for the...
How do you call it? The anvil. Okay.
The anvil.
I know players call him the rock sometimes.
The rock? Yeah, that would work too. But for me, they're taking all the hits, right? But they're getting... They're still strong. They're sturdy. You want them there, right, to take the hits. And they sometimes are able to look for a win out angle from there, but oftentimes they're actually just there to kind of help the team with life, help make sure that the opponents don't get any runaways, anything like that, right? And on top of that, you also have to have the hammer. This is the person holding the win streak the entire time. They're hitting everybody, but they're weakening their board when they play against their teammates. And often this is the most basic 4v4 strategy that continues to evolve as you go through. But there's a lot more intricate stuff that these teams get to do.
Yeah, 100%. Control of the carousel is so important. If you're behind, you need to control that carousel. You need to know exactly what you want to do with it. And now we're starting cast with our first game, and we're starting with a twisted phase. So additional resources, more economy, and this will be our first game of the day.
Yeah, love to kick things off. And as we said, our feature matchup is going to be 100 Thieves versus Team Kurum X. You look at these two rosters lining up against each other. As we talked about, 3 world championships for 100 Thieves, 2 of them on Dish Soap. But when we look at this set's results, Team Kurum X have been outperforming significantly, mostly on the back of Greya. But Kurum has also put up a top 8 performance himself in one of the cups.
Yeah, Kurum's also a great streamer, been tryharding so much, trying to get this additional chance now in competitive way. And let's talk a little more about the meta that we will plan to see today. Now we're seeing some Mundos here, the Gorilla comp as a possibility, maybe some Zorks, and going into that, the Techie line. Morgana will be for sure cast. What we will see the most, anyone who gets that angle, reroll, low-cost reroll is the name of the game, because you can really get away with reroll early, and it's very difficult for the opponent to maybe penalize you. But if you go for a 3-cost reroll, it's very difficult because so low units in the board, so it's easier for the enemy, 4 players, to obviously grief you.
Yeah, it is the really scary thing about 4v4 is the fact that you do have 4 players headhunting you, target griefing you, because they just need to send you 8th. It's so much harder for your team to win if your team is the one who takes the 8th or takes an 8th and a 7th, right? Leaving you open to where your team has to 1-2 to actually win that game. And so because of that, the risky comps become those 2 and 3 cost rerolls where you can get your units held. And 2 costs, you can sometimes get away with it, but really it is a lot more difficult. And we start to look at what maybe some of these early picks are going to be. It is going to be a hacked augment. It is trait that is being offered. So we'll see what people end up going with.
Okay, I saw no scout, no pivot, very good for the early game. Now a selection here for Dishop, and now once again we're here with Pokegum, trying to get an advantage here. He's thinking about high voltage as a possibility, and there it is. So AP will be the line requested there for Pokegum. Could be Bran, could be Street Demons, and now taking his time and goes for Caretaker. Also amazing, you get so many. We are in a recession of items, Cass. Like, the game has inflation in economy and other things, but items are actually something very important to have right now. Not so many possibilities of getting them, so I love it. To get items in the early game, perfect for a possibility to ramp up.
Very nice. A lot of players actually kind of shying away from the trait picks, not really seeing anything in that hacked augment round that they were liking, but we do see Kiyun has taken the marksman emblem, so is going to be kind of committing towards that direction from a very early stage. And the Vanguard marksman is somewhat of a pretty stable comp even in 4v4 to just have as an option. If you hit either Zaya or Aphelios, it can help stabilize. The front line is a little bit flexible. As much as you do want that Leona to get it online, it can become stable earlier.
Yeah, and now we're seeing plates with the frying pan, opening up so many possibilities here. Obviously, the Bastion will be the preferred line here. But also, you can go for rapid fire. We can play the Super Renekton rapid fire. So actually, pan, very, very good. And also a priority here for many of the players.
Yeah, he even has the open bow as a potential option to just go towards that rapid fire. And we'll see if he ends up thinking about Morgana. He's still holding the Morgana on the bench, but it does look like he has pumped XP, right? So this is going to be still thinking potentially about pushing towards the rapid fire.
Yeah, makes sense. Also getting a little tempo here, maybe with a possibility of pushing the levels, getting a CC, anti-CC generation here. Not necessarily the best item in the early game, but it gets all very good and helps you at least try to punish a little more the lobby in the late game. Dishop still with a win streak and Grea. So very important here, Cass. Whoever gets the win streak in the early game has so many options of managing the goal, managing HP. So either Dishop or Grea, whoever's managed to get that win streak will be so important for managing HP for the whole team.
Yeah, it's massive. And Grea, of course, you were talking about getting those items. This Caretaker's Chosen can be a really good tempo augment because you get those extra items, but it comes on a little late. So it doesn't really give him a ton of stage 2 power, whereas it does give him a lot of stage 3 power. So if Grea can actually win now, it's massive for that point. But he is going up against Dish Soap, maybe a little too early, not going to be slamming any items because he just doesn't have anything that he wants. And I think that should mean that Dish Soap is able to get there with this Twisted Fate. However, this 2-star front line with the Silas is incredibly strong, and the Anima is quite good for the early game. Pretty close, but not good enough.
Yeah, 100%. So Dishop now with this possibility of ramping gold and getting a good time stand here. We're going to carousel. So actually carousel is splitted. So Kurums will advance first. Remember, it's very important to talk. And normally the person in the top the person who will pick the last is the one calling the shots. So now Bishop is telling them, okay, try to grief here, try to get the twist of fate, don't let him hit the tier. So he's leading the team. You have normally a shot caller who is doing that, but in the carousel, the shot caller normally is the one in first place who has the time to take these decisions and work together with them.
That's big. And you see, even Pocky waiting a very long time to get the pick, trying to hold off so that T-Lights can actually get a pick before him, trying to play a little bit of defense. Very nice play out of Team Kuramex. And yeah, it was a very split carousel like you called out. Everybody completely one at a time. It is both teams sending someone out to go pick, which is pretty nice for both teams to have at least a little bit of control, not just someone fully controlling his dish soap.
Oh,
Sell stuff and go into Cypher from the 100 HP early streak, finds 4 Cypher and is able to get it online with this 100 HP. This is really nice, already having a good econ start and the potential to actually maybe take away the loss streaks as well from some of the lower players. I know Kurum and Replay are the ones kind of fighting for this. It looks like
wow.
No, he should be able to beat Replay, but actually slams, trying to potentially beat Dish Soap and turn this around and give the loss to the Cypher player on the team.
I love it because Bishop has been winning. So even if he wins right now, he's still generating economy. So losing here against Replay is perfect. But once again, Replay decides to slam and to make sure that Bishop lost it. I think it was a win-win either way. Obviously, you don't want to face your opponent and your teammate, but it's important to, when you start losing, you keep losing to get the additional value from Cypher. So I think they just want to have that value as much as possible, and now the lose streak will be the possibility for Bishop.
Yeah, now the big thing, Hoope, is to watch Dish versus Kurum. That is on the side there as a potential matchup that can still happen. And Dish Soap really needs to lose to Kurum as the other loss streaker, and it's the opposing loss streaker. So I feel like for Kurum, this is almost got to be an open fort if he doesn't have units that are essential to what he wants to do.
Okay, just a positional change here, and goes against Spencer, yeah. So
yeah,
open...
Optimal.
Yeah, perfect for Kurums. Kurums will maintain his lose streak, and also Disho will have a lose streak with Cypher, ramping up onto 2 lose streak right now. So both players to watch right here, and good news for both. It will be, for now, Cass, a pretty even game.
Yeah, I think this stage 2, I will say, worked very well for 100 Thieves, with Dish Soap denying any full streaks from anyone else in the lobby with his early wins, and then being able to transition to 4 Cypher to start the loss streak and potentially play the win out angle going into stage 3, where it's harder to grief. You can't really open sell in stage 3. So if the boards are strong enough, Dish Soap's going to even be able to start putting some items in, picking up kills so he doesn't take very big losses. I think this is very ideal when you're trying to play Cypher in 4v4, where usually the econ trait is incredibly hard to pilot.
Yeah, 100% agree here. So Kurumex will be, as you said, he needs to get stronger. You don't want to maintain that open 4. Stage 3 penalize you more, hits you more, and you have to obviously be eternal tapped. He knows it, so no scout, no pivot. So he will have to 100% maintain and now pick his composition. He actually goes for Brand, he goes for the buy, and now he has the possibility. So this is Vanguard for him. And very interesting that he's doing it in no scout, no pivot. So probably some reroll here possibilities.
That's Kog'Maw.
Very interesting. Yeah. Kog'Maw was buff in this
cards.
patch, but not in the previous patch. Remember, this is patch 14.4. Kog'Maw is being played a lot in 14.5 because it's buff, but it's not buff in 14.4. So Kurums knows something here.
Yeah, I always like these kind of comps in 4v4 though, when they're a little bit less played, but I actually feel like the board strength in 4v4 tends to trend downward. It's not as strong as you average will get in a single player game, and that's due to all the additional griefing going on, right? Your board's a little weaker because you're griefing the opponent. The opponent's board is weaker because they're getting griefed, right? So everybody's just a little bit weaker. And so these like maybe B or C tier comps where you have a really great spot for them and you're completely uncontested actually tend to do a lot better. And remember, Kurum doesn't have to place first or top 4 even.
Yeah.
If Kurum plays 6th with his Kog'Maw composition, you can maybe consider that a success. He was the one taking damage early. He's able to come back and rubber band and get a 6th to get some points for his team. And that might have been his job this game. So actually, it's another thing I just love about the 4v4 format is you get some of these compositions you would not ever see, or at least not normally see in a standard single player competitive event.
Yeah, 100%. We were seeing a little of the rest of the boards. Managed to see re-replay already with a Morgana 3 ideal items. So re-replay in a great possibility here. And we'll be able to grief the rest of the lobby a little, those Morganas. Remember, this is like the perfect spot. Ginzo already slimed here for Kyun, going for those marksmen you mentioned in the early phase, Cass. And also some Nitro that normally is only a good beginning phase. I'm not seeing no one maintaining Nitro until the late game.
Yeah, this is a fun little just early game cook of just slashing the Nitro because you get an extra body on the board, so it's pretty strong. And because you're using the marksman emblem, well, Kindred's a marksman, so looking at those items, that definitely wants to be Aphelios, but actually it's kind of Aphelios and Xayah items. The Infinity Edge always very nice for the Xayah, so just having a lot of really good slams, and we're looking at open bow, open sword, so obviously a marksman game, but also just very good item economy for Kyun, and then the Crown Guarded to help support that front line. I think this is a great start for 100 Thieves, because we already talked about Dish Soap spot with the Cypher as a potential win out angle being so good, but Kyun has like a fairly stable kind of top 4 look, provided he doesn't, egregiously low roll on his level 8 roll down.
Yeah. So Kyun in a great spot here. You call it out. It's not the perfect comp to do a win out, but if he do it tempo, if he gets a Garen early, if he gets maybe something that makes sense or hits the Aphelios in time, and also the Xayah that is so important, could be a work. Now the one who is trying to contest here re-replay, he will be playing the Morgana from behind. Re-replay already with Morgana 3, Pokégon playing from behind, trying to go for the Morgana in a difficult spot. He knows that the pop is already contested, so he's going for an out here, Cass. Maybe the Jack 3. We know it's not the best unit, but it does something.
Yeah, it looks like, is that 7? No, it's only 5 copies of Morgana, so quite a ways away from that here on 3-4. And I mean, the big thing is hitting that by 4-1, but Pocky's already lost almost half his HP, so a really tough early game, especially because that Morgana reroll comp actually tends to play from a decent amount of tempo, just because Morgana with a blue buff is so strong in the early game. So to take that much damage and be at the bottom of the tables is certainly a tough start. Is taking stock of that HP, Hoope, we're looking at 4 of the top 5 being 100 Thieves members right now. And we know Dish Soap is on that loss streak right now with Cypher, and he still has 70 HP.
Yeah, and what you mentioned, we have 3 players of the same team, bottom 3, and remember, that's the basic way that you can win 4v4. If you win 3 direct nachos, or if someone in any team goes bot 5, 3-person go bot 5, it's over. So it's not the best position here to have. Even if Grea does amazing and goes first, if the rest of the team doesn't perform, it's bad news here for King Kurums.
Yeah, nice pickup though for Krum, finding the Kog'Maw 3-5. I think that's a little bit ahead of curve to find your 3-star 1 cost. I mean, that just puts in perspective the 3-star Morgana. That was, what was that, 3-2? 3, something like that. Picking that up is very, very early for that to be found. And so maybe Kurum can start to slingshot some of his HP as well and start to push levels, look for those boom bots, and really get that Kog'Maw rolling.
Okay, so Kyun maintaining the win streak once again. One more and he will get additional performance. And now, Kurums, this is what we wanted to see, the Kog'Maw. Doing great. You call it out, Cass. It's perfect normally with the additional healing that is normally, like, think about doing it for maybe Rengar or something like that. I think it's great when you have the rapid fire because you get that additional survivability. And I think he has it perfectly here. And it's a good position for him. Very, very impressive. And Spencer right now, the other one with a win streak, 100 Thief, dominating the first placements.
Yeah, Kyun and Spencer top of the tables, and it's really just going to be up to Team Kurimex to try and claw this one back. But at a certain point in 4v4, your HP starts to become like unrecoverable for the game outside of really extreme circumstances. And we're not there yet, right? You know, there's still about half life, but they're so far behind. We can't be getting to a spot where they're 1 or 2 lives and everyone from 100 Thieves is still alive, because you just get to a point where you can't sack HP for your team anymore. You can't keep them alive because you just don't have enough resources. So we're going to see when they can start to snap these, start the big roll downs, and really that kind of all begins on 4-1, 4-2 most of the time, especially if they're playing these compositions that are going to come online at level 8.
Yeah. Totally. And just to recognize, he got the Morgana 3 early, and he decided to stay because the Poppy is so important in the comp, but actually he's very far away from Poppy re-replay. The Morgana doesn't have the best items. She doesn't have the healing that will maintain the superability on the front line, and Morgana wants that time to be able to spread the damage in AoE. So even though he high-rolled the Morgana, it's not the perfect spot even for re-replay.
All right, well, did see Dish Soap being able to pump to 7. I'm actually curious about that Cypher and what he's going to end up cashing for. I saw he had a strategist augment at the last time we saw him, which is pretty committal to move in that direction after the cash out. So I'm curious to see exactly where that board ends up and how deep Dish Soap is actually able to take it. I know 3-7 was the first option. I kind of expect him to go deeper because of his HP.
Oh, he cashed?
Looks like he took it.
Okay. Okay, so I think it was items. We threw in the items in the left, obviously.
Yeah, that's a lot of items, so I think you got to be right.
Can do anything he wants, maybe lacking a little front line in the items, but full offensive, so he decides to go for the Fist Glove. That could be maybe a little flex for the front, and just make sure to go for a line. He's thinking about Amp, obviously so strong, together with strategies, and that will be the perfect composition he should look for.
You know, it's interesting. I'm curious if he goes, as you're saying, the amp line fully into the amp line, or with this strategist upgrade, if he plays more towards that old, like, Ziggs Annie line with the full strategist front that didn't run as much of the vertical amp. I'm curious if he ends up in that direction, if the units are less contested, but I'm not sure if there is an amp player on Kurum's side that he'd be trying to sidestep. So we'll see if he can actually just go fully into that amp line, because it is probably the most powerful comp or highest cap that you can kind of get in a standard line.
Yeah, you just want the Mordok to help you a little here, give you one Samira, and the comps totally transforms into Exodia. And now we're seeing a little of the Augmex selection here, going for combat. Very important, no one wants to lose HP here. Spencer, also combat. So everyone getting pretty strong here, Cass.
Yeah, looking at Kurum once again. He actually did find a 3-star for the front line as well with the Vi, so that should help him be stable around that Kog'Maw. You see Riri go up to level 7 as well. Still rolling down quite a bit, still not finding the Poppy, but yeah, definitely needing to push those levels at this point. And Greya able to find one of Felios alongside the Jinx as the item carrier. Still needing to 2-star those, but does have some time as Pokygom, you know, we talked about replay hitting early, but I think Pocky's board is looking a hell of a lot better, and we're going to see them fighting right now.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. Good combat possibilities, good defensive items here for the Poppy. Poppy on the wrong side, so she will not have a chance to try to sniper here the other Morgana, so she's going up against the mirror. Replay trying to gain time, but it doesn't look like it will be enough. The Morgana of Pokygom falls down, so it will be Poppy against Morgana. Morgana ramping together with the
shield.
Oh,
that is just a positioning diff, though. I think Pokygom's board is significantly stronger, and he should win that almost every time. But Replay was on the right side, and that matters so much every point of HP, because that's not just your HP as Pokygom, that is your team's HP that has just gone down.
Yeah, we see it here. The Poppy was perfectly positioned for replay, so you have the perfect angle to go for the backline. Yeah, and then for Pokygom, no possibility. Only the Morgana was doing significant damage. So great to see. Now item change here, just to make sure that probably going. Okay, the possibility of Pokygom going against a teammate, and he decided to push out the items. Now that he knows he's going against Kyun, he pushes against the item and trying to go and eliminate the win streak from him.
Yeah, that's big. I mean, deciding it was worth a remover on this fight, potentially having T-Lides in his pool and really wanting to keep that teammate alive a little bit longer. Instead, we'll get to snap Kyun's streak, which is big. Kyun has been holding on to that for quite some time. They really need to slow him down, start chipping away at the HP.
Ooh, there's a Samira.
Bottom 3, Samira for the AMP players, and I'm curious if that maybe is T-Lides blind. We haven't seen him in a bit.
Yeah, they have to deny.
Pokygom.
Yeah.
Maybe
Pokygom denies from Bishop, 100%. Yeah.
Yep.
He has to. Okay, Bishop only gets a tier here. Kobuko on the top there. Could be interesting also.
Dishsoap, yes, he doesn't get the Samira, but he does get the tier, and the AMP line being so incredibly tier hungry I don't think Dish Soap is going to be upset at all about that being his prize.
Yeah. Totally in position. He's still lacking the Samira, so he needs it. And now I'm probably going to see Poki holding this Samira throughout the whole game just to make sure
Can't let it go.
that Dishon doesn't get the ramp.
We should take a look at T-Lides when we get a chance. He's down at 18 HP. I'm curious what he's got cooking, and it is just Zeri. He was the rapid fire player earlier. All right, that is T-Lide's board. He hasn't found the Renekton, and he is only on Sejuani 1. This is a very tough spot for the 6 rapid fire. At least the Mordekaiser looks pretty stable, but he is so low, and now he's fighting Pocky, and once again, we're seeing Pocky remove her for the Morgana, and absolutely, it was T-Lides that he was willing to spend that remover to try and protect, and once again doing it to try and protect T-Lides, and it is still a close fight. He still might take down his ally here. Looks like T-Lides gets it in the end, but that is just more HP going away from Team Kurum. They are trying to hold out hope for T-Lides to hit the Sejuani and the Renekton one, because that's kind of the only way that he digs his way out of this hole.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm making sure 18 is a good threshold because that's 2 life. So making sure that he wins here, that's 2 life for plates, and he can punish. There's the Sejuani you were asking for. So very good. Good front line. I like the items, but once again, this is what I was telling you, Cass. There's a recession in items, man. It's very difficult to itemize. In the past, we used to itemize maybe 2 carries and 1 tank and a half. And now we only have resources for 1 tank and 1 carry.
Yeah, and so it is just going to be down to that Zeri trying to hold on. But 6 rapid fire is a very strong trait. Usually, though, what it enables is that Renekton to go absolutely crazy. And by not having that secondary unit to help Zeri carry a lot of these fights, it's going to be really tough trying to break through this front line and deal with the Morgana. Luckily, having that Gunblade to keep things alive, but is it too little? And it is. Re-replay going to put T-Lides down to 1 life.
Okay, Kurums also wins. Pocky loses. So once again, we have the team going in the back. So Kurum very low. Pocky also, and doesn't look good. 100 Thief dominating right now, Cass.
Yeah, 100 Thieves absolutely on top. Even Dish Soap with the full loss streak with the Cypher cashing out on 3-7 to keep the pedal to the metal. Did not want to give Team Kurum X an inch to try and claw back into this game, instead of trying to leverage that life to go for a full win out, recognizing, hey, if I cash out now, I'm probably strong enough to start beating some of these boards, and it is working for this 100 Thieves roster.
Okay, last chance here to itemize, getting a good chance. No one with sack, no one with ramping or win more possibilities here. So very important. This will be the most important round so far. Both Blades and Pokégon with 1 life. So it will be very important even for Grea to try to analyze if it's relevant for him to maybe win trade a little his teammates.
Yeah, I'm checking the side here looking for upgrades. Kurum finds Skarner 3, but other than that, it is just 100 Thieves upgrades across the board, finding everything they need. Draven 3 for Spencer. I saw Misfortune 2 for Kiyun. Get that Marksman Misfortune online, which can be so powerful. Re-replay as well was finding an upgrade to the front line, so we'll see if that's enough to hold on, take this out. But we have just Spencer versus Re-replay, 2 allies going up against each other. Gotta see the current players at the bottom. T-Lides trying to hold on, but gonna go down to Dish Soap's amp board as the Annie and the Ziggs were found, and they're the last 2 remaining on that one. Pockygum
strong,
able to take down. It looks like fighting Grea, so still only able to win on this sacrifice from Grea, and he and Kurum are gonna have to look for big win outs.
Yeah, Kurum just lost though. This is not good news once again. Trying to go for that win. Now Pokégon is strong, but now getting the 8th puts you in a very harsh position, and Kurum is losing, so doesn't look good at all. Kyun even gets stronger here with the Saya 2, Spencer with the Brown 3. So 100 Seat only keeps getting stronger.
It's not looking good for Team Kurum here in game number 1, Hoope. We're talking
Twisted Fate 3, awesome, man.
It's like, how do they come back? And then it's like, well, they could hit some stuff, and then 100 Thieves just hits everything that they need.
Okay, now this is a ghost fight, so Kurum with a good chance here to maintain and keep alive. And very important to see what happens to Pokégon. Okay, Pokémon is strong, so this shouldn't be like a significant round. So only HP will start to mesh around here, Cass, and the next round will be the important one.
Yeah, I want to say, Lupe, we talked about how Kurum playing around this Kog'Maw. It's a great idea to maybe play for a 5th or a 6th. I feel like he might get that. The problem is,
Oh,
the
this
rest
is
of his
close.
team are going 7-8. Very close fight for the Poppy does get there, so Pocky hanging on, but Greya lost. There's still so much HP on this 100 Thieves roster, and you know who's at the bottom of the tables for 100 Thieves? Spencer, who just hit TF3 and Braum 3.
Oh my God, it's too much of a... It was very well played from 100 Thief, and now in a dominant position. Look at this. Everything fully upgraded. Both hats of the Mafia, as I like to call the Syndicate, put in a great place. Utility on the Draven, so perfect spots here for Spencer. And he's not even the one who was taking the lead for 100 Thief.
Yeah, this is also find your center Braum 3 in the middle. Like, come on, this is so powerful. This is a board. This could win lobbies in a lot of cases, and I'm not even convinced he's gonna win this one.
Okay, they're going against each other, so we should go for Poki or for Kurums to make sure if either of them will be eliminated here. So Spencer's stronger than his teammate, and good for him. Poki.
Pocky picks up a win.
Okay.
It looks like maybe Greya was the one who was the victim of that.
Oh no! Okay, one life.
Replay, but he's okay. But we look at the bottom tables, Hupe. The HP. This is what I was saying earlier.
The Kog'Maw doesn't look good. The Kog'Maw 3 on 5-4 cast, really. I mean, I love to see it. He managed not to go 8th, but yeah, it's tough, man.
Yeah, I mean, we said it when we saw the comp, right? This was the comp where you're hoping for a 6th to do that for your team. And the problem is your team then has to find those top 4s. They have to find those wins when you're on get a 6th with Kog'Maw duty. And yeah, it's not even looking like that 6th is going to happen as Kurum, Pocky, and Greya looking to be the next 3 out the door, making this a potential full 4 top 4, 4-0 sweep to start the day from 100 Thieves.
Wow, total dominance. And now maybe Pokigum is the one who can enable and go a little further, but we already said Kurums is not strong. Greya started to lose, and 100 Thief only gets stronger. Great play, great individual play, and obviously some management of HP, but I think individual performance was the name of the game, at least in this first game, Cass.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Kurum even just looks like he's going to sack this round to Pokigum to try and go a little bit higher because feels like maybe the Kog'Maw is not good enough. We see him start to slam a couple of items. This is a little bit strange to me. I'm not sure. It felt like he was sacking the round, but now he's actually putting items in. I don't know if they're deciding to like just let fate see which board might be a little bit stronger, or they're thinking about their next game because they feel like this one is mathematically done based on the HP values. But we are going to see, it looks like the Morgana from Pokigum should be able to take care of this anyways.
Clean up, taking out.
On a little longer.
Yeah, Kurums falls down. Poki wins against his opponent. So this is an 8th and a 7. If a miracle happens, could happen. Maybe the percent is less than 1. The only way for Team Kurum to win here should be a 1 and a 2 from Pokigum and Greya. So I don't see that happening, but of course we still have some rounds to play.
Yeah, is there any like even possible way where can Greya live on stage 6 with like a 1-unit loss from 16? And then I guess from there they both have to win out. But even then, the amount of HP left on 100 Thieves, I don't feel like it's likely, especially with them sacking to each other, right, to make sure they can stay alive. It's really just outliving a total of 29 HP from Team Kurum at this point.
Okay, going against the final boss here. Greya trying to live against the super Twisted Fate fully capped comp. Good scaling for Greya, but only Aphelios 1, and looks good for him. Let's see the Twisted Fate also ramping up. And in the end, decides to clean it up. Greya, 1 life still. And Pokigum wins, so we still have a round here, Cass.
Yeah, potentially, 1 or 2 more rounds here, but Greya just running into Pokigum at this point will end the game for Team Kurum X. And we talked about at the start where it's, the historic pedigree of a team like 100 Thieves with the World Championships on their belt, just the power in that roster. You usually would think that they'd have the individual edge like we're seeing in this first game, but actually Team Kurum have been the ones with better results on the set. And so it is a little bit of a surprise to see this much dominance. We can chalk up a little bit of high rolling here, right? It does happen, but also their control around the early game and how they played it, Dish Soap sacrificing that win streak and his teammate sacrificing a loss streak that they had started to cultivate because Dish found that 4 cyber spot. And he's been able to convert it into this amazing amp board where likely Dish Soap is set up for a win out angle. And his team just happened to find good enough boards along the way where they're joining him in that top 4.
0 gold for Grea, not even capable of getting the Aphelios 2. And now possibly the last round of this fight, the last fight of this placement, and it's going up against Replay. So Replay with the Super Morgana, still leveling up, level 8. So let's see if it's enough. Poppy's in the middle, so no access from Poppy to the Aphelios. That will give him a chance to ramp up. Let's see if it's enough.
Yeah, Aphelios trying to get there. It just being the Aphelios one, like you said, does make it a bit weaker, but the Poppy is not fully online, and it is just that Galio trying to hang out in the middle, and it's just not providing enough tankiness and enough damage, and it's just the Morgana left.
Oh, Leona!
A little bit more. Grea does go down, so does Spencer, so does Pocky, and that's going to be 100 Thieves taking game 1.
1, 2, 3, 400 Thieves. So amazing for them to getting here the victory. And now Cass, total dominance. I think the fight for the Morgana was amazing, and now we have a chance to see the placement so far. 100 Thieves, total dominance, playing amazing individual level, and we'll have a chance to see more of these augments that are so important in the 4v4 and the reason that they've been performing. We said they were the favorites in individual play. They have demonstrated in 4v4 they are amazing too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't get over those early plays out of this team. And they also kind of had a couple of players playing the different roles, right? We had our initial planned Anvil going for that loss streak, but then they found an opportunity to get 4 Cypher onto Dish Soap's board. They pivot towards that direction, and the whole team kind of molds around that. Everyone makes room. They say, okay, Dish Soap's going to play Amp. He's got the Cypher. So, you know, I have this Marksman opening, so we can go for Marksman. That's completely uncontested. I'm playing AD. No one else is going in that direction. And then we also have a 2-cost reroller with the Twisted Fate alongside the 1-cost reroll. And they're actually using their opponents against themselves. Their 1-cost rerolls helping replay actually hit early. There's no 2-cost rerolls kind of contesting. It all just works out where they're completely playing uncontested.
Yeah, the moment in where they were rolling, for example, we saw Kyun, he just hit like everything in one round because he knew he was facing in the rotation at least 3 of the other players from the other team. So that's the type of thing we'll start seeing more and more here in the 4v4. So great first game to start, Cass. I thought the Morgana will have more dominance, but I think we will see this for sure. At least one player from each team will go for the Morgana, and that will slower a little down the possibility.
All right, well, with that, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll have game 2 coming up in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Vamos.
fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me.
Welcome back to the road to the Esports World Cup. We got TFT and the closed qualifiers. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we have just witnessed the very first game of 100 Thieves versus Team Kurum. And 100 Thieves showcased dominance in our very first one of the day, Hupe.
Yeah, 100%. Cypher into AMP for this show. Morgana 3 re-replay, getting it early. A little luck for the re-replay, but they play amazing. They played their spot, and maybe this is the most important that we will see in this weekend cast. Get a spot early and be the first one to ramp up all their resources into that. They did it amazing. Team Kurums, they did a good fight, at least in the beginning, but then it all went down to 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't hate some of the ideas and the spots that they were going for, right? We saw Kurum with the Kog'Maw. It's not a comp that we generally see as very good, but in the context of a 4v4, it can be okay to play something uncontested that can maybe bleed out to something like a 6, but that just wasn't the case. It doesn't work when the rest of the team is also struggling to find the compositions that they want. And, you know, it really was just a series of really beautiful lines from 100 Thieves. And then a little bit of high rolling. I think especially when you're trying to play something like Twisted Fate reroll and play for the Braum 3 and actually being able to find a Braum 3 in 4v4.
They allowed it to get them.
A little bit fortunate, right? And the other team not having enough gold or resources to actually deny it. I think that's going to be a very big deal as well. But that was just compounding the issue. He didn't need TF3 Braum 3 for 100 Thieves to actually win that game, right? They were still going to get there regardless.
100%. So remember, we'll be staying in this series with 100 Thieves versus Team Curtains, but also for you guys to have the rest of the information. Vitality has lost against Team Onyx, so Onyx is up 1-0 in that series, and Zero Tenacity versus Team Liquid is actually in favor of Team Liquid. So the Brazilian players, the powerhouse of Brazil, the Brazilian Storm, the Brazilian Magic is doing his work at least in the first spot, and Zero Tenacity will have a chance to ramp up in the next game cast.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like when I look at the teams in the qualifier, a lot of them are just so similarly skilled. And, you know, you were mentioning earlier on about the fact that there were open qualifiers that led to these closed qualifiers to start with. So a lot of these teams, if not all of these teams, are a bunch of players who work really well together. They are friends. They went through an open qualifier where they were the best there to make it to this kind of top 8. And I think a lot of these games are going to come down to some very slim margins. Who's able to navigate some really tough spots better, and just scraping through 1 or 2 placements at the end of the day. It's going to make all the difference on if you get a trip to Riyadh or not.
Yeah, 100%. Some of the players have already been there. So, for example, D-Shop and Re-Replay already went representing different teams in the last EWC. So, once again, here with the chance to ramp up. They didn't get to the later stages, maybe the quarterfinals, and now this is a revenge. So, Americas have so many great players right now and possibilities that this is just the beginning. So competitive 4v4 is being loved throughout the world, and I hope to see it not only in the highest level cast, but maybe more informally. I've been seeing some regional 4v4 tournaments, something like that, so I think he has a huge chance to keep growing.
Yeah, I was actually casting one that was kind of like a prep tournament that Liquid was putting on for their team to kind of play against some other people to get ready for this. And I was actually casting that with Philip, a member of Z10, who wasn't playing in that particular tournament, but he was kind of like doing some watching and casting. And it was really insightful to listen to him talk about, you know, the strategy of 4v4 as a player who's actually competing in this event right now with Z10. And so I think getting a lot of insight from him and how excited he was about 4v4. And he was like, you know, I kind of wanted to take a break, but this was the 4v4 set. So I actually went really, really hard at TFT because he wanted to play this with his friends. So I think it's awesome to hear.
No, that's perfect. Yeah. And I mean, it's not only between the players themselves, as you said. They went to a local tournament. The scrims they've been making friends in scrims, because now they know each other. For example, I know some Milk said, I don't know if this is true, that they won all the scrims against Americas, but they lost a few times against EMEA. So it's cool. Actually, the community that is being formed throughout TFT, both in the official circuit, in the normal circuit, and now in the World Cup circuit, is so amazing. And this is a community we all love, and it's great to see the competitive networking being built so hyped.
Yeah, and I think like how serious Americas have taken 4v4 this time around has just been really, really fun, exactly in how you're describing with all those extra scrims. Because when we look at, you know, TFT recently, the Americas has been one of the strongest, if not the strongest regions when it comes to, you know, single player TFT when we look at the World Championship, right? But especially with, you know, Dish Soap winning once again and just so many great results in a row for the Americas. But in 4v4, it was all about APAC and China at EWC last time, as we're going to jump in to game 2, 100 Thieves versus Team Kurum X. And it's going to be Vi setting us up with those component anvils. You can actually kind of tailor your early starts, and does make it a lot easier to get that blue buff on Morgana when you get that Vi start.
Yeah, we started with that Twisted Fate encounter, so additional gold that was perfectly handled by Hunter Thief. And now, as you said, this ambush gives you direction, and that's exactly what you want. Maybe you can hold it up if you're doing a loose streak and you have a good economy item, but it's like you said, you want to get the most possible path in the beginning and let your team knows what will be the game plan going forward.
Yeah, I mean, you're always just looking for who gets dropped a tier in some Morganas or something of that nature, because they become the Morgana player of the lobby, especially just with that access to anvils. I mean, it's pretty hard to miss the tier into anvils. It does happen, but generally you're going to be able to get there, and you can always be the first to pop, and then someone else can potentially take it if you don't find it. But here's a tier and a Morgana on Kurum's board right away with a Bastion frontline. Usually that Alawi great to pair with the Poppy in the early game.
Yeah, we saw some Nafiris there. Remember, it's a good comp also for re-rolling, but you need the exact items to make it work. So maybe a possibility here. Some outs here, holding up to the techie line, decides not to go for it and just holding. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Now he's got to consider if he's the Morgana player for his team. He found 2 Poppies in the previous shop as well. I mean, immediately you just see the scouting. The team's going to be talking, figuring out, hey, is this Greya's or is this Kurum's? Because Kurum was the other one. Tier and Morgana, Bastion frontline, but I don't think he beats 4 from the side of Greya. It feels like it's Greya's spot.
Or 2 Poppy versus 1 Morgana. I mean, you have to leave it to him.
That's got to be Greya's spot. He didn't have a tier, notably. So he'd have to find 2 of them in these anvils if he wants to have the blue buff slam right away.
Okay, interesting here. Spirit Link could be a possibility. No Rod.
Investment
Permanent
strategy,
health.
potential option, replication.
Oh, there's the Forge. Okay, no blinding duel. So nice.
What do you even take here? Is it Silvermare for Poppy or something? Because that's at least a lot of resistances.
There's nothing good actually here.
Silvermare has big resistances on it. Okay. Stat-wise, it's reasonable.
50 armor. Yeah, could make sense on the Poppy. Yeah.
It's not amazing. This is not an ideal anvil at all. Gold collector.
Okay. If he going collector, he will need to slam right now. He will need to be strong and making sure to get the value, the gold value from the collector here.
I guess so. This kind of works on Morgana because she tends to be able to put people into the ring. But it looks like, okay, so not going to play Morgana actually due to that anvil is going to pivot towards probably a marksman line, with this wanting to go on the Aphelios later on.
Okay, this is interesting because if someone in 100 Thief is playing Morgana, Greya can pick the moment in which he sells the Morgana and then tell his team to roll in that exact moment and maybe do a little maxing. But very interesting. He decided he didn't have any tier, and as you said, Cass is very needful in this comp, and he will just play tempo here. It's good. Normally, Ginsu is a good item in AP units, so I don't know. I like it.
Yeah, it's not bad. And I think the gold collector Morgana is actually pretty cute because she puts the damage on everything in the fight. So anything that dies is very likely being collected by Morgana, right? She's getting the proc, and so it's just kind of the 50-50 or whatever that he actually gets gold. But because you're getting so many chances at that gold, the Morgana actually should generate a really large amount over the course of these fights as long as he's winning.
Yeah, should be able to ramp here. We saw also the different path, not only in attack speed, but in AP scaling with re-replay in the previous game. So, I mean, for the early game, looks amazing. Re-replay right now, holding also the Morganas, making sure that Kurums doesn't get that spot. And even for him, no, he has the Blighting Duel. Yeah, he has it. Oh, this is perfect.
Okay, he just wants the lost streak for the early stages, but he has got a great angle to go Morgana. Didn't find an extra tier, but I think he didn't have a tier to start. I think he was dropped sword bow belt, and then went portable, found Blighting Jewel, and they just said, all right, he's Morgana. So we'll see if he can find... Well, he's going to have Carousel Prio because he's sacking very early on. So he just has to find a tier off the carousel, and he's in great shape.
Yeah, perfect items for him. Can slam the Gunblade, and then with that additional tier to get the blue buff. Going up against here Bishop, and once again he wants priority. So losing here, perfect for him, and in a great spot to contest Kurums.
Looking at Dish Soap, that's Starry Night, right? That's we got on that side.
Yeah.
There.
Starry Night,
what he's going for.
Techie Bruiser.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Techie Bruiser. The Gorilla comp is called right now because the Mundo is the most important. Getting those that HP as fast as possible. Yeah.
You're right. It absolutely has to be that.
Okay. Priority here for Bishop. Replay only gets the bow, so gets
here denied by Pocky.
Yeah, nice. Very important. It's just one tier, so he should be able to get it in one moment.
Yeah, but it slows him down if he wants to turn around the loss streak, which I think that's the bigger deal. As Pocky's able to just deny that for a little bit longer, and it looks like Pocky, I mean, blue buff Gunblade of his own. That's probably just gonna have to be Amp in the late game and just use the Econ from the loss streak. He's also got Epoch. Epoch will help him get there.
100%. There's the Gunblade. And getting additional damage here. So Pocky, Bishop, Tlade's the only one with win streak together with Kurums. So a good start here for the Kurums team. Trying to maintain that win streak will be important. But once again, they lose total priority in the carousel. We play Pocky here. So they're just playing for a little placement here. Pocky making sure he takes the loss, putting in the cujeta, like I said, like in the corner.
Oh yeah.
Making sure he doesn't falls out and making sure he gets the loss.
Yeah, it looks like T-Lides is going to be able to hold on to the win streak. Just one more round to complete the full win into Krugs, as Kurum does lose his dispenser. Another amp opportunity here from Kurum. Wasn't it? It's Pocky that's also potentially looking at amp. I'm wondering where they can go differently, because Pocky was on 2 tiers and the Gunblade, and we also look at Kurum. It feels like their spots are contesting. Is there another line that one of them can kind of go for? Because this is Epoch. Like, Pocky has to level, and Kurum has an amp augment that is committing him to amp.
Yeah, he has to go amp, and Pocky can do Vex, for example. He can do
Vex. Yeah, that would be a good option.
So good items here for him, and of course he cannot contest amp to his teammate. Very difficult to hit. Both of them will have to go for the Samira, so maybe that will be the line. Okay, so Pocky takes the loss, plays with a 5 win streak confirm, and replay here takes the loss and their lose streak. So replay perfect spot to get once again priority in the next carousel. Great items here for the Morgana, so amazing spot for him.
Yeah, replay's got to be happy with this opener. You could do for a couple extra poppies, but I don't think you're going to complain too much about in Morgana 2 with perfect items, including that Blighting Jewel, especially on this patch where it's just, I mean, maybe one of the best comps in the game when you can find this and get it online. I think another big thing to look at is kind of a flip from last time when we look at the early HP, where Pokygom, yes, able to keep a full loss streak, and the rest of 100 Thieves not able to put together the wins. Replay does get dropped his tier, but it is Kurum X and company able to hold on to a lot of HP in stage 2.
Okay, so selling the full board, great economy for replay, getting additional angles to do exactly whatever he wants. There's the blue buff, so there will be a slam, and as you said, Cass, you said it in the previous game, you don't want to maintain these lose streaks much longer. He's hitting right now. He's trying to go for this important roll down on level 4 and trying to get the additional chances of 1 cost. He only gets the poppy 2 easy enough. This should be stable. Obviously, with the blue buffs, he will not slam it until he knows if he's facing a teammate or not.
Yeah, got to look around. Is Dish Soap able to get the Seraphine 3 and the Alistar 3 already, thanks to this Starry Night 3-1. He's been able to put this together, and I know you said the Mundo being one of the most important, but he's actually just one Starry Night Mundo away from getting that done.
100%. The Gorilla comp making a good appearance here. So great recognition here. Bishop doesn't slam the here an additional item. So and Kyun does. So Kyun managed to lose it with less units. So perfect for him. So good HP management here.
All right, going to our next augment selection. we're going to have 1 gold or 2 silver as the options. Aki just going to get that big grab bag right away. A lot of resources as he's continuing to try and push levels very quickly. Go for what I believe we decided was that Vex line is the most likely option to try and stay out of Kurum's lane.
Okay, preparation here. That's very interesting because he doesn't have like an assembled board. So it will be very interesting to see how he goes. Okay, Starry Knights wants to make sure probably he has a good item for the Nafiri. And he'll go for Nafiri 3 and for the Yumi 3. Very, very weird. No, wait. Starry Knights is only for 1 and 2 costs. So
Yeah,
that's
1 and 2.
also a
So
weird
it's
decision
just-
here.
It's just for the Nefiri.
Yeah.
But he's
So
trying to
full
get
focus.
that alongside his amp. So I actually don't think he's even necessarily going to stop on 7 because there is the kind of extra text of Starry Night that is often not thought about where the percentage to hit his Starry Night unit goes up the higher level you are.
Yeah.
So Kurum can go 8 and roll for amp and just he just has to find 2 Starry Knighted Nefiris and he gets it. And that can actually add just a lot of power to the comp when we look at the itemization that he's already got with that Edge of Night and then the Exotech item being a very strong Nefiri item.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And that's the reason. We see it right now, the best Exotech item here for the Nafiri, the Pulse. So that
we just
Nafiri
hit an
will
Annie.
have... Yeah. Ooh. Ramping up there with the amp. And Disho very close here. 1 Mundo away. Already with the backline 3-star. And low in gold cast, but not breaking that 10 threshold that is so important. Holding the Nafiris. He has 4 Nafiris.
Yeah, even with Starry Night, this is like one of the fastest I've seen this many 3-star 1-cost hit. I mean, 3-3, and he's Seraphine, Zyra, and Alistar. He's 1 off Mundo. I mean, this is crazy. This is insane hits. I think that's a misconnections, though, that helped out with a couple of extra copies, but realistically, this is just some very good Starry Night variants. I don't think there's another way that you get to this.
Yeah, very good once again for D-Shop. Getting a little lucky and also recognizing the spot and rolling in the exact threshold that is good for him. And Spencer, the one once again with the delayed win streak, he did the same in the last game. And additional duplicator, this changes things so much. So Mundo 3 already online for D-Shop right now. He will not need to roll. The Nafiri will be easier to hit. So all the rerollers very happy here.
Yeah, and there's a couple of pans and a spat on board as well. Replay gets 1 of the pans. Grea gets another. Spatula might get left for the top 2. I'm not sure if either of them really need it. Kurum not going to take it, but it looks like Spencer happy to snatch that up.
Okay. Interesting here. Replay with the frying pan will manage to get an additional Bastion in, reinforcing the Morgana comp that he already has in place. And now right here, Spencer. No category 5 and slamming the Hurricane for tempo. This is very interesting. Remember, this is patch 14.4. Hurricane is being reworked for the next patch, the one who is live right now. And actually not the best component or not the best item, but at least does some work for the tempo that he's managing right now. Full win streak, so makes sense.
And we get a couple hits popping up on the side of this screen. Replay hitting the Morgana 3. Kurum finding Shyvana 3. Kind of help that front line out. And this amp composition just probably Starry Knighting into a couple of extra Shyvanas and just putting that together as he's only 2 copies of Nefiri away. I was going to say, that duplicator helps him a little less because he's Starry Night, but because he's already so close, now he just needs that 1 more copy and he can get there.
Yeah, 100%. So very strong. Spencer trying to hold on here for the win streak. And let's see. So it's a good position because we see D-Shop in rotation, Kyun and Pokygon. So if either Kyun or D-Shop gets in the rotation, they can get a little weaker for him and just make sure that he gets that HP and that ramp up in economy. So good position here for 100 to try to do maybe a small win trade right now for Spencer for gold regeneration, and then he will return the favor in the late game by having so many HP.
Yeah, and we're on board with Pocky, who it looks like does have Cypher in, so not slamming any of these items. Probably just wants to take this loss and then cash on 3-7 because he already actually has the Vex online. We mentioned, hey, Pocky probably going to have to play around Vex because Amp is being contested by his own teammate. But this is a way to get some extra resources. And look at the bench, and it's a lot of tanky items there.
Yeah. Great Cypher again. 254 and 24. Okay, he needs to get it.
A lot of duplicators.
Could be for Draven if you stay here. Could be for many different possibilities. Let's see what he opts for.
Could just help upgrade the front line if you.
Ooh, there's Renekton.
Renekton's a huge hit. Playing around Divinicorp. Usually that's the chase that you have to find at the end of the game. But able to pick it up already.
Wow. Okay. Makes total sense here. And let's see how he outperforms from now on.
Yeah, I just want to see him stabilize this board. There's the Gragas too. That's nice. He doesn't even have to use the duplicator on that yet. Wondering if there's just like a Gragas 3 potential with 5 dupes, where you just decide that, hey, my front line will stabilize around this bruiser that you normally wouldn't play. Vex 2, great hit right away. Zac, able to be grabbed. A couple of 5 costs already, and you can start rolling bloblets from 4-1. I think that is a lot of power.
Yeah, close to the Varus also, the one who will have the 2 traits, who has both Exotech and an Executioner. He needs 3 items. That's the thing. He has to commit to the Varus and get additional items. So getting the Renekton is a little weird. He needs to manage the trade-off. Okay, do I trust the Renekton? Do I go for the Varus? Having the Varus 3 already in place with the duplicators should be the option.
Yeah, I mean, it just, as you're saying, right? Like, you've got 5 duplicators. You only need 2 more copies of this unit, and you are there. Not even 2, 1 more copy of this unit, and you're there actually. Wow, I mean, I'm so not used to people like 5 dupes. That is certainly a tough one. Not a bad cash out from the Cypher. Just kind of an awkward one at this stage of the game. But it does feel like it's going to work out.
Okay, so we have a Prismatic to end the selection here. Blazing Soul. Trying to roll down here. Not rolling with the sack inside. Very interesting. Maybe he forgot. And now here with the possibility of getting an additional person replay. Okay, additional gold. If I'm not mistaken, it was Curse Crown. But
max cap, I think.
Okay, max cap. Perfect.
Yeah, max cap, which I kind of like. He's level 5, 43 HP. This is just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to go for 3-star Poppy, 3-star Morg, maybe 3-star Elise, and then just bleed out. And just try and go for a decent placement. As Pocky did find 1 Varus, went Varus 3, exactly what you said would happen.
Okay, Varus on place. Very strong here. Okay, getting the items out this shop once again, helping the team. Making sure removers are so important in this format. And they're making sure to get an additional value as possible. So now Pocky going up against Disho, very important here. Pocky very low in HP, getting a good ramp here with the Varus 3, trying to get a chunk out of Disho. Seraphine ramping up, not enough time for the Seraphine to advance with the AP, so good win here for Pocky. Disho taking the loss, and it looks more even than the first game, so it's still open for both teams.
Yeah, the tough thing for Pocky is this front line is still very soft, right? Gragas 2 kind of being the anchor. He has 3 items on a Mord 1 right now, and that's where I was curious if potentially he should be using the duplicators on a frontliner, because he's on Blazing Soul with the Vex upgrade. He actually had a lot of damage already, but the front line is not stable. Maybe he can still find it, put it together. I think this cap is higher around the Varus if he can get a stable enough front line. But I'm curious if he actually just needed to try and go for an upgraded frontliner to actually just help bridge this early game, get some placements for the team.
Yeah, makes sense right now that we see the board. I think this is a low roll. I mean, naturally, the game should have given you the Mordekaiser 2 here. Didn't happen, and it's doing exactly as you said. He's lacking frontline. Good ult from the Vex, trying to make it work, and a good win here to take a breather and to try to get close. Important to recognize Cass, he doesn't even have the pair of Mordekaisers. He still needs to.
No, he doesn't have the pair, right? He now has a pair of Renektons and first pick and Renekton on the carousel, walking towards him. Hiyun cannot deny this. This is Pocky's Renekton 2. And hey, we said he needed some frontline. I mean, Renekton's not the tankiest of Bastions and frontliners out there. But I think a 2-star 5 cost can help stabilize you around that stage 4 into stage 5.
Okay, good carousel here. Trying to get performance, so additional items. Divinicorp Exo for Pocky. Pocky in a top here position. Remember, we will try to prioritize the ones who are low in HP, because that's where the main threshold will be, but we'll try to rotate. Okay, There's the Renekton 2 natural, organic, like I like to say. Getting one in the carousel, additional here. So all the resources should be focusing on him from now on. And Pocky gets in an immediate great spot. Replay. Jack 3 playing the Morgana, additional defensive unit to go along with the Poppy.
Yeah, it's nice with that max cap, right? He just got so much extra gold. He gets to roll down. At that point, you just 3-star everything, right? Because you just have all this extra gold and you can't go higher than level 7. So no point in pushing levels, 3-star every single unit on the board, and then just try and place as high as possible. I think back tap gets even better in this format, right? Because sometimes it is just an augment for playing for 5th, playing for 4th. And that's honestly great in 4v4 if you can find that placement for your team. As we do see going up against this Xayah, very powerful. The Vex trying to get it done. One more cast, cannot get the Xayah down in time, and Pocky gonna go down to 2 lives here at 18.
Wow. So very tough. And also the HP is balancing so much. In the last game, we saw that they were total dominance. So now it will be more important to manage the beginning of round 5. That is where the damage goes up so much. So any HP that you can preserve or try to give to their teammates will be so important. Right now, the Renekton is eating the Jacks, getting additional health, additional damage. So that will be very interesting. Replay, very strong. Getting the Poppy 3, getting the rest. So actually in a great also spot for him. Middle of the ground, 43 HP. And now Pocky needs to win here, or else he will be on a very close spot to end it all in the next round.
I guess here's the second problem that the Varus poses. The only item available was the Thieves' Gloves. And when your Varus 3 rolls Redemption Titan's Resolve, you're actually getting just no value out of this 3-star. You know, it's okay because of the base damages, but that would potentially help to just be, you know, a health stick for the Vex to buy it more time. We're still seeing this Varus do some excellent work across the board, and Pocky holding on, but somehow, after a great start, Team Kurum bottom 3 HP.
Yep. So once again, we can see now a little of the rest of the players also to have an idea. Pokemon will be the priority because of HP, but we can rotate also to the rest. Grea, very low. Tlades, also low. So once again, is the same story. They started amazing, and now, once again, the 3 current players in a dire spot here. And as we say, Cass, only because of matchmaking, HP preservation is so important. So this is a very difficult spot because they will also face each other and will start ramping up HP against themselves.
As we see, T-Lides able to get a little bit more preparation done on the PvE phase. We got Spencer rolling down, trying to find a little bit more for the Anima. Able to get 5 online. What is he missing? Looks like he actually even has the Aurora. And he's missing...
normally. Yeah, Seraphine. If you want, no, Seraphine is there.
Oh, he's got.
Yeah, he has the 7. He has everything.
Oh, okay. There we are.
Okay. I mean, Anima Squad is not a win-out comp. Normally, you need the 2 emblems to make it happen. Even with the Wandering Trainer, it's amazing because you don't need the level 10. So his boss is good, but it's difficult to get a win-out. Still not having the Xayah 2. Very important. So the Varus making work here for Pokygum. Pokygum taking a huge chunk of HP for Spencer. And Grea still going up, fighting up against the rest. And takes the loss. So
Grea takes the loss.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Grea can hold on. I think Pocky has stabilized. The Mordekaiser 2 was finally found, and then 2 more items being able to be slammed onto that Renekton. And now at this point, Pocky's pretty stable, and Grea is the one that we have to watch out for on Team Kurum, as he is potentially on 1 life here at 14. Does have the Marksman emblem, does have the 2 upgraded backliners, and able to kind of build your own front line with this Greater Moonlight going on to the Silas. I mean, in a pinch, this will work out, but really wants to find that Leona too. And it is still a copy away. Also unable to get the upgraded Misfortune with the Marksman emblem. The comp is nearly there, but he is just missing the finishing touches. It might not be enough as he goes up against Spencer, his teammate, but they're kind of contesting each other. All these Xayah copies that they've taken out of the pool, both of them at least having the 2-star, but now Spencer goes down to 1, and it looks like Team Kurum is starting to flip this on its head.
Yeah, and Spencer cannot get his compositions stronger. He already 0 gold. He already has the Saya 2, has the Leona 2. So no chance for him to get stronger. He's losing. So even though we're seeing this, Spencer should go out. Grea finds the Misfortune 2. Kurum with the Annie 2. So Kurum team getting better and better, improving. So now these few rounds will be the most important.
Very big hits. I'm curious if Grea will fight Dish Soap here down at the 16 life, but the HP levels are kind of normalizing, everyone falling very low. This time, Team Kurum having the advantage with only Kiyun sitting at the top, and it's Grea versus Replay. Does have the Bastion on to that Morgana. The max cap allowed for hitting the Elise 3 as well. Blighting Jewel, comp fully online with the extra carries, but the front line a little soft on itemization, but it's still enough. Grea gonna take a big hit and actually goes down.
Spencer 2.
Fortunately for Team Kurum, Spencer goes down first.
Okay, this is very important because the first face-off goes to Team Kurum. So it's +1 for Team Kurum. Remember, you need to win 3 face-off. So now it's 1 win for Grea. It's the easiest way to understand. Obviously, average placement is the mathematical way. So for now, advantage for Team Grea, or well, Team Greg. Some people say, some say Team Grea, but obviously the official is Team Kurum's. And now let's see what they perform. Kurum didn't have the shred, and now he gets it here with the Urgot. So good possibilities here for him.
All right, on board with Dish Soap, just playing this Bruiser Techie reroll line that we saw, struggling to kind of cap out further, even though he found a lot of power in the early stages of the game. Frontline starting to fall off a bit. Backline just not putting out enough damage, wanting to find Brand 2, and he actually has it in his shop. It's locked. If he can find a win,
okay,
maybe Kiyun can spare some HP if that ends up being the fight in the pool. Dish Soap going up against Replay. It's a teammate, but Riri does not have the ability to get weaker here. Everything stayed in, and I'm not sure that Dish Soap is going to be able to win this.
I mean, the position is good. He managed to win out in the rest, and I know this was planned. It was like, okay, I will go to this place, so let's try to go it this way. So, as you say, it looks like it's not enough. 2 items on the Mundo. Mundo is falling down very quickly here. And the Morgana looks so strong with the Bastion. I mean, this Soap taking once again. So this is a 2 loss right now for 100 Thief. If one other player from 100 Thief goes bottom or goes even fourth, it's over.
Yeah, we got to see the 1-3 from 100 Thieves. Try and make things happen here.
Okay. Exotech in place, and this is so strong, and the importance of having this Bastion emblem on the Morgana, transforming all of that resistances into damage. This is the total Exodia. You get so many additional stacks with this emblem that it just doesn't make sense. So Replay in a perfect spot to get the win out. So to go for that first place, and as you say, Cass, that means that the second player, Kyun, should have to go for third or better to get the win for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and Kiyun had a lot of HP going in to try and hold on. And Kiyun, actually stronger than Replay here, is actually down. It's a little bit scary, but he stays alive, and now they're not in the same pool. So if Replay can beat the other players, there's gonna be a couple deaths here. We know he's not fighting his teammate. This might actually be perfect conditions as long as Replay is strong enough to beat the members of Team Kurum.
Wow. Yeah, it's perfect placement. Now it's up to the rest. They need to get a Replay out. Very difficult. Shred will be important, trying to reduce the armor of those Bastions. And this is one of the comps that will try to go against the Clades. Also, with a ramping up with the Seri should be significant. He just needs enough time for the Mordekaiser to apply the Even Shroud and even protect him. So it will not be weird. Oh, he has double Even Shroud, so don't worry about it. I think he's covered.
Yeah, he's covered for the shred. I mean, this board looks crazy strong. I am curious, though, because, you know, we know that Replay has the Bastion emblem. He has all of this online. The Blighting Jewel is so powerful, and the front line gets to be kind of stabilized around the extra 3 stars. But he did not find a Sejuani upgrade, and this could make a major difference in this fight by not being able to get that CC off. It's going to be important for this cast to go.
Okay, what is the face-off? Okay, going up against Kurum's. Kurums is strong.
Really strong. This is the amp board with the Nefiri 3 that was able to come online. The amp augment as well. Important fight here.
Nefiri doesn't go to the back. This is important. Oh, she didn't went to the back. So it's actually good for replay.
Falling apart. Very close endgame. One more cast. Morgana gets one more, but does go down. Replay falls in 5th, and that'll lock things up for Team to bring our series to a decider 3rd match.
So close. Getting the Exodia actually here for replay not being enough. Not good items for the Poppy, and couldn't preserve HP. So now the win for Team Kurums, as you just mentioned, Cass, gets the series 1-1. So we will have the final 3rd game for this series, and now just to know who gets the upper bracket and the maintained possibility of getting the closest or the shorter road to get to the EWC finals.
Yeah, you look at this scoreboard and it doesn't tell the whole story here, right? You got 300 Thieves members in the bottom 4, and it looks like, Team Kurum came back strong, dominated this one. Yeah, Kiyun had a good game, but whatever. But no, this was one fight away from 100 Thieves winning the game. If replay takes Kurum down there, that is pretty much 1-3 locked up for Kiyun and replay, so long as they can defeat T-Lides. And I mean, it was such a close fight between these two teams.
Yeah, very well played. Preserving HP, we saw the way they were using the removers, trying to help each other. So now the good end of the stakes goes to Team Kurums. And now we will just enjoy the final fight here against 100 Thief Kyun versus Clades. Both played amazing and both performing well for the team. Last round will be so important. In this game, Cass, okay, we have additional items. They could outperform themselves, but I think positioning versus your teammates and the opponents is what's making the difference here, and that additional chunk of HP that they could manage to handle. So, I mean, it's very close right now in terms of level.
Yeah, it just came down to a few points of HP, like you're saying, and I'm actually kind of curious on the outcome of this fight here, because if Kiyun actually eliminates T-Lights here, it really did just come down to 1 or 2 points of HP left on the side of Team Kurum X to make this happen. And yeah, Kiyun able to win this out. It really came down to one fight between replay and Kurum that decided this entire match, and we're gonna now have a final 3rd game between these two, decide who gets to advance winner's side and who will lose in this first round. And it is so big to get that buffer of advancing winner's side, not being on your tournament life right out the gates. A lot of pressure on these two teams.
Yeah, good pressure, and I think it's good because 100 Thief totally dominated first game. Second game was so close and actually managed to get them there. Having the series tied right now is so good for the mental of Team Kurums. 100 Thieves already knows they individually can outperform them and play amazing, but it's a team game. So anything that you can manage to get an additional advantage, a little gold, a little HP to preserve will be so important, and this is exactly the conversation that they're having right now. In terms of composition, Cass, I think is balanced, is what we were expecting to see so far. We saw the Nefiri that we didn't saw in the last round. Amp still being a good possibility and was actually, if you manage to hit the Samira, the most strong composition. And Marksman for Grea, simply as a possibility of doing something for default and helping the team.
Yeah, I think it was cool. We're still seeing more of those one-cost rerolls. It is that very funny thing about the 4v4 format where you get sometimes the funkier one-cost rerolls that don't come out nearly as much. We saw the Kog'Maw in game 1. This time we get to see, Mundo and the techies come out together for Dish Soap, and they're always kind of a comp to play for that 6th, to play for that 5th. They're not usually the comp that wins out, but you tend to see them a lot because they're easier to get.
Yeah, easier to get and easier to outmaneuver the opponent sometimes to get in that angle. I was actually impressed with the loss of replay in the bottom. I thought his comp was total Exodia, but not preserving HP was the one who didn't help. Maybe not having so many combat augments that also helped so much in this composition, not getting the front line on spot. Maybe the Morgana was Exodia, but not the front. So that balance, maybe what the game didn't give to him, but he managed to get the most possible trend in them. Next, we will have the 3rd game in this series. Remember, we will try to cover each series at a time, and we'll try to transfer you all the information of what happened in the rest of the lobby within the chat.
All right, well, with that, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but when we come back, game 3 between 100 Thieves and Team Kurum X. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Casanova here with Hupe-san, and we've got the America's closed qualifier here for Teamfight Tactics. And Hupe, we now have our series tied up 1-1, 100 Thieves versus Team Kurum X. We'll see which one can actually advance winner's side as we take a look at the entire bracket, see how everything has been going on from the start. And Hupe, look, we've already got a couple winners locked in.
PMD already with the win, and also Team League with the Brazil powerhouse already advancing to the upper bracket, and Vitality and Onyx tied, so it will be the same as Team Kurum with 100 Thief, both ties at 1. Remember, it's best of 3, and anyone who loses goes to the loser bracket, and it's a double elimination. So anyone who loses 2 cities in a row will go out, and now we will stay once again with 100 Thief Kurum to maintain the cities and be aware of what happens with Team Vitality and Onyx in the other phase.
Yeah, it's definitely a series to watch as well. See if Team Vitality can get upset by Onyx and head to the lower bracket to kick things off. But we are going to start here. 100 Thieves versus Team Kurum X. And we've got some crabs coming through from Nico. Lots of extra resources going to both of these teams.
Yeah, the good inflation that we love in TFT. And once again, in the previous round, it was items. In the first round, it was gold. So now we have a little bit of both. So these orbs could also give duplicators, so you need to be a little flexible in terms of what you get and try to get the most of it.
Yeah, starting off on the board with T-Lides. Been a player that's really been upcoming over the last couple of sets. Now, you know, going to the culmination here with Team Kurum X, seeing if he can make it big at EWC. Player who for a while didn't have a big win, but able to pick some up a few sets ago and has just kind of continued to be considered a top player by many.
Okay, some high rolls there with the possibility of getting Cypher early. Not the best units in the orbs. No one getting a tier S comp. Spencer getting 2 Cyphers. So just trying to get 1 additional here. And should be enough for him. LeBlanc. Or maybe additional orb, something like that. Getting the Draven could be a possibility up levels. Well, obviously you want to get it organically and try to go for the LeBlanc. Once again here, Kyun also trying to go for the line. And he also needs either the LeBlanc or the Galio now.
Yeah, both of them just waiting on an extra orb, essentially, or potentially hitting that 2 cost, right? That is still possible. We'll see if either of them can actually get the Cypher online. We saw some pretty good success from our Cypher players so far. Dish Soap in that game 1, able to find potentially a win out spot from that and just really took control of the game out of that loss, the win into loss streak. And from there, I mean, Cypher definitely very strong to play around when you have your teammates who can sack for you and make it so that you don't take too much damage. The only problem is you have to watch out for the open forts, but Cypher kind of likes to come on late stage 2 anyways, so you can kind of get away with those extra, get away with not getting your streak broken.
Yeah, even in the EMEA qualifiers in the morning, we saw that 2 people in the same team can play Cypher. One of them has to play a little more tempo-ish, only getting like a gold cash out, maybe 100, and the other one can go for the big cash out. So, as you said, perfect synergy for the 4v4 because the teammates can help you cash out better.
All right, you're going to see caretakers for Dish Soap. So this time, he's going to be able to play the more tempo-oriented style, try and push some levels, get a lot of extra item economy because of that. It's going to be overflowing with items with this being also a Scuttle Puddle setup. We are going to just be seeing a couple of these other boards around, not seeing Cypher come online for anyone, but that is going to be a Poppy hero augment selected. So going to be trying to play around that Poppy carry.
Oh, nice to see the Poppy. Normally it's more offensive, so now going for that chunks that is normally, and you don't have the access to the backline. So actually very different from the archetype of the Poppy Morgana where you try to snipe the backline of the enemy. Now you simply want to focus the damage and try to go from to back and make sure the Poppy gives you as much damage as possible.
To jump around, I'm not seeing any other huge standout spots where we're knowing the exact direction, but this is a lot of 1 cost being held on the bench for Kurum. He has the Morganas and the Poppies already set up. Generally, we've had some pretty obvious Morgana spots to start, but not really seeing any immediate as we're just kind of jumping around. Going to be an Infinity Edge Slam for Kyun, so that's potentially more towards the marksman angle that we've seen in the past. You can play Misfortune out of that as well. Looks like
Yeah, get it.
Spencer missing on finding that LeBlanc. So just going to be chilling. Has Mana Zane as the pickup out of this anvil.
It's interesting. Mana Saint can be the LeBlanc comp that is actually buffed for patch 14.5. In this patch, is decent, but normally when you see Mana Saint, you're thinking about Veigar. So he's holding a Poppy. That could be the angle right here, trying to go for a cyber boss vertical angle using this unit. And the good thing is that you can hold also the Poppy and the Morgana. You will use the Poppy, you will not use the Morgana, but you try to grief the opponent. So this is normally the griefing angle. If he tries to get here the Cypher, even better. LeBlanc is a little timid right now, so she's not appearing.
Yeah, I don't know if she's shown up for either of our players that were looking for that angle. I mean, we saw... who was the other player that had it? Was it Greya at the bottom?
Oh, Greya, no, not anymore.
Greya, yeah. If it was Greya, it's not Greya anymore, but I'm curious who had the Dravens at that point, because Spencer had the Galio, right?
Yeah.
We'll have to see. If they end up getting Cypher online, I know our observers will catch it, and we'll find out. So it's just going to be looking on to see what this Poppy can have to offer. Hoopit, do you know the itemization for Hero Augment Poppy? What is the general?
I mean, normally full crick, you can go Jute Gauntlet with simply Hotch, and you only need damage and a little healing. That's normally the way you want to make it happen. Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see if he can...
Normally double Hotch plus Jute Gauntlet makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that sounds nice. And needing a lot of gloves off the carousel, and we'll see if that can get picked up. There is a Draven on the carousel. That's not... that would work, right? Because Spencer has the Galio.
Yeah.
So yeah, there we go. Cypher online. Greya tries to run there to grief, but not able to get there in time. Spencer... LeBlanc still timid, but he does have both the 3 costs. So if he does actually find that LeBlanc,
that's
in really good shape with the 4 Cypher online.
Yeah, we saw that was a win condition for this shop in the first game. 4 Cypher online early. And actually the cash out is so good. You can cash out in Wolf and give you that many ramp that it's really very difficult for anyone to win out against you once you get it. Okay, no LeBlanc. There's the 3. And not just a matter of fact of trying to... Okay, remember, Greya is still open. So Spencer needs to avoid him.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough. 2 rounds in a row, likely with Greya in the pool. Does feel like his streak is very likely to be stopped, but he hasn't started stacking the Cypher yet. However, yeah, losing that streak is pretty horrendous. When you finally got it online and you lost all this HP to make it work. It's
Greya!
And it's Greya. Spencer gonna lose the streak that he worked so hard here in stage 2 to build.
Oh, man.
And he's gonna have to start all over as Greya gets the full loss in stage 2. Yes, he has to sacrifice a lot of HP to do it, but it is all worth it to deny Spencer this perfect Cypher start.
Wow. So good for Kurum teams. Very bad here. Now for him, he will still be able to ramp up a little, but the cash out will not be close to as good as if he could be able to maintain the lose streak. But obviously this is 4v4 and you need to take it for the team. And now it will be interesting because both of them now very in parity-wise to get a good performance. This shop going for the Jewel Gauntlet. So this could be a brand, this could be many possibilities here. He decides just to go for a little tempo. Very weird for me that he decides to slam the Jewel Gauntlet even in a streak. So maybe just the augment giving some possibilities here.
Yeah, maybe happy to find potentially a winner, at least kill some units, knowing his pool. Still has Greya in his pool. Greya finally going to put some units on the board, but probably not enough to beat Dish Soap. Ends up running into replay anyway, one of the stronger players. And I'm curious if T-Lides is able to hold on to his streak as well, because Greya is definitely going to lose here. We'll see if T-Light can actually hold on. He is going to be up against the Poppy. And yeah, that is a pretty strong board with just a bunch of slams onto this Shaco. It looks like 6 copies of Shaco as well. But potentially not going in that direction with the current item slams. Instead, maybe looking to play for Marksman later on. We'll see if he can actually commit to the line.
Makes sense. Fun fact, replay. This is the 3rd game, the 3rd time he plays Morgana. So he loves the comp. And once again, we'll see him performing onto it. First game was good. Second game, not so good, even with the Blinding Jewel. And now, once again, he's 4 Morganas. Good front line. Trying to go for the Poppy. Not the best spot, but obviously he hasn't rolled still. Level 5.
Yeah,
so this is very interesting here. Yeah, could be maybe a tempo game here, trying to go for Dynamo Elise that we haven't seen so far. But remember, going for the 3-star is very dangerous in 4v4 because you can get very easily griefed by the opponent.
Yeah, maybe feeling safe enough to do it with all the extra resources coming in. Feels like he can do just like one big roll down and try and find the unit. But the extra resources also means his opponents are going to have better chances to try and hold on as he picks up Salvager there and see if there's really no items that feel worth slamming to just make use of that Salvager. So we'll see if Replay can actually make it, do anything during this game, as he is going to push to level 6. So we know it's definitely not Morgana. It does feel like it could just be Dynamo, but he does have a lot of options.
Okay, open options here for Replay. We can start to see a little of the rest of the players also, just to get a sense of where they're going through. Kurums getting the Archangels here on the Morgana, just playing a little tempo here, holding the Yumis, holding also additional possibilities. So just ramping up, getting good healing, and going for the AP line.
Yeah, Morgana is still just a good carry for the early to mid game. We see these slams now. A Hodge slammed as well for T-Lights onto the Shaco.
Okay.
Actually trying to get some healing, have some tempo with the Shaco unit. Usually the Ginsu, not the slam that we see. But I'm curious, what level was he still? Was he still 5?
Yeah, I think so.
Actually still could roll for the Shaco. It's still an option that he does have available to him with that full streak.
Okay, so gold almond here. Getting some additional items once again. The recession of items, very, very important. Even in the late game. Normally in late game, you don't want item augments, but now, very interesting to get them. And now we're seeing Clades, the only one with a win streak. Not the best options here. Still hasn't rolled the mace, so he's thinking about it. Going full spotting gloves and getting that additional attack speed and quick chance. Let's see what he opts to. Okay, no Epitaph. So just going for additional defense and superability just to get the Ginso to ramp up a little more.
Yeah, Epitaph, very nice combat augment. We go over to Pokkygom, still playing around that Poppy. And we have Riri still towards the Morgana, but no Tears. And as we said, yeah, he's still level 6, potentially playing for the Dynamo instead. Yeah, both sides, no Morgana rerollers in this game, it does feel like, but instead a couple tempo Morganas on the board, just item holding for the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Kurums, this is Dynamo, as you just mentioned, and it will be the Bram variation. Normally, we don't see that much because someone always plays Twisted Fate, but Kurum recognized that no one should be playing Twisted Fate, so he can actually go for the Ellis 3 and the Brown 3. He managed to get the comp online. He's very, very strong, and he can easily be a winner comp.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense as we jump on board with Spencer, working on that Cypher loss streak, has finally found that 4th Cypher, able to get the LeBlanc online. Spencer, really solid spot. You mentioned the potential to play around that LeBlanc with the Manazane or potentially look for Vigar. We do have blue buff plus Manazane, which would still lead towards that as an opportunity. But I'm curious how this cash out is going to pan out. And it does feel like Spencer is only going to be able to wait until 3-7 to just take whatever cash out he's given.
Yeah. If he gets the duplicators, he can go for a reroll. If he doesn't get any duplicators, he will try to do a plan B, maybe go for something else. But I mean, he will need some luck in the cash out for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's spent all of his gold as well. He's level 6, 0 or 10, I guess here. So certainly was maybe looking for that LeBlanc, trying to get the 4 Cypher online and just taking a while to find it. Feels like a bit of a low roll. I'm very curious at his 3-7 to see how he's able to stabilize. We can check around the rest of the lobby, but getting back to him for neutrals and really seeing what is going on there, it's going to be really important as we get another carousel. Kurum with the Titanic Titans, which I like, a little bit of carousel control, but also you become an HP pinata for your team with that extra 25.
Oh my god. It's so hard, man. I meet so many carousels when I'm that big. It's like you always like follow the items and you don't manage to get it and you have to do the whole full round table again. So I've been there, man. He managed to get the ball. So good angle here for him. And once again, 144. Let's see additional loot here. So let's see what Grea gets. Trying to clean up as much as possible. And trying to make a decision here.
Is he trying to grief Spencer? Yeah, he's griefing Spencer.
Wow.
He said,
Second
I want an
open
A-loss,
for...
I don't care. Make it 9. Make it 9. Spencer, come here. Spencer, come here.
This is so important because already Tlates and Kurups are in a good position regarding HP. So the most important right now is to make sure that he doesn't cash out as much as possible. He only gets this soap, so still a good possibility for Spencer to get the Cypher cash out.
Yeah, this is best case for 100 Thieves. Grea only had Dish Soap, Spencer, and Kurum in his rotation. So he decides, okay, I can either lose to Kurum, which is fine. You know, Kurum gets to keep HP.
Yeah.
Or I grief Spencer. Or worst case, I give Dish Soap kind of like this free win here. It breaks Dish Soap's loss streak, but I think Dish Soap is maybe at a point where he's okay to break his loss streak.
Sure.
I don't think he's trying to actively streak. So it's actually the worst outcome that Kurum could get, Team Kurum could get. But I still think it's a really heads-up thing to go for. And I'm curious if Grea is able to recover this position. If he can recover this position and actually not go 8th, it is massive.
Seems like an amp angle, so I mean, it is recoverable. He will just need to get the Samira, that is so important. And then the items are not slammed. He has only slammed at these globes, so he has possibility. He has a good read on the rest. And as we know, Grea has been a coach of TFT for so long. If someone can manage to get along with this, and even if he doesn't get an 8th, there is still a win cast. He has been doing so much for the team.
This is what we need, Rehube. We need to see Spencer cash out on 3-7, see what the cash is, but we need to see Grea's roll down as soon as he starts it, because that is so much gold. He is about to roll down, and if he misses, he is dead. There's no coming back from that. He has to hit this full amp comp immediately. So there's these 2 boards that we really need to see. Spencer and
first.
Grea.
Yeah, start with Spencer. Make sure we see him. This is the final fight. Kyun losing the win streak. Okay, Pokégon starting the win streak, and now let's go for Spencer. There's the cash out component, ambling, and okay.
I don't think that's a great one. That's not really what he wanted.
No possibility of re-rolling right now. He will have to play a tempo.
Let's just see what Grea is going to do, because I think it'll be 4-1 for Grea. Actually,
oh, there's the Samira. Oh my god.
He sent all that gold. He hit Samira and Annie. Like you said, he needed the Samira. His front line, you know, finding Garen, which could be okay. Strategist being added to something else is incredibly strong, because of the way it just kind of exponentially scales your damage. Being a strategist is so much value when you have the strategist trait active. But the front line is a little bit soft, but he's got 40 gold again because of all these extra resources. So he's got to go again. And let's see what Grea can find.
No, this is good. Any upgrade is good.
Annie?
It's the Annie. Okay.
We get front line.
Okay. Another Samira.
I mean, it's just a front line upgrade.
No, this is a very good spot.
He
didn't find the sack, but he finds the Garen, so he will get the mods. Normally, you want this strategist mod that is so huge because of the additional you have. Pero Samira has frontline. Very good spot for Gera. Obviously, 18 HP gives you a little concern, but I think it's good.
These next few rounds are so important for Grea because he's not fully stable yet, right? Annie 1, Samira 1, doesn't have the Samira 2 yet. The items have to go on Yuumi. But if the front line is stable enough, he's good. Hitting Spencer here is so perfect because Spencer has not spent his gold. Spencer is at the weakest point he will be for the rest of the game. He had about 50 gold to roll down. Grea cannot improve his board anymore. Spencer is going to send it right here on 4-2. We got to see what he can hit.
Okay, Aphelios 2 there for Tlates also. So marksman in place and also doing what he has to do. Okay, additional gold here. Big. Going for that level 9.
Goes to 9. Here's the roll down. Cho'Gath 2 already finding some upgrades for the front line.
Okay.
Looks like he's also going in the amp direction. Makes sense with the itemization. Gets the Annie before Grea can. And he's 9, so his Samira odds are better, but Grea did pull 2 out of the pool. And there's the Samira.
Ooh. Once again, this is the vintage comp, the normal. We started using Mana Saint here for the brand. So actually a good spot here once again. Trying to roll a little more. Getting additional.
Able to get out of the brand. Finds the 5 amp. Originally thinking about playing around the brand, but now items have to be slammed. Spencer.
Much better.
APM looking phenomenal here. Getting this board online beautifully. Frontline stable around Cho'Gath 2. Has the Kabuko pairing with it. Level 9. Has better shop odds. then Grea. And even though Grea's spot looks phenomenal now, you just said it, right? This is even better. Grea takes a loss even, going down to a single life.
And now's the final possibilities here. Grea getting the mods. So he can only get stronger from now on. The thing is, how can you stay alive? So
Strat mod Annie 2. These are huge pickups for Grea.
He can do the switch now in items. Thinking about it. Annie with only one mana generation. Okay, he decides just to go for the... Okay, I like it. Annie normally needs at least 2 mana generation items or Baron Tooth. He doesn't have it, so he decides that Yuumi is so good. And I mean, this is not a 3-cost unit. Yuumi is so good, and she's managed to win so much. So I think it's a good plan here.
Yeah, it's working out. Strat mod going onto the Samira.
Oh, Samira.
Paired. If you can get the Samira too with the strat mod, gonna be in such good shape. Going up against Kyun. Frontline does fall, but there is Tibbers to try and bail this out, and Samira gets the cast again. Grea gonna be on a nice edge the rest of the game. Only 1 life. The TG rolls on that Annie, so important. And 1 more copy of Samira, crucial for Grea to stay alive. The Zac going to his side. He can deny it from Spencer wants it, but he will settle for a Nico. He does not have Nico 2 yet.
Okay, no Nico 2. D-Show taking the bow here. And now the final phase. Very important. Avoid the 8th to get the first placement. So huge here. Spencer 14, 5 for Grea. Huge HP management now for Pokygon and Kyun that can manage to help the rest of the team. So now most important than ever, try to make sure that we know, or they know, the matchmaking, and try to make sure to maximize according to this.
Yeah, Pocky having the 3-star Poppy online. Bloodthirster replacing the second Hodge, but still pretty good items. Replay. You see that Vex online. Kurum also in AMP. He is going to be on a free fall because Spencer and Grea have taken all of the units. So Kurum is going to be struggling to put that composition together.
Okay, Tlaze, we saw him very huge there with also with the Misfortune. Strong here, and once again we saw a little of the rest of the lobby, and now Grea going up against D-Show. D-Show very strong there with the Misfortune. He doesn't have that many frontline, only Brown with 2 items, so that would be the weakness here. Totally obliterated, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Damage against damage, and the Yuumi cleans.
Oh, it is so close. The Yuumi holds on.
Okay,
Frontline issues for Grea against the damage that Dish Soap has, making it very tough, but both he and Spencer survive. And really, you know, Dish Soap and Kurum are going to be joining them on this low HP soon enough. It does feel like they're both stable, but maybe not enough when we look at Grea, right? Single frontline item on the 2-star Nico, and just at the will of these TG rolls on Annie.
Kurum's trying to roll here, management, preserving HP, still with 40 gold, so huge possibility for him to upgrade. And Grea will go up against the other 100T player, Replay. Replay, good side for the Sejuani. Should be able to get the Annie and probably avoid the Yuumi. No, goes to the front and then goes to the other side. So Yumi's free to hit right now, and she's the one carrying out the fight. Let's see if it's enough. Sejuani's out.
Tibbers. Oh.
Wow.
Using a lot of value there. Spencer is dominant right now, and he's also not on the Samira 2 yet, but that board is incredibly strong. Feels like Spencer is so safe because of the stable front line, and it's even buffed up because that's Manazane blue buff Annie. There's a ton of Tibbers just hitting the board, making even more front line for that team.
Yeah, Kyun played it well, played Anima Squad. That is not a priority right now. Maybe B+, A- composition and making it work, preserving HP, helping the team with an uncontested unit, and trying to get obviously the Leonas away from Tlates. That is actually the one who's playing marksman.
You know, it's interesting. Kyun actually has a Xayah 3 out. We see T-Lides as being forced to hold that Xayah, but I believe Kyun is on 7 copies of the unit. So it is forcing the rest of the team. No, it's 5 copies. Okay, I thought it was a 2-star on the left there. So it's not close. It's not that close. But still forcing the rest of the lobby to potentially hold on to those units, or else give him a potential win-out angle in a comp that usually does not have a win-out angle.
Okay, Kurum's trying to get here on additional possibilities. Has in the rotation Grea, So he wants to be able to manage the items to make sure he doesn't take him out. He's going up against, okay, Grea plates. Plates rotated a few rounds ago from the marksman. Now with the misfortune Seti. Pretty strong, great items with the pulse on Seti.
Oh no, Samira got taken out immediately by misfortune, obliterated. This could be a team kill if the Yumi can't get it done.
Oh, the CC.
Big cast.
The CC for the one.
Falling down. Tibbers. It's all up to Tibbers. Can he do it? Can he take down the Zeri before he shoots it out? No.
Oh, one life.
Team kill. Gray is down. And that was one of their biggest win out hopes, if not the biggest. He was about to get a second potential strategist mod to go onto the Annie to buff up even further. But he goes down to T-Lides. And it is a disaster for Team Kuromex because Spencer is on a victory march here.
Wow. I mean, the randomness there in the fight. Sejuani ulting in the exact moment. The Samira, like you just mentioned, totally destroyed in the beginning of the fight, not being able to do the raw damage that she's supposed to be doing. And as you said, the most win-out possibilities here on Grea is being lost by Team Kurum.
Yeah, they needed him to be the one to try and take down Spencer. He needed to get that second strat mod. He needed to find the Samira 2. And now he doesn't get to. And guess what? That opens up the units. Spencer should be able to easily find his Samira 2 at this point. He should be able to continue to put together this run for first. And when you have the players going out 7th and 8th with Kurum and Grea potentially, if Kurum cannot hold on, then you have to deny Spencer first, or that is lights out. They have taken replay low, but the HP not looking good for Team Kuromex.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Kurum getting a little closer to the brand, lacking 3 still for the brand 3. Exoseti, Exovex here, and there's the brand, okay? So nice here, getting additional sustain, and now the Dynamo taking place. So much mana generation already with the synergy, and as we know, so huge for the misfortune. Only thing here, Cass, maybe the Aurora is not ramping up. She's not getting anything from the board. So maybe trying to find a Kobuko would be amazing. If you don't have a brand already or a sack stacked, maybe Kobuko would be the best option here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Trying to find something to help beef up that front line, but Kurum holds on. It is big. Every win he can find. He cannot go 7th here, and he doesn't. Replay is the one to fall in 7th. It opens up a little bit more space for this Kuromex team, because now they are not required to go 1st and 2nd. They can find some other outcomes.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Spencer goes for the Kobuko, gets a Ginso in the way. Another rest. Okay, Disho decides to deny plates from the Mark emblem. And the rest simply goes for utility and try to assemble the final Exodia of their board. Okay, very important. Kurum 6 life, Spencer low in HP but with a win streak. So still both possibilities open. A little advantage for 100 Thief just for that 8th that Grea had.
Yeah, and Disho kind of forced to pick up that marksman emblem, not able to get another item for his board because he has to deny. But he's in danger of going down next. So I'm going to see if Disho can actually stabilize the board. He's not really able to use it. But he did deny it. He lies the ability to kind of play around that marksman emblem himself. We'll see. Hockey.
Okay. Yeah, Pocky with the Bastion and the Cyber Boss that we already saw. And we will stay with Kurum. Very low right now. Going up against this shop. The Misfortune is not in the best side. So she will not be able to ult the back lane. So good position, at least for not trying to assemble, but it's
second cast.
Too good. Oh no!
Oh, it's so close,
so
but
close.
On. They're both gonna be at 1 life. T-Lights takes a loss. So now, wait, did Spencer lose? Spencer's down?
Wow, with 14.
Spencer, how? Hockey Gom's Cyber Boss board capped out high enough. That might just do it. Team Kuromex might just be able to win there. Dish Soap is not in a position to win out. He would have to be the one.
Disho go 5th here. Kurum's wins 1 and it's over. It's a win for Team Kurum right now. So very important to be aware here. Kurum's Disho defining right now. Disho needs to send Kurum 5th just to prolong the fight right here.
This looks very bad for 100 Thieves. Kiyun with the HP is just Anima
with the ghost.
Dish Soap Will Dish Soap go down straight away? This is T-Lides versus Kurum. Just a team fight between these two members. Dish Soap, we have to see if he's going to go down here. As Kurum is going to fall.
Kurum's going to fall, and Dish Soap wins.
Dish Soap looks like he's got the win. Kurum
Oh my god, we have a game.
Dish Soap alive. It's not over yet for 100 Thieves. Kiyun able to sacrifice for his teammate.
Okay, so now...
Hold on a little longer.
Yeah. So the one who gets first should take the win here. So very, very important to go for a win out.
Yeah, how do they beat that board for Pokygom? Dish Soap deciding that Kiyun is in the best spot, but Kiyun playing around Anima.
Okay, there's the Anima. It's not enough. It's very difficult here. Pocky is just too strong with the Cyber Boss. He gets the total ramp. He gets the Bastion in. He has the total Exodia that you can get with this comp. It's very difficult to assemble, but he has everything. He has the Poppy, he has the Kobuko, and this should be the win out composition in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyun hit Aurora 2, Kabuko 2 as the thing that he's bringing in. Leona 2, he's hitting everything, but I just don't see it being enough. T-Lides looks like he's selling his board as well. He's saying Pocky versus Kiyun.
Yeah, they're trying to do a Hail Mary here. Yeah, the same as D-Shop did. I believe he sell his whole board, trying to get a win out or some 3-star cost. So now it's all in hands of Kiyun to try to take the win for 100 Thief.
There it is.
Slates against Pokygon. We should go see Kiyun right now.
Yeah, can he beat the Ghost? It is actually going to be the Ghost of Pocky, and he's able to get through the Ghost.
Okay.
It's a good sign. It means it may be a win.
I mean,
oh my god, wait. How many copies of Aurora was that?
No, it's duplicate. It's like fictional because one is.
It is fictional. Oh my gosh.
It gets me every time. Yeah.
I saw two on the bench. I saw him on the bench, and I thought, oh no, but it's because the way Aurora works with her cast, and she goes on the bench.
Okay, something additional. Doesn't look this like a comp that will win against the actual full cap board or Cyber Boss with Bastion, but let's see. He will try one round, test the waters, and if he doesn't, and it's very far, he will need to sell his full board and try to get something here.
Yeah, I mean, that Zac maybe has been around for a while. It's very stacked up, but this is just such a large amount of power from the Cyber Boss cap. The damage just feels like it's not enough from the Anima, but we do have, the 2 casts from the Aurora getting in the extra units, but Kabuko gets another cast off. He gets the massive shield. It's just way too much. And Kiyun,
let's stay with Kiyun.
I don't know if he can get it.
He should sell everything here because he knows he cannot win.
Yeah, but what can he even find? He doesn't have any.
I mean, you have to go for the Hail Mary because you know you're losing here. I think he okay, a little more blobs. I mean, maybe he finds an angle here, but something very important and differential needs to happen here.
He had
not enough damage.
He had to sell his extra Zayas earlier, and maybe he could have kept that window open, but I don't think Kiyun expected to be in the position where he has to win. I think they all thought it was Spencer, and Spencer finding that loss is just so unfortunate for 100 Thieves, but Team Kurum being able to rally behind Pokygom and this 6 Cyber Boss board. It is so massive. The Poppy hero augment showing up. She never believes she's the hero, but she is of this game. And of Team Kurum X taking the series against 100 Thieves. And I think people would consider this a small upset. Not crazy. These teams are pretty evenly matched, but the fact that Team Kurum X is able to take this down, huge, to continue on this tournament on the winner's side.
Great preparation here on the selection of line. Poppy very strong, and he knew this. He knew this and played amazing. First game, total domination from 100 Thieves. Second game is very close, and now finally taking the win. Team Kurus advanced to the upper bracket, and now we have 100 Thieves in the lower bracket cast with one additional possibility to advance and get a chance to get to the finals of EWC.
Yeah, it's terrifying to be there, right? Double limb bracket. It's nice to have the blanket where one loss isn't everything, but now back's against the wall. It's one more loss and you are done. You do not get to go to EWC this year. Yes, only a few wins to get away from that. Only the bottom 3 teams will not advance, but you do have to pick up these wins now or never.
Yeah, only to recognize Grea. I think the team played amazing because Grea also had a win out spot and he went 8th. And even because of that, Team Kurums managed to get the win here. So now we will start prepping for the next series. Remember, we have both loser and winning bracket. So we will try to choose the best option to be aware and to give you the best show. So Cass, how do you find it so far? Are your expectations met so far?
Yeah, I mean, we felt like this series was going to be really exciting, really close back and forth. And it came down to a 1v1 at the end. And even, that spot with Spencer maybe having a win out. But who knows if Spencer is even able to beat the Cyberboss board with just how powerful it was towards the end of the game. It was the board that took him out. It was the board that stopped him from hitting the rest of his upgrades. And Pokygom able to clutch up. It's just so amazing. It coming down to the last fight between 2 players at the end.
Yeah, and for me, my most surprise was that Morgana is not actually highly performing as is performing, for example, in ranks, and actually Amp is being the one. But obviously, in Amp, you need the Samira, but when you need it, she shows up. She's not teaming like the blank for Cypher that we were talking about. So actually, the Amp players are doing amazing. They're hitting that Samira on time and tempo, and obviously having the recognition of playing, for example, the Poppy hero augment in the moment that they did is what making the difference. So both teams still alive, and we have a lot of TFT still to come.
All right, well, with that, we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we will have our next series here at the road to EWC, so don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss any of the action.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go. Chase ya. If you scream, I'll whisper la di da di da.
Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of this two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Casanova here with Hupe Son with the America's closed qualifiers for Teamfight Tactics. We just saw 100 Thieves get knocked to the lower bracket by Team Kurum X, and now we have some more matches to cover. We got at least 2 more matches that we're going to cover today, Hupe. How has it been delivering for you?
I mean, it has been amazing. Obviously, the team performance and the way they're handling carousel and the rest has been so great to watch. Vitality 2-1. One of the favorites for the team had a huge low start here for Onyx winning the first, but actually taking the win. Is going up against PMD, and that will be our featured series. We will see as much as 3 games from them. Citadel Gaming got abolished here by PMD. Then Zero Tenacity lost 2-0 against Team Liquid, the Brazilian representative. And finally, Team Kurum's taking the 2-1 that we just saw against 100 Thieves, who started strong, but then couldn't close it out in the end.
Yeah, so we got that, match between Liquid and Team Kurum X. A little bit of a grudge match there, of course, since they were both Team Liquid, but of course Liquid could only have one roster. They went with the Brazilian representatives and then have Vitality versus PMD match. But we also have the lower bracket matches. That's going to be Onyx versus Citadel Gaming on one side and Team Z10 versus 100 Thieves on the bottom. So 2 of these teams will already not be advancing onward to the EWC. One of Onyx and Citadel Gaming and one of Team Z10 and 100 Thieves. Do or die situation.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, 8 teams, only 5 will have the chance to qualify either directly, the top 3, or indirectly with the global qualifiers next week, and that will be the 4th and the 5th player at the end of all of this tournament. Remember, this is a 3-day qualifier. First time that we have this for America and for the rest of the major regions. So happy to be here once again, Cass, and we're getting ready for the next round. And here it is once again. The bye. She's not timid, so we will have 2 component outmakes to start the game right now. Vitality against PMD.
Yeah, we're gonna kick things off. We got the mole divers versus the dogs coming through PMD. It's so funny because it's like one of the more aggressive little legends that exists, and then it's just a bunch of little moles wandering around next to them. Very funny dichotomy between these 2 teams. But PMD having a lot of these up and coming players. You're talking about how good JD Zielinski is for the not so much credit that he may get, and then also a player like Little Top finally having a top performance at a cup. Little Top to the top has been, the mantra for so long, and finally, having that chance and winning in the first round of these EWC qualifiers, trying to put himself in a great position, but gonna have to go through probably the best 4v4 team in the Americas, at least, based off the results of the last year and just how long this team has been together as a group of friends competing and playing in TFT. That is Vitality with Soju, Setsuko, Prestivan, and Milk.
Yeah, they've been playing so much and know each other so much that they're able to play loose trick, to control the carousel, to help each other, to manage and to preserve JP, to know exactly how many units to put to lose by 1 or 2 units. So they have this game so studied. These are probably the players that invest most game in TFT overall in the world. They love the game. One time in EWC, I asked Hetsuko, how do you stream 12 hours every day? And he was like, I don't know, man. I just love the game. So that was the best answer I think I could have gotten from him.
Absolutely. You have to love it to do that much. And we are going to see a lot of extra HP to work on for everybody in the lobby. Everyone getting that extra 10. So we will see how that ends up affecting this. As you know, that is just more health to work with when you're going for something like a Cypher loss streak, or even just a regular loss streak into a win out. And that is something that a lot of Vitality players are known for. And yeah, Hero Augment was big in that last game with the Poppy. We could see the Wolf Unchained.
It's very playable. In the vertical of Anima Squad, we could really see him, and it's not a meme comp. He decided not to roll him. So I think that will be the shows. And there it is. We're seeing the Wolf. Ooh. And very, very playable here. Vertical Anima Squad. Perfect spot for him. Already had the angle. So Jungle Book cooking a little here. I love it.
Yeah, it's a great spot for him, right? Because he's already got the 4 Seraphine. So he's just immediately in a good position to be playing this. Going to be able to get an item slam down on to that Silas as well. Going for that Hodge. And we actually are going to see a Vigar 2 picked up already on the side of Prestivant. And he's got the Pandora's items to start getting perfect items. So maybe a Cyber Boss angle from that side, since you just have it so early.
Okay, holding the Silas also in the bench. Trying to delay as much as possible. But, I mean, he's just too strong. At the beginning, Ginso here for JD Zelinsky, trying to propose a good tempo line, maybe going for marksman in the end, already with some vanguards. So we should see a little of the rest of the players just to have an idea of what the rest are playing. Here we have the Morgana angle for Soyu. That would be the preference, already a tier, so good angle also for him.
Over on the board with Setsuko. Going to be getting that support item later after this dummy sticks around for a little while. Looks like popping the anvil. He's got these tanky bruisers for the front line, and I always love this like golden ox start, try and farm some extra gold when you find an early Graves. Actually able to kind of put together a pretty decent board to pick up some kills here, and just kind of have to hope that the Graves is the one who kind of grabs these last hits. But with 2 executioners, should be able to get that a lot of the time. And having the double upgraded front line of these bruisers with the Mundo and the Alistar, pretty nice.
Yeah, he's just going to auto-attack until death the rest of the enemies. So good to see. And he decides to commit for the AD line. So even Shroud is being slammed here for Setsuko. Going for that AD line. Could be Miss Fortune, could be Marksman, probably Miss Fortune Seri. We will have to check later the Exotech item. Preparation there for Bobster, and he will be the one competing for the Morgana angle.
All right, yeah, as you said, looked like we had that Morgana angle available, just trying to lose streak a little bit early on, get some carousel priority, get some early pickups, and it is going to be contested for those poppies as Preston playing around that Vigar. He does have a couple poppies already, but really it is just having that Vigar too early, trying to pick up some extra kills while still maintaining a loot streak, and potentially look to turn things around on stage 3 and start to win a little bit more, especially because the blue buff is already there.
And Lil Top is also playing Morgana. So obviously everyone cannot play Morgana. Some of them will try to pivot out and play maybe Dynamo Elise or something like this. But this will change a lot the dynamic of the gameplay right now.
Yeah, very funny. I mean, we did see a lot of Morgana priority in the last series, but it wasn't kind of the dominant force across the board. But it does feel like both of these teams still very high Morgana priority on this patch. We've talked about it a lot, right? Just the 1-cost reroll. A lot harder for players to just hold your units and stop you from hitting because the pools, the back sizes are so large. So we do have multiple players being able to go into that comp. It supports multiple players. Now, I am interested though, if we have 2 Morgana players and the Vigar player, it's not going to support that many poppies. We're not going to be able to just like get those 3-star poppies. It's just very unlikely that they're all going to get online.
Yeah, 100%. It will be an angle. Can I maintain without the Poppy? The Poppy is too important in the comp. You actually need the Poppy to give you the additional damage, to heal you. And we have seen already in the last game of 100 Thief versus Team Kurums that the Morgana, if she doesn't have the Poppy 3, that's the total differential. So maybe some donkey rolling until 0 on 3-1 we will start seeing. I think the dynamic will be very different. So very important to see how much they roll in 3-1.
Yeah, it'll open up the door a little bit for some of these other players. who are not in that line. And also that Wolf Unchained, right? If we do end up having this many one costs being rolled down, it really should open up that Silas to get hit very early alongside the Seraphine. And that just makes it so that comp will be able to skyrocket. Jungle Book will be put in a really phenomenal position from there. If we look through, nobody has been able to full win streak, but it looks like Little Top should be on that full loss at 96 HP, bottom of the tables, and we'll see if he can hold on to that or if Soju ends up contesting.
Yeah, crazy that Setsuko's still winning here. Actually in a great spot for him because he will actually get stronger when he pops here something additional. And still maintaining, being good. And the rest right now, I think this is the combo before the storm. They're only preparing. We're seeing Lil Top still not slamming here, trying to go for some significant angle, holding some nitros that we know he will not play, at least in the mid game. So just going for the Exotech Flux Capacitator, okay? Not the worst item right now for Seri if he wants to go for that line. Obviously, we prefer Pulse, the red one. And Lil Top, obviously, I think he's just waiting. Obviously, he has AFK. He's just waiting to see what the rest are playing, what I'm going to do, what will I slam, and how can I help my team in the better way.
Yeah, he's keeping the loss streak. I mean, and he's on the AFK, so he's rich. He's filthy rich. He's pumped XP once as well, right? And now he's level 5, 50 gold, going into Krugs. I mean, I look at this and I say, Lil Top should play Amp, right? I mean, he's got a tier, he's got a rod, he's got some really decent items to go in that direction. And he's so rich that he can get there and roll first and get into that premier comp before anyone else.
Yeah, priority here to watch should be Jungle Book, also Soju. They should be rolling for the Morgana. Well, we have a lot of Morgana rollers right now, so Bobster, Lil Top, we can see many of them. So on 3-1, they should be rolling. So let's just be attentive. Okay, Poppies, this is so important. It's the most important unit right now. Everyone is looking for it. And now Bobster getting a better angle here, getting the Poppy too.
Yeah, Bobster, I feel like, is in a position where he might want to go a little deep here. It's interesting because he's got the preparation. So actually, like, slow rolling can sometimes be favorable. So you can stack up the prep. But also, he's, like, racing another player to hit these. So kind of feels like he's got to roll, especially because he's getting close. So yeah, let's see him dig for this. He does find more poppies. There's second Morgana too. Looks like Soju holding on to all his rolls. He actually went to 5, so he's not going to dig at all.
Okay, so you start rolling, so we can go back to Lil Top of Bobster. Try to see also the additional roll down here. He decides not to roll, so maybe this is tempo for Soju, okay? He will just play tempo here. Okay, he maintains in 34. He find the same way we saw. We didn't lose anything. We saw 2 Morgana 2, some poppies. So this will be a reroll, and Soju is the one who decides to pivot out. He goes to level 5, and he will not play Morgana.
Yeah, not probably Amp for Bobster, because he's now going to get like full value out of his prep. He's scared people out of the line. He's going to be able to find the Morgana. He still needs to hit it pretty fast, and yeah, he's going to get a win-loss, losing to Jungle Book here. But Jungle Book is able to hold on to a really big streak here, so overall a positive for PMD.
He finds one more Silas, so 2 Silas away from getting the Silas tree and the Wolf online for Jungle Book. Additional augments here. We have gold.
Here's Milk selection.
Okay, Milk. He needs combat here. He needs combat, but not only combat. He needs immediate power combat. So maybe... Yeah, the mace is the best here. You get an item, you get additional stats. He needs to maintain the win streak here.
Jungle Book deciding to roll a little bit on 3-2, dipping down closer to 30 gold. Looking like, feels like he's going to win, so going to sit at 39, see if he can make that break point.
Gets a Saya, still far away from Seraphine. That is a good secondary carry in the comp. But close to the Silas, that is so important. Bobster, still with the same, 2 Morganas, Poppy 2. He decides to maintain above 50 gold. Now that he's not contested, he can wait a little more for the ramp up and starting to win. So Zelinsky, 4 ciphers, 26. So just trying to kill units here, 2 lose streak only. And he will get a decent cash out. It will not be an amazing one, but obviously something to get good tempo. And then try to pivot out of this comp and play something a little more refreshing for the mid game, maybe marksman.
Yeah, I feel like currently, off the little bit we're seeing, I'm liking PMD's spots a little bit better, but There's some good scaling out of Vitality. They decided to not really go for the reroll. So if they're able to hit their 4 costs when they go for it, it is going to be huge for this Vitality squad. Little Top does decide to go amp, right? He went to 7. Does not find any of the 4 costs he needs, but it does look like he's angling that direction.
Yeah, totally. Amp is normally the out, as you just mentioned, when you cannot play the Morgana, or you play the Super Elise, but obviously very difficult to hit 3-star, 3 costs as we just mentioned, because everyone will grief you out. Soyu, here's the Morgana, just playing tempo Morgana 1, so he couldn't even get a good holder here in the Morgana, regretfully. And let's see what he managed to get out. He goes for the Pandoras, so this will allow him to get good items. He's trying to go for the Gnasher Tooth and get perfect items, going for that amp angle and getting a good Annie in.
Yeah, he's got a lot of gold, and he's got this extra, essentially 28 gold in rerolls that he has banked up. And so he just needs to find his angle to go for that amp. He needs to get to level 8. And he's going to make all this extra econ with the Lost Streak to try and get there. Potential to just grab anything he wants. Holding
about the
spat.
Okay.
Denies the tier from Little Top instead. And also, I mean, Soju probably doesn't hate that tier if he is going for amp. Will need 1 more mana item for the Yuumi. At the end of the day, Prestiven's the one who ends up getting to pick up that spatula.
Okay, spatula for Prestiven. Will be interesting to see what is the angle. He's playing Veigar, so some possibilities here for him. At least if he's maintaining the angle. Okay, there it is.
Wow. Hit Mana Zane when he was already in the Veigar angle. That's a big pickup for Prestiven to increase the cap that this comp has. Doesn't have a lot of copies of Veigar yet, but he probably has not rolled that much gold yet, being only 3-5, hit level 6. Only on the 4 copies, but yeah, still a lot of time. And the Mana Zane helps this comp stabilize on a win streak where, when I look at this board, I mean, I don't know that this Veigar is always going to be able to streak here, but I think with the Mana Zane, it just makes a huge difference, as we do see that Starry Night has paid dividends and Morgana 3 has been picked up on the other side.
Oh, making a good work here with the Morello. Normally, you don't prefer the Morello, but it's good if you don't have anything else, because you actually want to have superability here. So no healing for now. Morgana 3, where once again, you need the front line for the Morgana to have a chance to get the tick damage. And in the end, he managed to get it, so Prestiven take a loss here. Very small. And right now, the only one with the win streak is Jungle Book. Pretty strong. And taking the lead here for the team.
Yeah, the Veigar counter, 3-starring your unit. So he does less damage. This is a big pickup, and it does end up making all the difference. Prestiven losing that win streak when he really wanted to save up a bunch of gold. Veigar's being held on other boards. Look, Little Top here doing so as he's got the strategist in, going for that amp line, but still hasn't found everything that he wants. Lobster, 1 away from Poppy. It looked like 1 or 2 copies of Poppy needed. Looks like 2, but does have the Jack.
Okay, let's see the Tom. Once again, as you said, three mana regeneration items is the most important. Normally, you don't have a good tank. You only have the Neko. So your Archer tank is the Tivers. So that's why it's so important to get those items in. Bobster maintaining here a good win. So he goes to Neutras with a 3 win streak and Jungle Book also. So PMD in a good position here. Milk and Setsuko, the one taking the lead. For Vitality, Jarvan 2 there for Milk. Nafiri for Lil Top, so everyone upgrading a little.
Yeah, they're really not letting Prestiven equitably roll for this Veigar before he even had a chance to roll down at all. I think there's 5 or 6 copies being held by PMD. It makes it really unappealing to force your way into that line and actually roll down. I'm curious if instead it'll just be leveling for Cyberboss and using it to bridge towards something like the Ziggs, or if you kind of have to commit and just try and brute force your way through all these extra health copies.
Yeah.
Soju, pretty good roll down though.
Pairs.
Finds the Annie pair.
Very close. He needs to roll deep here. Try to stabilize. Very close to being strong. Oh my god. Pair of Annie. Okay, he gets the Yuumi, but it's not enough for him. And now Milk, just to have an idea, double crit. And he goes for standard Vanguard plus Marksman. Just trying to get good placement here for the team. And Setsuko is going for Street Demons.
Yeah. Street Demon just playing around the Jinx for now.
Normally,
Probably just trying to push 9. Look,
Wow,
maybe
yeah.
at the Samiras.
yeah, this is full tempo play, preserving HP. Not any possibility of Jinx 3 here. Holding the Misfortune. So this could be simply a transition into Misfortune Seri probably.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's a good point. With the Ginsu and the rest of the items slam, that definitely could be the spot. And we do have all the units being held for that on the side, but still ways away from getting into that composition. 73 HP to hold on to, and we do get Prismatics to tie a bow on this. Flurry of Blows, potential option for that comp, but he's going to roll that away as we've got additional gold and combat on the left side. Potentially going to want some of that. Maybe Bulky Buddies looking good enough. Try and beef up this front line. Rolls it down. Ends up just going for invested. Gonna need a lot of gold to get into the Zeri comp he wants, and he finds the Zeri. So we're gonna see a full transition with that 45 gold coming in from Setsuko.
Jungle Book still pretty strong here with the vertical, and Zelinsky, we didn't saw him so much here. He's playing Exo, a little vertical in the Exo. This is not normal.
Trait tracker.
Okay, the Misfortune Seri, so 5 Exo. He will not work with the vertical, that is not good. Good items for Seri, and now trying to go for the Misfortune. So also, he will be the one also contesting then Setsuko. So both Setsuko and JD Zelinsky going for the Seri Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy trait tracker setup, right? Look, he's able to even get the rapid fire emblem and has a Renekton online. So he's able to just get the rapid fire Renekton. Yes, it's probably not going to be 6 rapid fire Renekton like that full setup, but it is just infinite traits on, and it's also prismatic cybernetic bulk on top of the trait tracker. This is a great board at the end of the game, and he's just got to be able to find a couple of these small upgrades. He's looking for the Zeri 2, and then eventually maybe even can go for Renekton 2, as the front line is so beefed up by cyber bulk and trait tracker.
Yeah, that's actually perfect what's happening here. Decides to ramp up. Jin, no more items here. Getting all the items here on the Seri Dynamo, so a little more mana generation to get more cast in. And now the Mordekaiser, the Syndicate Mordekaiser, taking their additional defense. Good positioning here for the Sejuani. She will be able to cast and get the 2 carries from Prestiven.
Yeah, you said item recession, but trait tracker kind of breaks that wide open, right? And we get all these bonuses for the team. Exo getting the bonuses for having the items on them stacked up. Then you're also getting the bulk bonus. You're getting just all of this extra value. And that trait web is looking really nice for JD Zelinsky. And we'll see if he can convert this into a top 4.
Okay, we see some interesting here. The Urgot, not a priority now in the meta. Boombot is very strong, but we haven't seen it. Very specific, the way we could play it. And now Soyu just trying to grief here. Goes for the rod. Additional damage here. Setsuko getting the Leona, very important. Negating the marksman players from getting the ramp up. And now half of round 4, very important. Anyone, and now here's where we see, according to the matchup, the transferability of HP. How can I help my teammates here, and how can we ensure the winning angle? Oh, and this is a way to find the Samira early here for Little Top. Or the 5 amp imp. Remember, 5 amp in the next patch, that is the actual one, is already nerfed because it's too much HP. It's like 600 HP per unit. So this is so much superability. It's the only thing the amp already needs, already so many damage. So great spot here for Little Top.
Yeah, and he's got Blazing to continue to buff up these carries as well, get so much damage out. Losing a little bit of mana gen on the Annie, but still pretty good with Shojin Nashers to try and get those Tibbers out. The front line is heavily lacking, but Tibbers can help supplement, and maybe it can be enough going up against Prestiven, and it is against Prestiven. It is enough to get it done and find a win. Take a big chunk of Prestiven's HP, and he's now at the bottom of the tables.
Wow. Okay, Lil Top played it very well. Economy items, double combat augment then. And now Zelinsky. Still with only Seri 1. Still with Misfortune 1. So Zelinsky in a dire spot here with 37 HP. Prestiven looking good. Lacking the 3rd item, but having the 2 best items here for Seri. Good front line. But for this phase of the game is lacking a little power still. Yeah,
these boards are going to cap high because that extra 10 HP on everyone. Econ Augs setting up so players can get very strong. And Little Top, while he's lacking frontline, the damage is there. It's been enough for him to pick up some wins. The Annie being able to supplement it so well. The clone from Viego just putting another unit on the board, helping supplement. Makes these fights close, but Tibbers helps to close them out every time. And the Blazing Soul as well just means that his board does so much damage. I want to point out, JD, we think maybe in a little trouble until he hits his upgrades, but he's Renekton pair, Zeri pair. So it's just one of each, and then he's in such a good spot.
Nice. Setsuko also looking for that Seri, so both of them with the pair. Very important. Whenever one of each of them hits it, the rest of the team has to avoid that the enemy gets it. So very important. Getting mods here for the Garen.
Tough.
Not getting strategies. It's normally the one that you want. So just trying to look for something interesting here. Street Demon doesn't give you so much. Just going for Ox and getting a possibility here to start ramping it up a little.
Ox
It's
mod
weird because
he doesn't have Ox in.
yeah, but you don't get the trade. You only get the unit. So
Yeah, exactly,
even if he gets the money, he needs to hit the Viego now.
Yeah, so it doesn't do anything for the time being, right?
Yeah,
It's just,
exactly. Yeah, a little weird. But I mean, the other options were not great either.
No, they weren't.
This one at least has potential to do something in the late game. Okay, Bobster with Shyvana 3, Leona 2 for Milk with the Vanguards. He was actually lacking a good front lane, going for full crit. And now we're seeing Bobster. Good front line, lacking one good defensive item here on the Poppy. And nothing to slam actually here, so Poppy will maintain with only 2 items here, Cass.
Yeah, rough items, but does have, that full prep board, which is very, very strong. And, Soju actually, this is a really nice adaptation with the, to try and improve the front line of this amp comp, getting the 4-star Nidalee with the Greater Moonlight. Helps buy a lot of space, but this is just too much power from the Wolf. Taken down K3. Soju there dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Soju decides to wait, but he gets punished. And now, because he needs to quit waiting, and he will go to level 9 with additional rolls, but he will not have enough gold. And normally the amp comp needs that Samira early, and he will just try to ensure it in level 9. So maybe he will stack 1 or 2 more rounds, and then go for that level 9 and go for the win out with very little HP.
Yeah, JD has hit the Zeri 2, but yet to find that last copy of Renekton that he needs. But he is going to be first pick on the carousel, and we could see him get completely bailed out by a Renekton there. As he goes up against Jungle Book, and this, Wolf Unleashed Silas has just been absolutely crushing so many of these boards. Curious to see if JD can actually get there with the Zeri and the Renekton as the dual carry. And I think just all this HP he's getting, all this value, the trait tracker, the bulk, and he's still pumping up from the beginning of the game. And JD now just climbing the leaderboard as the HP is very close between Milk at the top with 37 and Soju at the bottom with 20.
Yeah, all HP very ramp up, so no one will be able to transfer HPs for another. So is anyone by his side? So individual play will be important. Getting a late sack, little blobs to roll here. There's the pair. Shouldn't be enough. Setsuko already with everything 2-star except the Sejuani. So it would be a 1-cast Sejuani for sure. And let's see if it's enough. Very, very low. Zelinsky, Liltop, Setsuko, Soju in the bottom. No one wants to go 8th. Trying to get a breather here. So Liltop will face the super here, the Super Wolf from Jungle Book. So it's a teammate matchup here.
Yeah, it feels like Little Top has not found an upgrade in quite some time. Just kind of continuing to roll down, looking for the Nico, looking for the Zac upgrade. He's held on above 50. It seems like he wanted to go 9, but now, I mean, he's in quite a pickle going into this carousel where he barely has enough gold to make it to 9. He's just gonna have to slam something in and hope he hits immediately. So see what Little Top can get online. There is the Viego that I think Soju wanted.
Yeah.
Might be able to get denied.
So if he doesn't have the Samira, he will prefer the Samira. Okay, Setsuko gets the Samira because Lilto was looking for it. So now Soju goes out. That's nice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Little Top needed the Samira for his game, so Setsuko takes it away, but Soju needed that Viego for his. So Little Top at least gets a little revenge, potentially on the way out. We'll see if he can hit, because he's going to have to roll here. He's going to have to level and roll. He's only going to have about, 10, 15 gold to actually roll with at the end. There we go. It's actually even less than that. Nico 2, I mean, that is the frontline upgrade.
Pretty good.
That's probably all he's going to find, is Setsuko doesn't have too many upgrades himself. It looks like just a race to the bottom between Little Top and Setsuko. This game is so close. You really need every single point here. Samira 2 for Soju.
That's my streamer, man. Amazing. Getting very, very strong. Only one item. Normally, she's not the carry. She's a synergy bot. But now that she's 2-star, she will do amazing also. And it's time to get some good items here. Lil Top going up against Prestiven here. Let's see if it's enough to get out. No, sorry. It's not Prestiven. It's the other full, the Lil Top composition. Okay. Lil Top, Milk is the vanguard. Oh!
Yeah,
it was Lil Top. Okay, so Setsuko 8th, Lil Top 7. And it's still an open game, Cass, here. Because, okay, +1 for PMD. Remember, you need to win 3 direct matchups. Is the easiest way to consider. So, a little advantage here for PMD, but totally open still for anyone.
Yeah, HP lead, but as you're saying, it's close enough. And the fact is, Little Top being able to grab that 7th. You talked about it in pairs, right? Winning as many pairs as possible. PMD picks up the first one. We know that they've got a couple good spots, right? Jungle Book actually finding a way to kind of cap that anima with the Wolf Unchained. But Soju being able to pick up the Samira 2, I think that's going to be a linchpin for Vitality here, as Milk on the Vanguards has fully upgraded the board. Everything is upgraded. Everything is good. Has a Radiant item on the Xayah, but the cap of this lobby has been quite high. So while this Vanguard board could do well in a lot of other lobbies, it might not be enough here, as on the other side, that is an upgraded Urgot for Prestiven alongside the Executioner with the Vex. And it's just too much damage. Milk is going to have to take the loss there, but he does not go down. And meanwhile, Vitality picks up a couple other big wins, as Jungle Book and Bobster both fall very low.
Wow. Okay, so Milk in a very difficult position. Prestiven with a lot of gold going to level 9. Soju also level 9, capping his board, looking good for Vitality. But they have the handicap of losing the first matchup in the 8th place. So still very close. And this will be the most important round. Milk, Bobster, 1 life. Very important the next matchup.
Yeah, JD still not finding Renekton, but it looks like he is trying to go to level 9 to do so. Once he found the Zeri, stabilized, won 5 fights in a row. Now has the space to go 9, try and ensure that Renekton gets hit, and also be able to add another unit to the board. Even stronger, Bobster rolling down, finds the Sejuani too. Or any other upgrade for him to find? Just Galio too, realistically. Maybe some of these 5-cost upgrades. He finds the Galio at the end.
Okay. Mil just trying to get anything that makes his board stronger. Trying to survive this round. So important for him. Gets an additional IE. He already had 2, so why not? Let's get 3. He already have the base help of Marksman with a lot of AD. So he just wants an additional crit. Goes for the Jinx. And now very important, Leona in the strong side is on the left. So a good placement here for the Sejuani. Should get a huge ulti here and get both carries. Only gets the Aphelios, but that's the important one. That's the one who's ramping up. And let's see if it's enough. Still holding up. The Poppy getting...
Leona.
Oh, Leona good.
Leona holds on. That's a win for Milk.
And Bobster's down.
Bobster.
Okay.
And that opens the door for Vitality, but they are all single digits. They're all on 1 life. And PMD has 2 players with 2 lives left apiece.
Wow, so very likely right now that someone from Vitality will go in 5th place, and that will mean it will be a parity in average placement. So the one who goes first will be the one to win. So that will be our main focus from now on. Who has the win out spot? Who gets the first place and managed to get the win for the team?
Felt like Soju might have a win out angle. We see another 5-cost upgrade for Prestiven, but it feels like the Executioners are just not doing enough. The Urgot, it is very strong, but it's not like the Boombot Urgot that just does so much. This is just kind of what has been pieced together by Prestiven. He's going up against Soju, and it's just a fight to see which of them is stronger, who's going to have the better shot. Looks like Soju's able to take that down. Milk wins against Jungle Book, but as you said, there is the placement parity, and it all comes down to who's able to grab the first.
Yeah, Soju, Zelinsky should be the ones most stronger right now. Zelinsky with a win streak. Soju very, very strong with the Samira here, Samira too. And Zelinsky is just, it just doesn't make sense. Already has the Renekton 2, got the Kobuko 2 also. Good frontline, good ramping speed. I mean, this just doesn't make sense. You need a little, yeah. So you will need so many RNG in favor to get the possibility. So it will be Jungle Book against... Oh, okay. Goes directly. Let's go to the other fight.
So does Milk.
Okay, they just surrender. Okay.
Down to JD versus Soju.
Yeah, they knew. I mean, we were not doing anything here. It's just the first place and they're the strongest one. So they just wanted to make sure they get priority in carousel. Both of them with priority. And now final phase. JD Zelinsky, 2 or 3 lives here, Cass. Soju only 1 life to manage.
Yeah, Soju's going to have to make this work. But this trait tracker, Cyber Bulk, he's been pumping up since the beginning of the game. I feel like this Greater Moonlight has fallen off just a little bit, right? The 4-star, 1 cost, not scaling fully into the late game, but 3 great items on the Samira, 3 perfect items on the Annie. You have the upgraded Viego. If you can hold on a little bit, if you can win a fight, win 1 more, get to the extra items, you might be in great position. But at that point, you're already winning, and that's probably going to get it done. So let's see how the fight RNG goes. A big stun from the Sejuani. Samira is going through, trying to take out the backline, but nothing goes down. It's all still healthy, and there is just too much health, too much damage, too much power for JD Zelinsky, and PMD is going to pick up game number 1 over Vitality.
Wow, that was so good for Zelinsky. We were talking about him, the great performance he's been having. Close, Cass, totally close. Going to the final fight here. Soju did his best. Great positioning, trying to avoid the Sejuani as much as he could, but it wasn't enough. So first game goes to PMD. Remember, it's a best of 3 series. So if PMD gets the next round, they will advance in this winner bracket to get also with another chance of opportunity to qualify directly to EWC. Vitality, I mean, they're playing good. They just need to focus, keep doing what they're doing, and maybe try to have a win-out player, ensure that win-out player that with more confidence than now.
Yeah, it is big. The pressure is on now for Vitality, but we have to think back to the first round of this tournament. Vitality lost game 1, able to rally, bring it back in games 2 and 3 over Onyx, and so we know they've got it in them. This was a very close match. As you said, it came down to the very end there. That spot was great for JD, has a perfect trait tracker win out, and Vitality just needed to do a little more after it was recognized that it's very unlikely that anyone is going to beat JD the second he can get that Renekton 2 online.
Yeah, also talking a little about comps, we saw the Sylas hero. Great to see the Wolf in action.
Yeah.
MF Seri, we weren't seeing so much, and Zelinsky there with Setsuko, getting the units from Setsuko, getting more ramp up, so Setsuko couldn't perform well. And Milk with the marksman just trying to maintain tempo. It's difficult, Cass, because some of these tempo comps are not actually getting good in the late game, so just preserving HP. This is what happened to Milk. He preserved a little HP, but it wasn't enough, so you need that win-out player. So I hope at least in the next one, they have a good plan to know, okay, you will try to go the win-outs, let's try to focus resources to you.
All right, well, we'll see if Vitality can bounce back in game 2. We're going to go to a short break, but the road to EWC continues right after this. Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hoopus on here for the America's closed qualifier for Teamfight Tactics. We just had our first game of the second round, this time between Vitality and PMD. And PMD coming out with the early upset, picking up that first game, and now on match point from sending Vitality to the lower bracket and locking up a spot at least at the global qualifiers. So still maintaining a chance at EWC, no longer having to be fearful of going home today.
Yeah, 100%. Very important, no, to get that mental in, to get into tomorrow with already a chance. You already know you're going at least to global, and then have a chance to go direct. That is obviously a dream, and you can prepare wherever place you want. Remember in last game, as you said, upset here for Vitality. Soju was the one that was selected to win. Even we saw 2 surrenders in the bottom because they were so close. They just sold the whole board. And in the end, Zelinsky was just too powerful, Cass. He had the bulk together with the combo that you mentioned to me with Trade Tracker. So it was just too much power. And now we are going to see what Milk called the low roll encounter. So this is an artifact. Anyone who gets Blight in duel, anyone who gets a good defensive one, could be in a good position, but there are a lot of artifacts that don't give you direction.
Yeah, we'll have to see these Anvil pops come through, kind of take stock of what everybody's got. Like you said, right, the Blighting Jewel. I know you had mentioned to me another time, Spectral Cutlass can give you an avenue as another potential way to play. We'll see
especially
what the hits end up being.
Yeah, Spectre Koslar, amazing in Nafiri, if you manage to get that angle. And she just totally 2 shots any backliner. So it will be interesting here. So good angle here for Milk, going for Techies. Techie Bruisers, obviously very flexible to go for any unbuilt artifact here. And once again, Vitality 0-1 behind PMD. So they're playing themselves the possibility of maintaining themselves here in the upper bracket, if not lower bracket, and tomorrow they will have to face the rest of the team to try to maintain and keep alive here in the EWC road to EWC. Jungle Book, okay, Koma 2, good holder, maybe not ideal if he doesn't get to get that angle, but obviously great unit, 1 cost, gives you a possibility of tempo. Yeah,
Shaco Mundo, because Shaco can also be kind of activated from some of these potential anvils. So we actually see quite a few players kind of holding on their copies of Shaco, keeping
Rapid
it
fire.
as an early game option.
Yeah. Normally Shaco, you want to give him some range, scoop weapons if you can manage to get the prismatic, and obviously with the ambush possibility, we can have some options here. And now the moment. Let's see who pops first. Slayer Crest. Okay,
you know what's crazy? Crown Guarded with Unending Despair is kind of sick, but it's really like you'd have to feel like it was a Crown Guarded spot and then also see the Unending Despair.
Makes sense. Makes sense here. Thinking about Worth Path.
Yeah.
It's actually easier in 4v4 because your team can help you get to the 80 damage first. But no, this decides to go against the rapid fire dummy. So not amazing. You prefer the emblem, but obviously gives you the path to go there.
That's the tough spot, right? Because, yeah, Rapid Fire is actually a great +1. But really, it's great because you get to play Rapid Fire Renekton later. That's why it's so good. As we see, Setsuko.
No scout, no pivot, so he will maintain with Morgana for sure.
This is just an Infinity Force for Prestivan. It's a good item, but nothing crazy, nothing game warping initially here that we're seeing. No Blighting Jewels, no Cutlasses. There's a Hullbreaker and a Mogul's Mail. Okay. So Milk leaning into the anvils here with his gold augment as well. This is actually very nice, though. I think this Hull Crusher Mogul's Mail combo, Milk is going to be very rich this game. This thing is just going to stay alive forever.
Yeah, it's perfect. Mogul's Mail is being buffed in 14.5. It's nerfed here, but in this position it's just amazing, as you just mentioned. Normally the difficulty, the reason you don't get it is that it's not enough time. You don't get enough time to actually get the full value. And now with this B2 by 2, so strong, getting full tempo here, and he can decide where he wins or losses. So, okay, we should do a little more. Okay, Lich Bane. Not in the best position, but maybe he didn't get good resources. He's going for the Veigar. He will need to get some good mana generation here to make sure he gets some value in.
Yeah, it's with shop glitch too, so I'm curious if he's gonna actually kind of commit to this, and then just use the rolls on neutrals to actually just play for the Veigar, play for the Morgana, play for the Shyvana 3 as well. Innervating on the other side here for Shyvana. Yeah, I haven't seen a crazy hit yet on these.
Yeah.
I know Milk was saying it was the low roll portal, but I think like Milk would be happy with this result. He doesn't want to see the big high roll. That's why he wouldn't like it. And in fact, it's funny enough, Milk is kind of the one with the quote unquote kind of high roll spot with this very unique combination of Hull Crusher, Mogul's Mail, and then the Gargoyles compounding that. It is a very cool spot that Milk is getting to play.
Yeah, I saw like a combination there, trench coat together with Silvermere, so something interesting could also happen. But it's as you said, no one had the high roll, so everyone should be in the same pace right here. Lil Top right now, holding still some units, getting the Morgana in. Obviously, everyone has to hold the Morgana in the start and make sure that then the one who the best angle is the one who to contest, but you cannot leave it alone because if someone ramp ups early, you get in trouble here. So, okay, Mirror on the other for Setsuko. And once again, no one with a premium artifact.
Yeah, Trickster's Poppy is kind of fun. Get the extra backline access with the double buckler, right? But it's not crazy, right? It's not something that you're super excited to see. Definitely works out in the early game, and we'll see, you know, how long that stays on the Poppy. If it just stays the whole game, because Poppy 3 with that, just getting the extra buckler can be quite good. But yeah, again, no scout, no pivot, so that we know that's Morgana, and not any of the most exciting artifacts. So we get more of a normalized game, even with the crazy kind of portal encounter that we've got.
Okay, Lil Top going for the tier here, trying to get an angle. Okay, in terms of FGPA, total carousel control for PMD. So in the beginning, it doesn't matter. You can get this prio and get the angle to play whatever you want. Now the next carousel, you want to preserve HP as much as possible and then try to play around that. So maybe pick Vitality was actually known for this cast. They're the first one I saw that they tried to go for the Lustric just to control carousel because they have that knowledge, and then the rest of the team started playing it, and now it's a must. Now you know that's the best way to play, and try to, especially in the early game, try to avoid making a ramp. Okay, so we have care pescado, as I call it, fish bones.
Yeah.
And interesting, again, not premium, and now we have seen all the rest of the artifacts, so we know everyone is in the same spot.
Yeah, it's not premium, but that one is at least like a comp enabler. You can play the Shaco reroll off the fish bones. There's the potential that we see that direction. It does feel like that's kind of where Jungle Book is going to go here, especially with that shop glitch, just going to commit to that Shaco. But there's a couple ways that you can actually play fish bones. One on the most recent patch that I've seen pop up was actually Veigar with fish bones, because he'll cast his spell on random target. It's kind of messed up, but this one I think is a little bit more serious of a pickup with the Shaco.
Okay, makes sense. He's trying to hold right now. Also, maybe the possibility of ramping. I think he's just waiting for the Shaco, as you mentioned. He has the possibility of going Saya, playing Marksman, and doing a Saya Fishbone that is also pretty good, but he's very far from that. So let's see what he managed to get. Setsuko already with the Morello, getting good early game, trying to ramp up. Soju, the only one with a win streak. Let's see if he managed to maintain it. And Prestiven going for Marksman. Okay, Soju, 4 win streak, going up against his teammate Setsuko. This should be a good win. The Gorilla, the Dr. Mundo, making good time here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great board. Hull Crusher actually very good pickup to synergize with the Augment to have the rapid fire backline. Because you can't really play that many frontliners when you actually play into the 6 rapid fire. And so because of that, Hull Crusher gonna do a great job of actually buying some more space, because rapid fire doesn't need that much time to ramp up to win the fight for you, but it does need a little bit. It needs a solid front line, and Hull Crusher will help make that stable.
Okay, so Soyu, the only one with a win streak. Zelinsky, Jungle Book, I believe both of them maintaining the lose streak. So again, control, carousel control. No, here it is. Jungle Book didn't, and Zelinsky did. So Zelinsky is the only one who get that additional funnel in gold, and try to go for some additional angle here. Going for the Bruiser Slayer. and then trying to ramp up. Let's see how he managed to get this combination. Some bruisers like Rengar that maybe make sense with this are not available right now, Cass. So let's see how he managed to perform here. Maybe play a little tempo. But I don't know. This is not a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Hoope and I'm like, is this a thing? Like, what unit are we?
Yeah, I want to be impressed. I want to be impressed. I want to be like, oh my god, that tech, but I don't know it, man. So
like, what? Silver Mare, it's like cute when it pops, right? Because you then get the Silver Mare on all three and then they hit immediately, right? And they do a lot of damage and they'll stun. And I don't know, man.
I mean, he found the Rengar, but Rengar is not buffed right now. It's 14.4. Once again, Rengar good in 14.5. So I think they're looking into the future. They're actually cooking here. Yeah. But let's see. Probably with a good angle, good tempo, maybe Rengar 2 quickly. He can try to maintain HP and maybe preserve a little to help the team.
I'm just trying to find a champion in the game where this sounds sick. I mean, maybe Rengar is the champion where it's kind of cool, but yeah, it is a struggle. There's not like that melee. Yeah, there's not like the melee carry that I feel like does. Like I was thinking Renekton, but Renekton actually likes attack speed.
Yeah.
Renekton doesn't want to do that.
Nafiri maybe.
Here? We don't, right? Nah, this is a reroll board. This is a shop glitch board.
Okay.
Rolling for days sounds kind of nice, or misconnections, depending. Oh, it could also be a Pandora's angle if his items are not good.
Okay, there it is. So Pandora's, now he can fix. Go for anything he wants.
Yeah, I think with Fish Bones, he maybe wants Ginsu.
Okay. Liltop looking good. Still with the Morgana, Lichbane here. 6 Vegars. So going for the Cyber Boss Bastion tech here.
Yeah.
Needs to get close, and obviously... Yeah. Obviously, he will be able to grief the poppies for Setsuko. Okay, this is Amp.
Amp.
Okay, let me write.
Silver Mare Samira? No, it's got...
No, Nafiri. Perfect. Yeah, I like it.
The theory kind of works, but he's not going to reroll the Nafiri. Like, you cannot invest 2 artifacts on a 2-star Nefiri, and
I mean, he doesn't want to, but he has to, man.
You can't, man.
I mean, he can.
You shouldn't.
I mean, 2 artifacts only to get you to level 8 and then high roll the Samira. That's the plan, man.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to do.
I'm like thinking like Samira like is the AD 120 AD or whatever like enough. But like she has to attack enough to cast.
Sure.
And then like, but do you get 3 casts afterwards? Does that ever happen? I don't know. I'm trying to cook here because I'm cooking with JD. We're having a cooking show together here, trying to cook what JD is up to. I'm curious, like, I don't know, maybe chat knows and they're just yelling at us right now, Hoope, but I don't feel like there's a quick answer here. Anyways. That's very fun to watch. I'm sure we'll keep tabs on JD, see if he's able to kind of fully stabilize that and turn it into a really great amp late game. But also pretty invested on this next neutrals with the shop glitch. I want to see if this Veigar gets hit immediately on 3-7 because I think that's really good for the tempo for PMD since right now they're still kind of losing a lot of these fights.
Yeah, still win streak for Soju, win streak for Prestion. So a lot of HP control here for Vitality. And Jungle Book and Bobster with Liltop with high priority. So once again, carousel control versus HP preservation. Very important here to get the units and negate Vitality in case of PMD. Nothing totally interesting here. Okay, Bobster going for the Seti. Maybe just going for high cost and control.
Jungle Book protects the brand for Little Top. I'm curious if he needed that as a bridge unit or if he's playing around Street Demon at all.
Okay, so
Little Zig's getting ignored actually. Doesn't even get taken the entire time. Nobody wanting that for their composition. Maybe the cloak being just too low value of an item.
Yeah. Making sense a little for some of the comps, but not the priority. No one is getting so many 6, so it's easy to obtain. Okay, still holding up here, level 5, far away from the... Okay, this is a Ginso. So this will be a Vanguard angle, I believe. I don't think he will stay on Slayers, especially with the Ginso. So, I don't know, it's weird, Cass, because it's level 5s. He only have 5 Shakos, so not the perfect spot. He needs to decide.
Yeah.
He needs to decide, and probably the decision will be to just play a tempo and up levels.
Yeah, it feels like a really rough spot to try and just make that a Shaco reroll. He's been losing fights too, right? Like with Shaco, you really need to be win streaking so that you're stacking. It just doesn't... The comp doesn't really work from a loss streak angle because Shaco's not a strong enough unit without the stacks to actually work out. So I agree with you. I think it should be tempo. But Bobster and Jungle Book still just losing a lot of HP down against Vitality right now. And really just Vitality players hitting each other, winning a lot of their fights against BND.
Setsuko pretty strong getting the Bramble. Remember, the damage scaling of Poppy goes within the armor that she has. So getting Bastion in, getting the Bramble means that there's a lot of chunk of damage that the Poppy attack will make. So very easy for him to 2-shot or 3-shot the backline.
Yeah, and the no scout, no pivot, just ticking up all the way from 2-1, holding on to 5 copies of Vigar, or 4 copies of Vigar, trying to deny that as well. But I think the nice thing about the Vigar comp is because it's being played from shop glitch, it's a little bit less committal on the reroll, right? You're getting so many free rerolls every neutrals. So even though your opponents are holding it, you're not just blasting all your gold. You're seeing if you get close on the shop glitch, and then you can roll down to try and finish. Or if you completely whiff, you could even consider tempoing.
Yeah. So Nafiri right now getting the additional unit here. So it's working out. He's working out as a tank, getting a little time, giving time for the Yumi to ramp the Archangels. So working for Zelinsky,
Yeah,
looking
it's
well.
sick for now. It's really cool. That's gonna fall off a cliff if he doesn't restart it, and I don't think that's his plan. So I'm super curious about the late game, but saving HP can be enough in 4v4. So maybe that is the full plan here of the Cook. Once he ended up in that spot, is like, well, I can tempo Nefiri. Like, all right, we'll hold on to a lot of HP. And the rest of the team here needs to cap out high and then beat up Zelinsky later on and take his HP for themselves.
Okay, makes sense. Also, if he wants to keep cooking, doesn't get the Nafiri 3, you can go for tank Samira. That's a comp I love. So you get like the additional suspicious Samira with the trench coat. So I mean, only if you get a 2-star could make sense, and if you don't have other items. So love to see what Zelinsky comes up with here. But obviously, once again, AMP, you need to hit the Samira on 8, and that will be the plan. And while he maintains on 8, maybe the world, maybe the universe Mordok can give him a little more of the units that he needs. So now Setsuko, still with the no scout, no pivot, gets the final units with the missing connection. And now trying to roll a little more. That's weird. He was rolling and he already had the 3-star, the important 3-star, both Poppy and... Okay, rolling at 6.
He's holding everything. Look, he's got Nefiris, he's got Shakos, he's got Vigars. He just sold out some of them.
Okay. He's helping. He knows this is
Monster and Jungle Book hit because of their shop glitches.
So there goes the Beggars, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, double Bramble. So, I mean, she hits like a truck. Only AP damage will be important to blast. So, not even the Begar. The Begar is pure RP damage. He's holding up the Poppy. So, he's winning against his worst matchup. That is AP damage against the Poppy with double Bramble. So, I mean, it looks very good here for Setsuko.
Yeah, positioning gap there for sure, right? Getting the Poppy in the perfect place. All of her bucklers were thrown at the Vigar, able to take it down super fast, especially with the Morgana on the right side as well. So Morgana actually put the dot there before some of the other backliners. Okay. So that is a fight that I don't think he's going to win all the time, but the fact that he's able to pick up a win now, very important, continuing to hold on to that HP.
Okay, he found the Chaco here. So he will actually be the Chaco ramping up. He stayed on Slayer, so he rolled at 6 and find the Shaco. This is very good news for him. And now trying to go for this Jarvan 3 as the other possibility. Close.
I guess it makes sense, right, Hoope? Because he's on shop glitch, so I guess he was kind of committed. He really couldn't...
I mean, 100%. You're right. Yeah. 100%. Okay, so Jungle Book, 52. Now Zelinsky is the one with the win streak, ramping up against Soju and Milk. Good spot for him.
This is just very little stacks on the Shaco, but maybe the hitting all the 3 stars will be enough because he's going to be level 7 at the next neutrals round. So his shop glitch should feasibly be able to get him both Jarvan and Senna 3 because he's very close on both of those units.
Okay. Yeah, and now this is total counter. Double Bramble Poppy from Setsuko. Jungle Book didn't have a chance. But on the other side, PMD Bobster getting a good win here with the Veigar.
Yeah, able to take down Zelensky. I'm curious if JD was sacking at all or if that was actually just a true win for Bobster. Definitely good. Bobster's able to actually just pick that up. And it doesn't look like JD was particularly sacking here. But he does go heroic grab bag because he had some extra Nefiris. So he is going to try and 3-star it. He is saying that this is actually just items for Nefiri. And she gets to be my front line. And honestly, I mean, it is strong. And I do think as a 3-star unit that these artifacts can work completely fine on this Nefiri. I think it's pretty decent. So this works. It's all right.
I really like it. Silvermare, Nafiri, love it. I didn't solve the combination with Trenchcoat, but makes total sense. So now if you get 3-star, more shield, that will be prompt there with the Sterax. And now there will be a chance to get additional here. For now, not strong. Getting totally obliterated here against Soju. Soju holding up on Draven. So maybe maintaining that line open of a Draven 3. Holding up now once again in first place in HP. And Bobster getting a huge hit. HP right now, Cass, will be an important variable. Both Jungle Book and Bobster very, very low.
Ooh, this is a big carousel for everyone. I mean that literally, but also there are...
Oh, he cannot get it. He's moving. He's trying to get the Samira. He's not getting the Samira. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I got excited. He did got it.
Oh, I thought he was going to whiff. I thought he was getting the Seraphine there. But he's able to make it. That is huge. JD on the amp gets the Samira with a pan. Let's see what he can actually do with that pan.
Okay.
Is strat +1? Is that's pan, right? No, there's no strat, right? There's no strat.
No, strategy doesn't have.
Yeah, strat doesn't have one. That's right.
Impossibilities here. He can get another rapid fire if he wants to. That could make sense for him. Which one? Okay. Let's see. 5 amp, Street Demons, getting the Samira in. So great placement here for Zelinsky. This is amazing because now he doesn't need to go to level 8. He doesn't need to go to level 9. He already has the Samira on level 7. So this is perfect spot for Zelinsky. He can stay. Normally you want to go to level 8 only to get the Samira. But now that he already has it, he can stay on level 7 and focus on getting the Yumi 3 and the Nafiri 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. That is absolutely huge. He's going to have those 2 extra duplicators. Try and make it happen. Going to be some big roll downs for GD. The problem is he was kind of the HP tank for the team, and he's definitely going to be losing a lot right now. And we see Jungle Book, Lil Top, and JD all taking losses. HP pretty heavily in Vitality's favor with Soju at 97 still.
Okay. No, that HP will be so important. And this is a 8-pitch management. Vitality knows how to do it perfectly. Zelinsky gets a little closer with another Yumi, gets another Nafiri. So closer right now. Remember, he has 2 duplicators, so he can get both of them 3-star pretty easily. Jungle Bull still ramping up, looking for the Jarvan. 50 gold, trying to go to level 7, and then ramping up with the Jarvan. And obviously going for that Senna secondary carry also to help the Chaco.
Yeah, let's just watch Jungle Book for the shop glitch here on 4-7. He should be able to just pump levels up to 7 and then just I feel like he should hit everything. And in this comp, I mean, it's not the craziest. The Shaco is not ramped whatsoever because of the losses that he's continued to take. But maybe the secondary carry and the Jarvan 3 can stabilize a little bit longer. The problem is the only person it looks like you could outlive is Bobster, his teammate at 17 life. And so I'm wondering, does JD have a win out angle with this early Samira if he can find the Nefiri 3? I don't know that this Nefiri looks strong enough as a win out. But we'll see if Jungle Book can at least hit and maybe buy his team a little bit of space. There's Jarvan. See these rolls continue to come through.
2 away from Senna. Bane, normally only a synergy bot right here. Trying to get it also helps with the pool. Okay.
Holding the
Draven.
Dravens.
Yes, I think Soyu. Yeah, Soyu was the one looking for Draven 3 also.
Yeah, just
the rapid
make
fire
them,
angle.
though.
Okay.
He doesn't want to lose any gold. Has to find the Senna 3. Didn't even find one copy.
Soyu strong. Rapid fire sells their Draven. No longer looking for Draven 3. And now Cyber Boss level 7 gets the Kobuko. This is the place where you want to be. 4 Cyber Boss is very, very strong. So Bobster, 17 HP, but in a good position to start. Zelinsky getting the Yumi 3 and probably very close also to the Nafiri. Decides to go to level 7 to level 8. Probably he already has everything, Cass.
Yeah, this is big for Bobster to have the 4 Cyber Boss online. See if the Veigar with the Lich Bane can actually do enough. Going up against Setsuko. This is the matchup we talked about, right? This is the one that's really bad for Setsi because of the double Bramble. This time, even though the Bucklers were hitting the Veigar, the damage is just far too much with the 4 Cyber Boss. Poppy goes down fast. Bobster gets another win. Jungle Book is another loss. This time to JD, so having to lose to a teammate. It's kind of a perfect loss in that sense that he goes down to 1. Finds the Senna 3. If he can take a couple wins over Vitality members, it is worthwhile, but he probably just cannot beat anyone from PMD anymore. He shouldn't be taking their life.
Yeah, he has Lul top in the rotation and 2 Vitality players. So Setsuko still strong, holding up the line for the rest of the team. And here it is. Milk, strong also with the Misfortune. Jungle Book decides to throw items out. He knows now he's going up against Setsuko. Uses one remover and now a difficult spot here. It's not Setsuko, sorry.
Yeah,
it's
Soju
Seri.
with the rapid fires.
Yeah, Soyu. See if it's enough. Whoopsie see.
Too much damage.
I mean, it's too much crowd control. Not ramping up. Okay, it's an 8th for Jungle Book. Bobster wins. Okay, +1 for Vitality here. In a good spot. Soju with HP preservation looking good. And PMD, I mean, the rest of the players are looking... the problem is Lil Top is not ramping up, but Bob Buster and Zelinsky are looking good. So still close, but favored right now, Vitality for sure.
Yeah, I think the issue with Bobster, right, is his fights are still close, and he's kind of hit near the apex of his composition. Really only the Kaboko upgrade is left to be gained. I mean, I guess there's Brand, there's Nico. There's a couple of upgrades here that do exist, but the main power has already been achieved, and the fights are still so close. Gonna be going up against, I guess that's Little Top's board.
Yeah, inner baiting here. Getting the Exobex in. Well, Exobex in a variation of Bruiser. So actually cooking a little. Probably because the game gave him the inner baiting locket here with the Cho'Gath. Not enough. So Bobster pretty strong, taking a huge hit. We said it, Lil Top was not strong. And now Bobster takes a huge chunk of HP here. So probably 7-8 for PMD Cass, making them in a very dire position. And only possibility will be a 1-2 in that case.
Yeah, and JD just lost again. So really, really tough, because I just don't see this as a win out for Bobster. It's really, the big hope is that they can maybe deal enough damage and get Milk to take the 7th. Maybe sneak out a little bit higher.
Yeah.
And possibly JD capping out that amp board, because I mean, Nefiri 3, Yumi 3, both online for JD. If he can actually find some more upgrades for that board, find Samira 2, find, he may have Annie 2, I'm not sure. But continue to cap out that amp board. Maybe that can be a win out angle.
Okay, Bobster trying to roll here, getting something additional, holding for the rest of the team. Trying to hold items here, still holding their Draven.
Nico. That's the Brand pair as well. Actually gets it. Okay. I mean, these are big upgrades.
Yeah.
The Brand particularly actually has itemization. So that will make a difference.
Yeah, getting that super ability to make sure the Brand casts twice and make sure you wound their enemy for a good chunk of HP. It's very nice. Setsuko easily should be able to clean here Lil Top and send him in 7th place. So dire spot here for PMD once again.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the innervating Cho'Gath trying to hold on, but the backline, not an upgraded Vex.
Vex is down.
Just a 2-star Varus left for damage. It's just not even close. Little Top is going to have to take that 7th. Bobster takes a loss to Milk. I mean, this is looking like potentially a 6, 7, 8 packet up.
Yeah.
Coming from Vitality here in game number 2.
Yeah, no good possibility here. Normally, Bobster here should have already the Kobuko 2 with itemization to have a possibility. And Zelinsky, even though he's strong, even though he can manage to get the first, it's not enough. The team couldn't support him. So now, as you know, 7-8, only possibility for PMD to win is 1-2. Vitality doing great here. Pure muscle cast. Pure muscle and performance, and ramping up perfectly to take probably a great win here in round 2.
Yeah, Bobster even having to hold some of JD Zelinsky's units as well. It's just definitely not going to happen. They're even fighting each other. JD would have to sack for Bobster, and it doesn't look like it happened. I think all the items are still in. It's like maybe something was missing, because where did the Fury go? Maybe this was able to be sacked by JD. Big win for Bobster, but a lot of HP being lost by PMD.
Okay, Prestiven losses 3 HP. Taking a little breather, but once again, very difficult to come out from this spot. Let's check a little the rest of the players to have an idea of the ramping. Okay, Soju strong, pure muscle here, great items. No Ginso because he's playing rapid fire. Now Milk, Dynamo, great also, has the Aurora, good items on Miss Fortune, good items also on Elise secondary carry. Zelinsky, we already know he's strong, 3-star Yumi, 3-star Nafiri here with great artifacts, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, it seems very tough for PMD to actually make it happen. There is like one out where neither of them loses another round. Ooh, actually, because of Soju's 97 HP, I don't even think they can get there, because Bobster still has to take one more win over JD when they rotate back into each other. And I just don't think they can deal enough damage to Soju before one of them goes down.
Oh, well, Zelinsky gets Annie 2 and Bobster gets Kobuko 2 with 3 items. So this is the ramping up of both comps. But once again, you said it, too much HP on Soju. If one of Vitality teams can win against any of PMD, that's a win for Vitality here. So Bobster going up against Soju, Soju with the win streak. Let's see if it's enough.
Yeah, the Kaboko very big in this fight, but this is 6 rapid fire, and that damage output is no joke, and it is too much. Bobster goes down. That's going to do it on game 2. Vitality going to come back strong as JD takes another loss as well. It looks like Vitality looking to go 1, 2, 3 in this one, but this was a beautifully played game for them to bounce back after losing game 1 in their first series. They also lost game 1, bounced back in the next 2, and picked it up. Looks like they're just going to try and fight to do that once more, tying things 1-1 here against PMD, fighting to stay in the upper bracket, fighting to guarantee they'll at least get one more shot at EWC at the global qualifiers, even if they cannot top 3 this event.
Yeah, perfectly played, going for one win-out player. It's like they said, okay, in the last game, we lacked, we play good, we play defense while maintaining HP, but we didn't have a win-out player. Right now, they have 3, at least 2, with Tetsuko at Soju in great position. So this is perfect. Vitality doing the fundamentals and also going for that win position, that first place spot that is so important in the 4v4.
Yeah, JD's still going to fight strong. Might be able to get up and get a second. Very funny if he can actually take the win over Soju and has to beat him up for, 20 minutes. But Soju going level 10, Renekton 2. I mean, he's fully juiced up there. Still has not lost. He lost 1 fight this entire game.
That's nice. Pretty nice. 11 win streak right now for Soju. Rolling, getting additional possibilities here. Double. Protector's Vow there on the Sejuani. Sejuani is ramping up so much, getting so many. And double Kobuko also for additional utility. Now let's see, additional gold there for Soju. And now probably the final fight here for PMD. Good ult from the Sejuani, getting both carries from JD Zelinsky. Possibilities are very, very low, and now ramping out pure raw damage from the rapid fire. Soju takes it, takes down Zelinsky. And once again, reaffirms the already winning round here for Vitality. 1-1 is now the game, Cass, and we'll have the definition in the third game.
Yeah, it's big. And I think, it's just showing the power of the 6 rapid fire. We talked about at the start of the game when he hit that emblem that, hey, it's a great emblem, but usually it's so good because you get to put it on the renekton. Turns out it doesn't matter that much. If you got a good front line to pair with it, which he did, he was able to find that Hull Crusher, right? Which is beautiful to stabilize when you don't get to play that many frontliners. Yeah, 6 rapid fire just does a lot. It's just really hard to beat it, and not a lot of front lines can stand up to it. And Soju able to take that one down.
Yeah, he did a great sandwich. Normally, the emblem is very good in the beginning and very good in the late game. And there was no mid game for Soju. He just went from early game to totally busted and getting a great comp in.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I think overall, we're just going to have to see PMD bounce back. They lost a little too much health at the start of this one. They had the carousel control, but as you said, after that, for the second carousel, you really want to be just maintaining life. I think a lot of those comps came on too late. And then also they were just a little bit softer across the board. JD tried to cook something up. We laughed about it, but yeah, it just couldn't quite get the job done at the end.
Yeah, 100%. Okay, we'll go to a quick break. And when we're back, we're going to see the final, how this series finishes up. Vitality versus PMD. Don't go away. And we'll see what happens.
So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Welcome back to the road to the Esports World Cup. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san for the closed Americas qualifier for Team Fight Tactics. And we are going into game 3 of Vitality versus PMD. The winner here at least locks up a spot at the global qualifier next week, but still, would be one game away from securing a spot at the Esports World Cup from there. But the loser drop into that lower bracket and having a chance to be completely knocked out from any contention of the Esports World Cup this year. So a lot on the line between these two teams.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, this is America's qualifier. In the early morning, we had the EMEA, and already has been played the APAC and CN qualifier. So now we're picking who are going to represent us or the American region. Just to give you we have some results. We will get for the bracket to give it. So just to give a ramp up or a summary of what we watched so far. Soju played amazing, 96 HP, and playing a full tempo comp with rapid fire, never slowing down, never stop pushing the pedal. So great play here for Vitality, pure muscle, and taking a huge win here against PMD. Now final, the definition game right here, game number 3, and let's see who takes it and who maintains, as you said, on the win streak and the upper bracket.
Yeah, PMD having a really good first game. A very close one came down to that final fight, but this time around, Vitality with the dominance that we expect out of this team. But often it is their team play that is so strong. So I'm curious if in this final game we end up seeing, like something that they have pioneered in the past with the carousel control, or just their ability to have multiple loss streak to win out players with their punching bags, holding on to a lot of HP, which maybe was what Soju was supposed to do in that game and ended up just winning forever and never actually lost any rounds, which also works out for these teams quite well.
Yeah, Also, the encounter. We saw finally Artifact Anvil. No one got anything amazing. JD Zelinsky cooking a little there with the suspicious Nafiri, getting also the Silver Mare. So good to see. Also a good result for him, but not enough as a team. So very important, as you said, HP preservation and getting the win out. Who's the win out player? That's the most important variable that we have seen so far.
Absolutely. I mean, it is tough, right? And it's because of the fact that it's the tiebreaker. It's really quite common that we end up with both of these teams just very neck and neck when it comes to points throughout the game. And it just comes down to that tiebreaker of first place. And we found that even last year. It felt like most games were determined by who actually grabbed that first place, just because that back and forth would happen. And it would be really difficult to have so many players make it to that top 4. So yeah, once again, it's like, how can you set up your team to be in that position? How can you determine who is going to have that best chance? And that's what, separates the good teams from the great teams, right? The ability to kind of segment that out. And actually, it was one of the big things that Vitality, I think, had going for them last year when they were able to make that deep run, was just they were very good at identifying who was going to be that win out player. And it's always been a strength of Setsuko and Milk to kind of take that big loss streak and then win out for the entire rest of the game. And so we'll see if they can kind of continue that trend here and make it back to EWC through this qualifier.
Yeah, 100%. Another team that I want to mention is Team Liquid with the Brazilians. They're already winning again, so the third win in a row against Team Kurus right now. So they're winning that matchup. We have a Golem, and now this is very interesting, cast, because they made the change. So now we have offensive Golem, defensive Golem, and artifact Golem. We don't have the Gold Golem right now. So very interesting because artifact Golem is very, very strong. So let's see what they pick in the moment that this is a selection for the players.
Oh yeah, always very exciting. We get a chance to see these golems come through. Add to the composition. Can really bail you out if your front line is very weak, but you have a strong back line. Can really open things up quite a bit. So we are going to see this start once again. The classic of every game, the Morgana holds from everybody as we just kind of wait to see. Really, it's actually crazy. The meta of this tournament is like, Stage 1 is just the same every single time. It is just hold the Morganas. There is no variation to the rule. It is hold the Morganas, hold the Poppies, and then we go from there. Stage 2, we start to play the game.
If we have a perfect Vanguard start, we can think about Marksman. If we have a perfect Bruiser Techie start, we can think about them. But Morgana has been obviously the most important one. So you prioritizing here 3 Anima Squad and trying to get that angle possibility. Ilaoi, pero Filaoi could be a bait here, because if you get the pair and you don't get the additional one and you don't get the tempo, it could be a lost gold. So he's thinking about it, holding the left, the Poppy, as a possibility to grief someone or trying to get that angle of Morgana Poppy, and on the right, maybe a win streak possibility depending on the items going for the Anima Squad.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Anima Squad can be such a good tempo composition, and so you can play, that pinata for the team, hold on to a lot of HP if he holds this Alawi pair, but decides against it. Instead, now offered Rost, immediately rolls it. Wandering Trainer.
He loves Wandering Trainer, we know it.
Yeah,
loves it.
Wandering Trainer.
Okay, red buff, healing orbs. I think he's Wandering. He can risk it here.
It's just like the most power in a gold augment, because you get the body and you get these 2 emblems, which, it's the same body, but 1 less emblem than a prismatic. And it's just generally a lot of gold augments, you would get 1 emblem and that's it, right? 1 emblem, some champions. But this is like a body and 2 emblems. The trade-off is that they're random, right? That's the trade-off. But it like power budget-wise, it is just more powerful than most golds. Okay, as far as what you're getting.
In the end, he didn't took it because he was talking to the team and he was asking permission, so they gave it to Setsuko. And actually, Setsuko now has Divinicorp and Golden Ox, so a little difficult to pilot, but I think he can. But 2 people getting is very tough because you can grief yourself if you get like the exact same Wandering Training. So interesting that they decided to leave Setsuko with the option.
Yeah, definitely good on them to not go for that. And we also, I wanted to call out that rapid fire emblem that we saw. We know how powerful that is when you're able to pick it up and coming through. It's one of the reasons that the augment that gives you the pan, the feed augment, is so good, because you can make Bastion or you can make rapid fire, and it opens up 2 of the most powerful comps in the game.
100%. Let's see again, Setsuko here getting early the Ox, trying to ramp a little. Gets the Morgana. I think he will go for the Divinic. Ox is very difficult to play right now. You have to have the perfect spot to try to go for a win out. It's not the best comp, but Divinic Orb, it makes sense. You can go for the vertical and then just try to ramp out with the Vex. Ooh, Rapid Fire Emblem. On the other hand, already committed with the pot. So that will be the angle. And we already know the strengths that this type of emblem has in the early game. And then transitioning to the late game with the Renekton could be a win out angle.
Yep, it is a huge pickup. And I'm curious, if I just saw it on this board, I could have sworn it was a PMD player that had Rapid. Yeah, there's 2 of them. Okay. I was pretty sure I wasn't going crazy. 2 players with Rapid Fire Emblems. One is going to be Jungle Book, and the other one, I believe that was Milk that had it.
Okay. There it is, Milk. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so double Rapid. It's not a reroll comp, so both of them will be good. And obviously, they're contesting themselves. Whoever hits the Renekton on level 8 will have maybe a little more possibilities. But remember, Renekton is a win more in the comp. You actually need to stabilize as soon as possible and get the 6 rapid fire in. That is the actual winning phase. And that's the importance of the comp. You get so many burst damage that's exactly where you want to be.
Yeah. The Renekton is essentially the way that this comp goes first. But as we saw in that last game, you can even go first without it, right? With just the emblem making enough power on its own. We'll see which one of these players, Milk or Jungle Book, can actually put it together with this rapid fire emblem. As you said, on 8, if we see the Renekton get hit and the Zeri has already been found, that's going to be the big tell, right? It's getting that 6 rapid fire in and then trying to cap it even higher. Do have Jungle Book taking a loss. Little Top going to hold on to the win streak for now. So Milk and Little Top at the top of the tables. Bopster and JD Zelensky on the full loss.
Yeah, carousel control once again for PMD worked out in the last game. So now very important for Jungle Book and Little Top to help them in the priority. So turns out they get the rod and they get the tier. Good items here. So just ensuring for themselves that they get the additional value.
Now let's see how these pickups affect the board. Little Top. It looked like he wanted to deny something from Milk, but in the end decides to just go for the item I think he actually wanted. Was going to be that glove.
See if it's enough. Good tempo here. Bobster trying to go for Cypher here. Only has 2 still. Very important because Zelensky also with the lose streak. But this is the normal lose streak. He's willing to win against Bobster. But Buster actually needs to get as soon as possible the Cypher to start using that loose streak in his favor.
All right, going up against Prestivan. That's going to be Clear Mind with not a full win streak, has a single loss, but going to be ramping up very quickly. Level 5 here on 2-5. Clear Mind going to get a lot of value, and it looks like having kind of the early AP setup with a couple potential outs, right? Having the early Guard Breaker Slam does lead towards potentially of even just Brand being open, because JG plus the Guard Breaker, very, very strong items for that unit.
Yep.
And so there's quite a few different AP options that you can go from there.
Makes sense. Yeah, perfect loss there for Zelensky. Maintain the lose streak, so both Bobster and him still with a good chance. Setsuko decides to go for the Gwinsus. Okay. So maybe he will go for the Golden Ox. I know he played it a lot when it was broken. Right now it's not broken, but there is an angle to play it, and if someone knows how to handle that angle, it's Setsuko. So great spot here. 4 players decides to split here. And in the end, okay, this will be a huge game for Setsuko, and it will be very interesting to see how he caps out.
Yeah, I mean, the Aphelios is key, right? He has to find that Aphelios immediately. That's going to be the main carry for this composition. And so we'll be kind of having our eyes on Setsuko at that level 8, at that roll down. I mean, maybe if he rolls a little on 7, but we know Setsi, he's gonna want to go to 8 first.
Soyu, a little tempo, won the first one and now keeps losing. Going up again, rapid fire. On the other hand, shouldn't be enough. Only a Nitro start here with Bastion. Still open to possibilities. Having this Elise, we already know Elise is strong, but no one is prioritizing it. because of the difficulty of getting her 3-star. So a timid, normal, digamos, ramp up here for Soju. Milk loses the win streak, so Liltop is the only one with the win streak, and he will be able to manage HP for the rest of the team. Good news here for PMD. Controlling the win streak and controlling lose streak. Zelinsky wins, and Bobster is the only one with the full lose streak.
Yeah, controlling the gold very well. The life, of course, Bobster taking a lot of damage in stage 2, right? 68 is very low.
Yeah.
Didn't even get Cypher online. Gonna see if he ends up like...
De LeBlanc is timid. We already know it, Cast.
Yeah,
LeBlanc, she's timid, man.
Timid.
Yeah. Okay.
It might be too low to really, you know, equitably put Cypher in for the rest of stage 3. Maybe he still can, but that's going to be pretty tough. Save a lot more money. He levels to 6.
Okay.
We'll see what Bobster ends up trying to do.
Let's stay with Bobster. I want to see, because if he doesn't hit it here, there is a world where he even rolls to get the LeBlanc. Obviously, you don't want to do it, but it could be... Okay, he doesn't get it. Does he roll or not here?
Is he going to roll or just rush 8 and like try and play amp? I mean, he has no tiers.
Yeah, and also you can try to get a... Yeah, you're right. He shouldn't. It's too expensive. And also if you get
like,
fast 7, yeah, you can get like other... Yeah, he has the chance there also with the Ginsus. He also has a possibility there with the Warmogs to play it a +1 in sack if he decides to go in another angle.
I'm just
waiting
wondering,
still.
like, you just try and like barge into one of the vitality lines that your team isn't in.
Okay,
right? And just try and take as many of the units.
Okay.
Because this felt like it had to be Cypher, but his econ is still good, so he can be first to roll for whatever comp he picks.
Yeah, economy is amazing. 60 gold, level 6, 3-1.
5 extra rerolls as well.
Okay. So effective goal is more like 70.
Yeah, I mean, but I also just feel like his spot isn't like particularly good in any other way. So I feel like you ram into a vitality player. Try and take them with you, steal their units.
Yeah, makes total sense here. Staying with Zelinsky. Nothing immediate that pop-ups here. Pandora's bench, if he decides to go for the reroll. Okay, no. Go for Glass Cannon, I believe. Getting some additional damage. Already with the Poppy. That's the most important on the comp. Now going for the Morgana. Oh!
Did he recombob just to find 4 costs? He just had 3 costs on the board, so he's just like, okay.
Yeah, huge gamble here.
He gets 2. No frontline.
Seri. Okay. Okay, Exotech is corrupted, so we need the Mordekaiser to get some value in. He doesn't have items for Vex, so very difficult to play Exo-Vex from this spot. He could try to play Seri Misfortune, for example. Could be a chance. We can slam the Ginsu into Seri right now. No, but he goes for the Nashor Tooth. So he just... So amp?
Yeah, but he has no tier.
Why not?
I mean, he has Carousel Prio.
Wow. Okay, this is weird.
I guess you
be
only
a tough
need
one.
2, but like you want more than that.
Yeah.
It's like 2 minimum.
Okay. Yeah, it's a tough pot for sure there for Bobster. Zelinsky also, 64 HP. It's not looking good for PMD, looking very good here for Vitality. Can try to see also the rest. Blue buff already in. Zelinsky in a good spot, but very far from Morgana still.
Yeah.
So HP will be totally in favor of Vitality here.
I will say, if I'm Vitality, I'm a little scared of Bobster because he's so rich that when he first rolls on amp, if he just high rolls and hits everything right away, like he's in suddenly his spot is fine. You know, especially if it's like tier off the carousel, like tier Annie, right, or something like that.
Makes sense.
Tier Annie, he gets his 2nd tier at Wolves, and then he just like hits everything.
Makes total sense. And also he has the consumable that gives him gold every time.
Yeah,
so he will pop it out and that's more gold. Yeah, he's rich. He can do anything he wants.
Way too much HP though, right? Like he is just like he's killing like 1 unit a fight, maybe not even. 37 on 3-3. Like he won't die on stage 3, but like this is like a 4-2 death. 4-1-4-2.
Full prio here. There's an Aphelios, there's a Saya with the emblem.
There's
There's some
but he
fortune.
needs tier if he's playing amp. He has to
Yeah.
pick tier.
He has to, yeah.
He cannot
Okay.
pick anything else. JD
Okay, one tier.
Poppy with a sword. This carousel prio is this is a disaster for PMD.
Wow. Getting full carousel prow and the game just treats you this way is not looking good.
Setsuko gets an Aphelios with a bow. The golden ox player. Why? There's no
Oh
way
my
no one could take
God.
that. Come on. Is the pressure could be getting to PMD? I mean, they haven't
Yeah.
been in this spot before. They are kind of new and they're not new, but they are upcoming players, right? They've been around forever in the North American scene. They've put up some pretty decent results. Little Top having his best result ever this set. You know, JD, of course, has kind of been a rising star over the last few sets as well. Really, all of these players, right? They've not been the top of North America, but they've been strong.
Yeah, for sure.
I think this spot, I mean, I feel like it's really hard to say because we don't know all of their positions. We don't know what their comms were. But I feel like Setsuko, as the last pick, getting Bo Aphelios in this Golden Ox game is just not legal. That's not something that you can allow to happen.
So good. Also with a ramping, making sure he gets the grapes in. No healing still for the Aphelios. This as the grapes is a little stronger here. So just so strong. It's very good. And normally this is a ramping comp. So just the fact that he's winning here, 86, getting good threshold on the Ox. Very great positions here for him. Prestiven, we didn't see him so much. He also has a Vex angle here. No blue buff, but good angle also to play the variation of maybe Bruiser, maybe play something else. He has the static and the guard breaker, so maybe other possibilities. So it's just playing tempo here. Could even go Bran if he wants, Street Demon.
All right, still looking around. Not yet to the spot where all of these comps start taking shape. Not a ton of re-rolling in this lobby, just a little bit with the one Morgana player. There's Cypher in, 3-6.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Late Cypher once again.
The babiest of cash outs on 3-7 here.
I mean, if you can get something, you take it. But obviously, full lose here, taking so much HP loss.
All right.
Not a good idea.
We got to see Bobster again. Yeah, this is going to be the roll down, right? 3-7, 4-1. I mean, 3-7, right? He doesn't have enough HP to do it to 4-1 this.
Okay, so 66 only. This is like, I don't know, 8 worth of gold at most. 3, sorry.
3 gold.
I was,
Okay, Annie in the shop. There we go.
Okay. 2 Annies.
Ziggs pair? Miko
Okay,
pair?
6 synergy bot here. Another 6. Can hold the utility.
I mean, I said if he hits everything, it's kind of scary.
I mean,
He'll wait a
everything
little
includes
bit.
a Samira.
Yeah.
Everything includes a Samira. If
Doesn't
not, he
include a
didn't hit
Samira.
anything.
You are so right. It doesn't have, also, he needs tier off this right now. He needs tier.
Yeah.
You got a Zac. I mean, that's pretty good, but it's not Samira.
Okay, a sack with pretty much gold to work with still. Remember, he still
Yeah.
has the consumable, so he has at least 10 more gold there.
No tier. Now,
Wow.
Shojin Nasher is decent. It's pretty good.
You can
It's
do
not-
Shojin
not
Nasher.
everything.
Yeah, you can do Shojin Nasher Rabadons. It's not the worst, but obviously.
Yumi 2.
Okay. Nico 2, no Samira. He didn't put the sack in. He just put it now. So, I mean, the pressure
all
is
the
up to him.
blobs, but
Yeah, he
yeah.
lose all the blobs. Remember, you don't lose anything putting the sack in because you buy the blob, you get the additional unit. So this is a fumble here.
I will. Maybe he was worried about time. I could
Yeah,
forgive
yeah.
that.
Yeah,
I
makes
get-
sense, makes sense,
Like,
yeah. You
like
lose time, for
just
sure.
you lose time
Yeah,
buying the
yeah, yeah.
blobs, trying to make the
100%.
Yeah,
You're right.
So I can definitely forgive him for that one. It could be intentional, right? Like I just don't feel like I have time to make this roll down happen with the blobs.
100%. 100%.
Tough to miss the Samira, but I mean, it was a good transition for Bobster. I just don't know. Like 17 life is so much to ask, and he has no combat augs. He didn't like the Yumi 2 and the Ziggs 2 were on offer, but I understand skipping it because you have to find, you know, Annie 2 and the front line, and you're looking for Samira. Maybe just he might just have to take gold augment to get the +9 gold here. Try and find more. Rolling for days would be another option. That's essentially 22 gold.
It's very tough.
Combat. Ooh, that's
Okay, he does a
yucky.
roll and a little combat here. So a little healing. It's a tough pot, but he has 11 rolls. He needs to use it right now. There's no reason to save them. Try to get that Samira as soon as
I
possible.
mean, unless he thinks he can greed and go 9 without the Samira, but I just don't see it.
Wow, no.
Yeah, I don't see
17 life. It's so tough. Okay. We can check the rest of the players also. At least 3, at least 2 now for him. For Soyu, at least 3. So very, very strong. We didn't see the Elise. I was calling it out that it was very difficult to see, and Soyu finds the angle, rolls quickly, and plays it in the Nitro line. So Nitro Elise right now with Dynamo. Nice spot for him. Normally you see it with the Bastions or with the Vanguards even. But good spot here for Soyu.
Yeah, I mean, the bot is very behind, only 70 stacks here on 4-2, but, you know, it's going to stack a lot quicker now that the 3-star is there, and so we'll see if that can actually really, really top off. Bobster going to beat JD, both of them at the bottom of the tables. I mean, you know, Bobster's going to have to just hang on. I feel like he's stable for now. I think the spot was pretty, like, good, but I just don't think the spot in the game is good, being at 17 HP, right, without the Samira. I think for stage 4, he's pretty stable even without the Samira.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, for sure. He is, but look at the rest. Setsuko ramping up, Milk having 6 rapid fire. Very difficult to win against the rest. You have a decent comp, but so low HP, you need something else. So the Samira is a must right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, the rapid fire emblems being in this game, right? The 6 rapid fire, if they find their next, I just don't think the amp comp is beating it unless you're like a very capped amp comp. You've got once again going up against a teammate. Little Top going to take a lot of damage, it looks like. No, able to clean up quite a few units. That's actually very good. It's going to be a near perfect loss. So that is definitely nice for PMD.
Okay. Both JD and Bobster win, but Jungle Bull loses and he goes together with them.
Samira.
So 6, 7, and 8. Okay, both he has priority. So, yeah,
it's
and it's his teammate, so perfect. Gets the Samira and now he has a comp. Okay.
Well, because Bobster, I mean, he's one of the players that, you know, being so low HP and considering, you know, Jungle Book in this free fall, JD's spot isn't looking like a win. Bobster might have to be the hero for PMD, might have to be the win-out player, and Little Top, who's been tanking HP for so long, is kind of the other person who's going to be looking for that top 4 with him. So Bobster needs to find all of the juice he can squeeze, and finding that on the carousel means maybe he can play for level 9, right? He may not have to roll on 8 anymore, and that opens up a world of possibility.
Okay. Jungle Bull with rapid fire, also with the 6 already in place. Prest even trying to find, he had the pair. He doesn't, no, there's the Vex 2 for him. Looking for the Galio 3 as the main tank here. Soyu doesn't get it. Holding up the rest of the unit, holding there the Saya for the rest. And here's Bobster comp, 5 amp, 600 HP for all of the units. Going up against Milk. This is the fire test here, Cass.
Yeah, Milk, rapid fire Aphelios, holding 3 copies of Aphelios away from Setsuko. I think just probably got very lucky hitting it on his roll down and just kind of had to play it for his comp to work. Hurts the team a little bit by having those Aphelios, but he takes out Bobster, and that is a big hit. Bobster going to be put to 1 life even after finding the Samira going up to 5 amp. And I don't even think Milk is close to the cap of that board.
Yeah, Galio 2 now for JD, also contesting a little Soyu to avoid the 3-star Galio. Mil pretty strong, looking for the Sejuani too, but even without the Sejuani taking a huge win here. Rapid fire set, love it, especially with the Titans, getting so much value in, and obviously trying to go for that Seri 2. That would be the win out spot for him.
Yeah, Prestivan even finds Isaiah 2 in the shop there, denying Little Top, who is, you know, just playing around Anima Squad. He was supposed to just tank HP. This is not a win out whatsoever. And considering the strength of this lobby, I'm not convinced Little Top will top 4, even with the amount of HP he saved.
He's greeding a little. He still hasn't used the consumable, and now with this loss, he will have to. There's no other option for him. Bobster taking a win, important for him. Still 5 HP.
Yeah, it's against Jungle Book, who is on the 6 rapid fire. The rapid fire is Zed. Bobster able to hold on. It looks like he held some items back. Jungle Book is stronger than Bobster right now. If you look at the side there, Quicksilver.
Yeah, and this is the golem phase.
Yeah.
So what do we get here? Okay, Jungle Book has decent. I think he can go for the artifact. He goes for the. Okay, no, this is artifact and it's defensive. It's perfect. It's artifact with pure defensive. This is one of the best rolls that he can get. Also artifact here, so we have full damage with the golem. Again, artifacts with full damage. So good decision here also for JD, going for good. And once again, full defensive with artifacts. So good rolls in general for everyone so far.
Yeah, just offensive and defensive. Getting a lot more pressure. I mean, yeah, just getting some more backline damage on the comps that had the tankiness already. Amp deciding that more damage was necessary for Bobster, feeling like Tibbers is doing enough and you just need another carry. There's a random one for Milk. It's a bruiser emblem. Here's another random one for Prestivan.
Ooh, Sejuani 2, very important. Good items. Could get the double cast.
Random one here.
Okay, this is one of the... no, this is the one. This is the perfected one. This is the special one.
This is offensive. Defensive are those other ones.
Yeah, defensive, offensive, and then you have the emblem plus additional items. That is the one that we just saw. Correct, yeah.
My God. Setsuko hit a marksman emblem on his random golem. Hello?
Perfect play here for Setsi. Remember, it's a total random emblem, and he gets the perfect one here.
Just kills Bobster.
Wow. Okay, so Bobster 8 and Jungle Book 16 HP. Very difficult position here for PMD. Setsuko also getting the Kobuko 2 and the Ani 2 right now. Reinforcing even more the Oxford angle.
I feel like this right here for Setsuko may have shut the door on PMD, because he gets this hit, makes him so strong, immediately eliminates Bobster, who is one of the players that needs to start making a run for top 4, considering his kind of win out angle with Amp. Jungle Book potentially could have the other win out angle, you know, with this rapid fire Zed, try and continue to level up the board, so maybe he can hold on. But Little Top is just bleeding out. JD was not incredibly strong when we saw him. It is a tough run of it because Setsuko has a win out spot. Milk has a win out spot.
Jungle Book managed to win here, Cass. It's not looking good. Win streak for Zelinsky. So Zelinsky also in a good spot to take the win. And the win out. So there's obviously Vitality. Vitality is the favorite here. But it's looking good for Zelinsky here. Bastion has the Vinicorp in, has the 2 Dynamo, good items also in secondary carry on the Misfortune, helping with the spread damage of the Morgana and then the offensive Golem. So good damage, and obviously everything is in hands of the Poppy, who is being healed by the Morgana. So looking good, very, very, very good for JD.
Yeah, this is nice. I actually think the offensive Golem really supports this composition. The fish bones means that the random targets come through, which kind of supports the backline access that was already happening. We saw some items being taken off. I don't think JD ended up going up against a teammate. He wouldn't sack for Little Top, but he would sack for Jungle Book. We see Jungle Book here looking to get a win over Soju. I mean, I'm seeing the line for a PMD victory, and it is JD Zelinsky plus Jungle Book 1-2. Little Top also finding a win, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe opening up more opportunities. I'm a little surprised. I thought Little Top was starting to be towards his way out, but Soju just on the Dynamos, not able to do enough there. And it might be, you know, increasing the opportunity for PMD to drag this back, even with Bobster taking that untimely 8th and being one of those win out positions.
Yeah, Soju and Prestivan taking the loss here, 16 and 15. Jungle Book winning. Zelinsky winning. This is very good news for PMD. Turning the tables here. And let's see if it's enough. Setsuko finds the Warmots. I believe he also had a sack there to enable. No, just a good defensive item probably for the Leona there. Okay. And 6 golden ops. He's just ramping up. He's already at 48. Already at 48. Pretty strong. and he can only get stronger. So maybe trying to save a little gold here and get to the next threshold, spending 48 gold.
Yeah, as we jump on board with Soju. Still not to the Dino, because he was very behind on stacks initially. It feels like he's starting to fall off, but Setsuko on the other side. They may just have to sack Soju here, but that's very good for PMD, not taking the 8th and the 7th, so not being in a situation where they are required to 1-2. Opens up a lot of avenues for this team. Massive that Little Top was able to stay alive and win a couple of fights, because now he takes the loss down to 1 HP. So does Prestivant, and Soju goes out. But it was such a big win in the last round for Little Top.
Yep.
Being able to hold out for one more fight. He finds the Zac 2. He's found a Kabuko 2. But he's done his job with the Anima squad. A 6th tier might be enough for JD and Jungle Book to finish this.
Yeah. Both JD probably will come down to whoever gets first. So Lil Top Prestivant in a difficult position here. And then probably Setsuko will be the one with the most cap possibility. Milk is strong with the 6 rapid fire. If he managed to get the Renekton, also win out possibility, but he hasn't got there. So we see him there, 1 Renekton, 2 Renektons. He has the pair. We see it there in the bench. So that's the win out possibility for Milk. Already has the Hutch, has healing. Trying to look maybe for the anti-CC to get a good possibility here. Turns out Prestivant, and now Lil Top should fall down here. No, he wins.
Well, Little Top falls to Setsuko.
Okay, down.
But he did end up getting the 4th place. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. We're just kind of in a spot where first is all that matters.
Okay. Okay, so now it's very important because you need the first place to get as additional value as possible. So will Milk play for Setsuko or Setsuko play for Milk? Or both of them maybe don't play for anyone? Setsuko has 50 gold. So he is able here to get the additional ramp up of Ox with 48 and get even stronger. I believe this comp in the place of Setsuko has more potential for a top 1. So the resources should go for him.
It's interesting. We'll see.
Give him time.
The fight RNG is... Looks like he has just JD in his pool.
He has JD.
They both, because of this, they're both going to just try and be as strong as possible. They might just be able to look for the double elimination. Setsuko going to be able to spend 48 gold here, make it so that he's got another tick for all his golden oxes.
There it is. Oh, nice.
Helios 3 has 6 copies right now.
Looking very good. So against Salinsky, 10 HP, trying to throw him down and then manage themselves against Jungle Book. Okay, very important to try to get access to the Morgana as soon as possible. Poppy holding up the front line. Good damage from the Golem. Let's see if it's enough. Ramping up. Yeah.
Feels like JD's front line just cannot be enough to stand to the Golden Oxes. Poppy, great unit as she is. She is just a 1 cost. And 1 cost 3 stars cannot stand to the might of something like this. But on the other side, Jungle Book does find a win on a full win streak. Takes down Milk in the battle of the rapid fire emblems.
Wow. Okay, so Milk knows. Setsuko gets the Viego 2. Huge upgrade now for the Ox. And look at this. He's just winning so much. The recession of item doesn't make sense. And now it's so good for him. Getting good itemization here. Getting the Zac 2. Getting the Kobuko 2. Very, very strong here. Getting the mods from the Garen. Setsuko can only get stronger here.
Yeah, the problem is Jungle Book now has to be able to hold units, and he can't yet. There's 1 Aphelios in his shop, which he's going to have to try and hold away from Setsi. Setsi is only 2 copies away from hitting that Aphelios 3.
Okay, so also this Renekton has the Quicksilver, but remember already Milk has the 3 Renektons. So Jungle Book in a very difficult spot, and I think he will lose against the Ghost here.
Wow, it's very close. The Renekton with the healing is just enough. As Milk takes a loss, but I feel like Setsuko is just too strong.
Yeah, man.
He has to let that Aphelios go by. Setsuko is wide open to hit Aphelios 3.
Okay, 2 out. He's going up against Jungle Book, so Setsuko, Soyu will get the Ghost. Sorry, Milk. And there's the health.
Option.
Good health there for the Zac.
Sells the
okay, 52, man. He got the 52 perfectly.
Yeah, he sold his Annies for it, but he's just going to commit to the Aphelios. 2 copies. I don't know if he even needs it, though. Fighting up against Jungle Book now. Only Renekton 1 still. That had to be a Renekton 2 to actually make this happen. The Ghost fight was already close. Maybe Renekton can escape the burst once again, but there's no Shred either. Zeri's already down. Renekton is just getting run over.
Nah, it's too much.
This is going to be Curtain's Vitality going to take the series over PMD. And once again, even after going down 0-1 at the start of each of their matches, they have been able to come back with that 2-0 reverse sweep.
Amazing to see from Setsuko. This is playstyle. Every time Fortune exists, every time some of these econ or ramping up possibilities, he has always had this gameplay, but it's not easy to play right now, Ox. So actually he getting the angle, the team supporting him and giving him the chance to play this combo and finally getting the win. Amazing for Vitality. This is the team that is already confirmed for global qualifier. And depending on the result tomorrow, they could be confirmed directly to EWC.
Yeah, exactly. One more round, right? If they're able to win one more round tomorrow, they'll be good. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see where everything else has shaked out after our second round here of the day. Looks like Team Liquid able to take it over Team Kurum X. So the Brazilians coming out strong. Only one Brazilian team made it this far, and it is Team Liquid, and they are doing incredibly still, as they will be facing off against Team Vitality in the upper bracket semis tomorrow.
Yeah, amazing to see. We'll focus now on lower bracket and we will try to see which are the teams that are fighting for that elimination. Is Onyx versus Citadel Gaming and Zero Tenacity versus 100 Thief. So whoever loses in this next round will be eliminated from the tournament, and whoever wins still has a chance both to go to global qualifier, or if they go perfect win from now on, even advance directly to EWC Rehab.
Absolutely. It's going to be massive between these teams fighting for their lives in the lower bracket. But we are going to go to a break. When we return, we will have our third and final match of the day, and we will have our very first eliminations of the road to EWC. So don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it. Thank you.
Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one
Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe San, and this is Teamfight Tactics, America's closed qualifier. We have an elimination match coming up here, Hupe. The first two, this was, our first round, our second round, but now, since this is the second round, but in the loser's side, this could be someone's second loss here of this double elimination event. So it is all on the line for these teams.
Yeah, these are teams that started the series losing and then they won. So actually they have a chance here to stay alive and have that chance either to go to global qualifier or advance directly, but the road will be long. They will need to do the full long path until Sunday to get the qualifications. So we'll go Citadel Gaming versus Onyx Esport. Onyx Esport with some powerhouse houses, ASEA, Goobombs, and you mentioned to me, kiting is hard. Coming back to competitive with the tournament and Onyx.
Yeah, I mean, kiting doesn't really compete much anymore. I mean, occasionally he'll come back and play a set quite a bit, and he's always a very strong player when he does play. But I was a little surprised when I initially saw his name kind of coming back to actually fully compete for EWC, like all in, supporting his team and playing as hard as possible, because kiting was a very strong player early stages of TFT, and he's always been good when he comes back. So looking forward to seeing this matchup. We talk about Olgard, and you got Citadel with Robinson on it. So
the oldest,
all these
oldest
names.
guard.
Yeah, of course, but all these names, coming together. Like kiting was competing before Robin was in Teamfight Tactics. So this is it's really awesome to see all these players here once again, and it's gonna be sad to see some of them go, because the loser of this series will not be at EWC, and as you said, a long road ahead for the others. But we're going to kick things off. Game number 1, Citadel versus Onyx.
Nice. We have the encounter of Alistar, so splitting goal as a chance here for players. This is an encounter that actually is being removed in patch 14.5, the actual patch. Remember, we're in 14.4, so that the players had a chance to prepare properly with a patch with a significant time. Let's talk a little more about Citadel. Citadel Gaming, Robinson, has been in set championship. Dag Memes also 2 times set championship, and back-to-back. He's been playing amazing, huge study group, and the preparation for this tournament with a lot of scrims has been amazing for them. So let's see what they bring to the table today.
Yeah, I mean, it's big, right? This is the combination of the old and the new. Robin been around forever alongside Solus. Dank Memes has played competitive for quite some time, but only finding success in the last 2 sets. And we look at Onyx, and it's kind of a similar story, right? We've got Goobums and Kiting who have been competing forever. And then Asa came around in set 6. He's been a staple in the community. He does a lot of coaching. He helps people get very good. But then Phoenix, or as some people call him, Garage Guy, really just kind of blew up on the scene more recently. And I think, people have very high expectations for Phoenix as he's continued to improve set over set.
Totally nice. Okay, now the ramping up, the story we've been telling so far throughout the tournament, holding the Morganas, getting the pop in. So now we'll see who gets the additional angle here and how the gold will be managed. There's on a Fury getting a possibility of getting her. We know the strong composition that we can have there with the amp, and we start in Prismatic. So very important. Economy. So maybe a few people going for the loose trick here, Cass.
Absolutely, and we're getting the Prismatics to kick things off, of course. And Birthday Present is one that, we've seen quite a bit and do quite well on this last patch. And I do think that maybe Phoenix will go in that direction, try and get towards, the free 2-star 5 cost later on in the game. Solus does go for Build a Buddy is going to hit that Kog'Maw 3 right out the gates. And we are just going to get Pandora's from Phoenix. I'm curious if Solus just like plays around like the traditional Kog'Maw reroll board, because it doesn't like need the frontliners 3-star. You can play different frontliners 3-star, right? With the Kog'Maw.
Yeah.
You can play around, Cho'Gath later on. It's great, right? With the synergy. So it does feel like this is just like a quote-unquote Kog'Maw reroll game, but you're just starting with the 3-star Kog'Maw, and we've got another Build-A-Bud, and this time it's Mundo playing the Kog'Maw board early on. But I'm curious if this, tries to stay towards that direction, or if this actually plays into maybe Street Demon and just uses the Mundo as the frontliner.
Yeah, even Techie, he's holding the Cyrus in the bench. But once again, when you already have the 3-star, you want to play tempo. So Street Demon would make more sense unless the game starts giving you infinite Cyrus and infinite Seraphins, and that's not looking like is the case right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there's those very niche cases where you can actually still play a reroll comp with already getting the 3-star from Build-A-Bud, but generally just going to be that tempo. We've got, that fight between Solus and Kiting on having those early 3-stars, because usually when you Build-A-Bud, you want to full streak stage 2 by using that 3-star. But it's going to be hard when there's another Build-A-Bud in the lobby.
Okay, on the other hand, Goo Bombs with the Nitro in. Nitro gets the Elise. Also has a good possibility here, holding good Nitros in the bench, holding the Poppy, holding the Mordekaiser. So good chances here to get an additional possibility. Kiting is hard with the win streak, Solus also. And Kawen, both Kawen and Robin with the lose streak, probably controlling the carousel coming into the next round.
Here we go. Hey, the LeBlanc finally showed up.
Yeah,
And there's
the
actually
Galio. The
Galio
Galio is not
here,
timid.
so-
Yeah. That should be Galio should be the hard one. Either Galio or Draven.
You would think Galio and Draven would be the hard ones to find, but everyone's just struggling to find LeBlanc. So Asa actually being able to put that together straight away. And go for the early Cypher.
Okay.
Always scary in prismatic lobbies.
Yeah. Double Build-A-Bud here facing off. So very
Immediate
important.
slams.
Yeah. Mundo looks stronger here with the defense item, the redemption.
I also feel like Solus, maybe like he wanted to greed those items. He did not necessarily want this to be the first slam. I think he really wanted Ginsu first, and then you get this a little bit later, right?
Makes sense, yeah.
But I think, it's not a bad item for Solus to have, and if he thought he could potentially win the fight, it's worth the slam. That's really important to try and win that fight, but yeah, certainly going to hurt losing his streak. Kiting going to continue his, and I don't think anyone else, based on what we saw in this lobby, is going to be able to contest Kiting in stage 2.
Yeah, he's good. He's good, very strong with the Gorilla. They're in the front, and now with good possibilities of maintaining this win streak. Solus will get hurt. You mentioned it. It's very important to get the win streak, unless and then the item, the augment, doesn't do so much. Full control on the carousel. 3 CTG or Citadel Gaming players getting full control here, and we're just starting. So this prismatic will be very interesting. We should do like a little brush just to make sure we see the angle of each players. So okay, both cash out. This is important because everyone will get the same. Is the thing is, when will they get the gold?
Wow, they just cash it out immediately. They did not want to let this kind of stick around. Just getting the earlier injection of Econ. I do think this it actually kind of like hurts the Cypher players a bit, right? Because everyone else just like leveling up faster, getting their board stronger. You end up taking more damage as Cypher. So I'm not sure if this was one team trying to force it. I actually don't know if you tie it, do you know what happens? I actually don't know. Is it random?
Which one, sorry?
The vote there to continue or to split. If it goes 4-4,
I'm not sure what happened if it's tied. No,
that's
not
actually
sure.
I'm curious. I'll have to look that up.
Could be random.
I would expect it to be random. And I do wonder if one team wanted to hold on to it, maybe because their Cypher, they're trying to slow it down, and one didn't, and it was random, or if both teams just decided, hey, we want to take this variance out of the game, everybody just gets 5 gold.
Makes sense. Okay, just to get a ramp up, we saw there with the Observer a little detail. That means simply playing a little Vanguard with possibilities. Kai went full lose streak, trying to hold on. Robinson with a Mana Saint in a Seraphine could get some additional angles there. And Asea is the only one with Cypher, late Cypher, that will try to transform in a good cash out in the mid game. Okay, Kaiten, you call it out. We have like some street demon here. Also with the golden ox to ramp out a little.
Yeah, I feel like
no direction still, yeah.
I actually played this comp just the other day, like exactly this setup. Build a Bud,
Nice.
Mundo, and then into Street Demon. And what I found was that I was very strong in the early game, as you expect.
Until you weren't.
And then it fell off a cliff. Like this, it just, like Brand was just not enough. And then the Mundo was just not nearly tanky enough with just the Street Demon, increasing his stats, playing around the 7 Street Demon. So I'm curious if Kiting is able to find a way to actually kind of make this work throughout the game. But what I will say is that you can hold on to a ton of HP by playing this, especially if you can find the Brand early enough. So I'm wondering if there's also a better configuration than just going purely, towards the 7 Street Demon, or if there's another way that you can kind of dance around it to increase the cap. And we'll see if Kiting can actually find that.
Yeah, makes sense. Techie vertical tempo, I don't love it. It was buffed once again in 14.5. So I think he's very limited in the possibilities. I still like 7 Street Demon, but as you said, it will fall out of a cliff if he maintains. Robinson, 3 Anima Squad with the Mana Saint. See what he tries to do here. If he managed to maintain the Mana Saint into the late game, could go on the Aurora, but I don't think it's a good angle to think from now.
Yeah, hard to get there for sure. You see a couple level ups coming through. Cypher angle for Asa. Doing pretty well so far.
62. 3-1. Nice. Okay.
Actually contested by Kaiwing, but I don't think Kaiwing can afford to sell and try and get Asa in that way. I don't think they actually were in the same pool.
Yeah, they're not. They already face each other. Okay, kiting. Trying to get something additional here.
Phoenix
up against Morgana. Yeah.
With the Radiant from his Pandoras. It's a pretty good one. 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah, making good tempo here. Obviously, going up against the Supermundo. Very difficult. But actually in a good spot. Kiting will maintain this win streak. And once again, very difficult for anyone to throw him out. And that's what he has to do. He has to control a full win streak right now before the comp start falling down. And then just try to play with the HP to help the players and help the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Little team
Phoenix
here. Deep Nitro.
Phoenix grabbing an HP augment. As we see, he's gone up to 104. Those are always, they were always valued very highly last year at EWC, and it makes sense, right? In the team game, if you can just get more HP for your team, it allows you to sack for your teammates more often.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense to grab it. Better for carousel priority as well. Quite nice. Get that pickup, as we do have Rolling for Days Dumbify preparation. Dumbify your Mundo 3.
Okay, his prep. He'll try to maintain. He has prep, and now he put in Techie. Probably Street Demon. Yeah, make more sense. Get a chunk. The thing is, with preparation, you're not prepping the Mundo, who's your 3
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
You can prep it on neutrals, but you'll only get 2 stacks, 3 stacks total in the game. It's not very good. But the rest of the Street Demons are all going to be able to get prepped. And that actually could improve the cap of the board, but it is just the silver prep, right? It's nothing too insane.
Makes sense. Okay, once again here. Everyone coming to see the final fight here. Kiting's hard still with the win streak. The only one, K went very low. Both him and Asa. Asa, remember, is the Cypher. And K went simply going for a full lose streak. And then trying to control Carousel. So here, Hollow, we don't love it. And then some items, he will probably maintaining the Nitro. He has good upgrades here. And probably play the line that we saw in the last game cast, Nitro Dynamo.
Yeah, trying to play around this Elise. Having to use Adaptive Helm instead of, one of the more common mana generation items, right? The blue buff or the Shojin. But still, it gets the job done. She's at one of those mana values where Adaptive actually is still pretty valuable, still pretty strong. And just making use of your components and being strong now instead of trying to greed for best in slot.
Zaira doing good work here. Already thinking about the late game here. Kiting is hard. Good itemization. Wounding. And And now trying to go, wins now once again. Again, the other Beetle bot. So tough spot here for Soulless. He's the only one he's losing to, but he got him twice.
Yeah, it just keeps losing to Kiting, and now we get the first picks, Kaiwing and Asa. You know, we've seen a lot of amp out of Cypher, and there is an Annie available, but also Tears. So Asa thinking about what he's got to grab, and just taking a belt, one cost belt. This Phoenix standing in the middle, slow as ever with the Titanic, can't quite get there. Solus finally grabs that Annie with the bow. They were trying to get it for Kiting, it seems, and Kiting instead is just going to get that Cho'Gath.
Always good. 4 gold, flex item, and now let's see if he can maintain. He decides to push here. So he's pushing for Bruiser, very, very strong, giving percentage HP additional to that Dr. Mundo, who also scales with HP with his passive. And now roll down here for Kaiwen. He's tired of losing, trying to go for something else. Yeah. Has the Corrupted that could go on the Mordekaiser. And Asa decides to drop here the Cypher. No, he gets it in once again. 176, so good cash out coming in for Asa on Wolf.
Yeah, only ever found 3 Cypher, never finding the Draven to play the 4. So it definitely slows down the growth of it. But as you said, it is still a pretty good cash out. Asa overall holding on to a reasonable amount of HP, but actually gets griefed by Dank Memes, who is also on the Cypher, just a lot less stacks.
Wow. Okay, the late Cypher going forward here, making sure that the full cash out of Asa is not good. And now it will be more of a tempo play here, not necessarily a super high roll or cap out first or 8th spot.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a Morgana. Okay, Morgana 3.
Pick up for Phoenix. Very, very good. I think the bad thing for Citadel, though, is even though they have these like Cyphers going, the Lost Streak going for Kaiwing, the cash out's not that good. So even though they kind of griefed Asa, their own cash out's not that strong. And they've lost a lot of HP on the 2 Lost Streakers with Dang Beams and Kaiwing. So they're really going to have to find a way back in, as Phoenix is trying to life tank for the team. Or sorry, not Phoenix. Solus is trying to life tank for the team, but Onyx just has way more HP between Phoenix and Kiting.
Yeah, 188. Looking good here. Should be a good loss. So we should see both of them, right? Maybe we stay off Asa, that it will be the biggest cash out, and then we can try to switch.
One.
Okay, let's stay with Asa now for the next round. And we see the cash out here. Should be able to get to 200. There it is, 208. So good possibilities here to get.
Yeah, 208. Not the worst. Definitely losing a lot of value the last moment there. And just going to be a Deathblade. That's not very flexible. I mean, it has a Reforger with it, but...
He could reforge the static.
Yeah, I guess so, because he has the Infinity Edge, right? He has AD.
Let's see what he opts to. Maybe roll first, see what he gets.
Quality over quantity as well, right? So...
yeah, you're right.
What? Where are we gonna go with this quality over quantity? Can you
Anima
play?
Yeah, Anima is great.
Good, yeah.
Anima is the best with this augment, and I think he's committed. Yeah, he knows it. You can play something else, but you have to get like the perfect spot. If not, you force Anima.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so he's got the Anima from here, and he is, yeah, as you said, he's holding it on the bench. See if he can push the levels 4-1ing it, going towards level 8. See the roll down if he can hit the 4 cost that he needs. Not seeing it yet. Here's a Samira. That would be pretty sick if he could play amp, but...
Hey, Leona, nice.
Finds the Leona.
No Saya
still nowhere to be seen, and there she is. Okay. Not upgrades, but finds all the pieces. And with the quantity over quality, I mean, that could be enough with these Radiants coming through.
Now, it's looking much better right now. Decides to go for full defense in against AP damage, recognizing the rest of the lobby, going up against very AP heavy comps. And now let's see what's the rest here. Morgana 2 still from the other part, just playing a Morgana tempo, holding for the Vex. Even without the Vex, winning here.
Yeah.
So, great win here for Kaiwen.
Yeah, very close to hitting the Varus 3. Has the Jax 3 as well. I'm not even sure exactly where that one came from. I mean, I guess he gets a lot of rerolls from his first augment, but interesting to see that already picked up. And Kaiwing, definitely a better spot for now, but Asa definitely has some upward mobility. Cybernetics synergizing really well with his quality over quantity augment.
Yeah, makes total sense.
He's forced to put items on everything, so you might as well get the additional value because you're playing cybernetics perfectly.
Yeah, also you have the marksman in, so the Saya will get that additional AD damage to do synergy with the crit.
He pairs the board, but no upgrades yet still. I mean, Seraphine, sure. He could upgrade Vayne, but he doesn't currently have an item on her. I'm curious, though, is this 2 gold not worth it? Yeah, besides it is. Because he passed up the upgrade on the previous turn, actually. He could have upgraded Vayne, and he skipped it.
Yeah, maybe he knows he's in the rotation against many opponents here, trying to get a good chunk of HP. On the other hand, Mana Sane, and already the Amp prep. I believe he's Robin. He was the one with the Mana Sane. So that should be the face-off here. Very, very strong. Going with the Cho'Gath. Finding a Cho'Gath too, and why not? He just plays it.
Yeah, that Cho'Gath is stacked. I mean, it is incredibly strong. And Asa, I mean, he's got no gold, but he's got the pairs. If he can match these, it might be okay. I mean, how far away is this egg? I realize he's got this egg on the bench as well. There's Leona too. That's a massive hit.
We can right click there. Okay, it's 5 turns still.
I mean, yeah, this is tough.
If he wins every round, it's only 3 turns. So good chance of getting it early here. But it's 10 HP, pretty tough.
The hacked egg goes faster when you win, or is this the one that's faster when you lose?
It should be with the win. I don't remember the change.
Okay.
Yeah. Should be, yeah. That's the final I got in the end. Okay, going off against a Buffy Morgana here. Only 1 item in the Poppy. So let's see if it's actually enough here. Good spread damage. Good focusing damage. Poppy accessing the backline, not hitting the static shift. This is good news. And now holding up. Double Dragon's Claw, making a difference here, but the Morgana access the backline.
Is he gone? 10 HP? Yeah, Xaxes. He needed 1 more unit, and he would have been able to stay alive. So Asa's gonna go down first. Onyx losing their first member down in 8th. But when we look at the rest of the HP, Phoenix full win streaking after taking the Titanic Augment all the way up at 104, and Kiting only barely starting to lose rounds going for that Street Demon. And while I don't think Kiting is going to be in a position to really win out playing around the Street Demons,
yeah,
the question is, can he still, bleed out to a top 4 and the rest of his team still do well enough that maybe they can join him in that top 4? So Goobums and Phoenix potentially to look at, but the full carousel control is for Citadel.
Yeah, they managed to win. Robinson gets the Samira, so perfect for him to advance in the 5 amp that he actually needs. So perfect setup. Citadel Gaming with a good chance here to take the win. Already the 8th from Onyx, but remember, King Kiting is hard and both Phoenix are also pretty strong. But now Robin looking amazing here. Just trying to find maybe a replacement for the Cho'Gath in a moment, but obviously that Cho'Gath too doing so much work here.
Cho is a beast.
No synergies, it's like just Cho.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Cho 2 still just a very good unit. But yeah, as you say, I mean, if he can find something better, that'd be great. But 0 gold level 8, it's going to be hard to actually replace this Cho'Gath.
Yeah. I mean, it's the +1 in this comp. You can go Kobuko, you can go Viego, you can go even Zac, you can go Garen. So if you find a Cho'Gath too, why not, man?
That works out. Going up against Kiting. It looks like Kiting has not been able to find the brand yet. Looks like he's prepping Vex on the bench, but I think those are just holds. He's just trying to keep them away.
Okay.
I believe there's a player going for Vex right now. Other than that, I mean, the Mundo is still tanky, but yeah, he has already begun to fall off because he has not found the brand. That is going to be the next spike, but it actually... He might end up finding the brand when it is too late to actually be stronger, and he'll just keep losing, and that's the struggle that this composition can have. As Robin picks up the Annie. We'll see if Kiting can actually stabilize, but Phoenix... playing it around the Poppy and the Morgana, doing really well. And the fact that he's been able to win out and can continue to scale his levels is incredibly important for that
Yeah, you were talking about a variation of the 3 demon. He decides to go for the 6 bruiser. So very, very interesting to get to funnel as much possibilities there for the Mundo. And just going for a basic, maybe because he didn't find the brand. Let's see if that's the final way he wants to go for. You mentioned it, the Annie 2, good items, 3 items for her. So Tivers will do a lot of job. He can cycle the abilities very, very fast. And now that should be the win possibility. Good crowd control there from the Sejuani, but it's not enough. Too much power from the amps and the Cho'Gath. I mean, it's amazing because in the start of the set, Cho'Gath was not a unit. They receive a lot of hate from everyone, and now you see it, like you remember the one that didn't have synergy they were always good, like the mutants. What was the name?
Yeah,
he's a threat. The actual threat is right now the Cho'Gath.
I love it. Yeah. And that board is just way too strong for stage 4, able to just beat everybody. Kaiwing also finding just the Varus 3. I mean, this was supposed to be a Vex board, Exo Vex, but during the roll down, didn't really find Vex, but found Varus and really just able to make it work. Big win streak for Kaiwing. Goobums still on that Nitro. You're calling out Dynamo Nitro. 2 away from finding that Elise. But actually pretty decent stacks considering no 3 stars, right? This is a 133 on the robot with no 3 stars. I think it's pretty good. Just giving extra value for another unit. And as far as the Dynamos being online, already having an Aurora, very, very nice pickup.
Yeah, let's see if it's enough. He needs to hit here. Very low in HP. Win streak there for the other Onyx player. Phoenixia still pretty, pretty strong. Here's the roll down. See if he finds anything more here.
There's
Bastion Dynamo in. Okay, so Goobums hits in the perfect moment with 17 HP. So probably 2 life if he doesn't get hit like terribly. Gets a Garen here, pair of Garen. Prepping Garen doesn't sound like the best deck. You want to have him in the board. So let's see, okay, some sack stacks, and now we have the sack 2 all of the sudden. So Soulless from nothing to hero right here.
Yeah, Soulless got a lot, and he's keeping his items benched. He seems to want Dank Memes to actually be the one to pick up this win here, buying a little bit more time, slowly adding some items into the fray to try and pick up a couple of extra unit kills, not take as much damage. The Urgot actually doing a lot in this to pick up a couple extra. Still a pretty bad loss, but overall not bad as the sacrifice for Dank Memes there.
And Kaiwing 6 win streak, taking good chances with the ExoVex and actually the Super Varus, because Vex is not doing anything. Actually, the blue buff goes to the Urgot, and this is the cap of the comp. Actually, Vex is only a transition, but if you get the Urgot online, it's actually amazing. So good position for him, level 9, 20 gold. Still hasn't popped the egg, so still with a good chance. Kobuko 2, getting good CC together with the Sejuani. So I don't know, I see a good position here.
All right, so let's see if Kaiwing can continue this win streak. Goes up against Robin. This is a teammate. Now has Radiant JG. Not even sure where he found that one.
Why not? Now, all eyes right now on Varus, trying to get a good win here. Not enough, too much damage. Samira still alive, tanking the Tivers, and taking the win in the end. So Kaiwing was pretty, pretty strong, but once again, the amp composition from Robinson taking the win here. So good chunk from player to player in the same team. But actually staying alive here. Aurora 2 for kiting is hard. Kobuko 2 for Soulless.
Hey, Hupe, I figured out where the Radiant GG came from. It came from the egg.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It actually is losses for the hacked egg, which is interesting. For speeding it up, because that Kaiwing's was on 2. And then he lost, and then it popped immediately.
Cool. Good to know.
Yeah, Asa would have had to win 5 rounds to actually get his egg at that point. Definitely would have been very tough. Goobums does have the 3-star Elise. A good position for the Sejuani. Should be able to get good CC onto the Varus and the Urgot. Looks like it actually misses the Varus there.
Yeah.
So it is tucked away in that corner. Elise looks like maybe not able to do enough damage. No, not going to be able to deal with Kaiwing. Goobums going to go to 1 life. Kaiwing's also on 1 life, though, so it is possible that Goobums can outlive if someone is strong enough. But kiting, you know, as I was saying at the start, this Mundo thing, it tends to fall off a cliff. And kiting is certainly on the precipice. We do have the next Carousel.
Okay, there's a Samira there. Some good possibilities. More damage there for Goo Bombs. The crit for Kaiwen. Trying to go more deep into the Exovex. Maybe try to give a better item to the Varus. Or even to the Executioner. Maybe to ramp a little more into the Urgot.
Yeah, we had this Issa going down so long ago, and now finally everyone is gonna fall like dominoes. HP total is incredibly close. Kaiwing feels like it's a good spot for him to hold on, but a lot of these boards are getting very powerful. I mean, look at Solus here. 4 upgraded legendary units. 5 upgraded legendary units. Sorry, my bad. I didn't even see Renekton at first.
Wow. Full legendary board here. Normally plays. This is the way you play the legendary board right now. Very expensive, and he managed to get everything at level 9. Very impressive here for Soulless. Going up against the Mana Saint. So his teammates, both of them are probably the strongest right now. So let's see the test of strength to just see who has the who's favorite to get the first.
Yeah, it looks like the Amp board is nearly stronger than the legendaries, but just that last little bit from Urgot, the cast couldn't come out as Kaiwing actually goes down first. Goobum's able to hold on. Massive for Onyx as Robin is now on 1 life, and if Goobums can hold out for yet another, that will put his team in such a great position. It'll just leave it down to who can get first. And I think that's the best they can ask for.
Yeah.
Phoenix has been slowly just continuing to be strong at this point, and I think maybe that's their way out, but beating Solus's board at this point is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, looks like it's going to go to whoever gets the first place if HP maintains this way. And once again, legendary boards against Goobums. Goobums in a very difficult spot, getting the LS3 shouldn't be enough. Still doesn't have the T-Hex, so Nitro didn't cap out as much as he wanted to, so he will be totally obliterated here. So Onyx will be confirmed to have 2 players in the bottom 5. And Robin seems to be winning.
Yeah, Robin hangs on, beating Phoenix, and actually by a pretty large margin. And that might just be Citadel running away with it if that is the case, because I don't think Kiting is strong enough at all to deal with this lobby.
Yeah.
If Robin can beat Phoenix, I mean, really, it's just if his team can even sack for him here, which they might not even need to. Robin might be the second strongest in the lobby behind Solus.
Yeah, looks like it will be an easy win here for Citadel. Let's see if someone can be able to ramp up. Remember, Kiting is Scar, get a 5th. You get 3 people in the same team, bottom 5 is over. So that would be an easy win. If not, there will be some other possibilities and a scenario to consider. Very strong Robinson getting the Samira 2-star. Still with a little goal, 4 strategies, 5 amp. Pretty strong, good front line. Doesn't need 100% the tiers to front him. So looking good. And still, for some reason, maintaining the Cho'Gath.
Still having that Cho'Gath, even without the items, is very funny. I mean, it's a +1 for the comp, and I guess maybe Cho 2 better than Kabuko 1?
I don't know.
I don't know. Close. I think Kabuko might be a little bit better. No items, right? If it's no items.
Yeah.
I think maybe a fully itemized Cho 2 is still better than a fully itemized Kabuko 1, but I maybe at a base level, that shield that Kabuko gets is a little bit more valuable.
Okay, 3,400 health for the sack, and for some reason, we have 2 sacks. And remember, the Virus trait maintains the stack in any sack that you have. So both sacks will have the additional health. So very interesting to see 2 sacks in the table in the late game, or even Dream on the sack 3-star.
Yeah, but so powerful with the Aurora to bring that Zac in. And Kiting actually, yeah, doing enough here to maybe take down Robin. There comes a cast from the Samira. A little bit more from the Annie. Is that a Tibbers? That can make the difference. It's not. And can't quite do enough. Kiting goes down, and Citadel are going to pick up game 1 here in this elimination lower bracket match.
Wow, so well played. Once again, I will have dreams of that Cho'Gath taking the win there for Robinsons. And no, they played amazing. I mean, very well set up, turning Asa into an 8th and then just playing for the positions. Very good. Phoenixia, very strong, but he cannot win against the rest. Only one player cannot. And I mean, they played well. They analyzed their win spot and committed early. That is what's most important right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like exactly what happened with kiting was kind of what we expected when we saw the Mundo. Really good early game, could not convert. Went the Bruiser direction. I thought it might be Street Demon. Like you said, he just maybe never finds the brand, or maybe that actually was, the idea. But converts for a 5th, which I think is kind of reasonable with him just HP tanking for the team, and just no one else is able to find that win out. Asa playing the Cypher, but does get griefed towards the end of his cash out, and cashing out just a single death blade is just not nearly what he needed to actually make things come together. So we end up with just such a great spot for Citadel, as they're able to still keep 2 people in the top 2. Phoenix maybe actually able to take this down, surprisingly enough, as Solus had that just beautifully capped out legendaries board.
Yeah, Solus, I mean, I think he was the one who played it better. He got the Billabot into Kog'Maw, and then I don't know how, because we didn't have a chance to see him so much. He built this legendary board, so amazing, so huge cap out for him. He didn't even have the win streak for the Build-A-Bot. So Soulless actually performing amazing and demonstrating the quality of player that he is.
Yeah, I actually love that, right? You know that your Build-A-Bot doesn't cap out high as the 1 cost, so just using it to
9 gold
enough money to go 9, right? Yeah, and then you sell it for 9 gold later on.
Totally nice. Phoenixia still strong. Remember, it's already set up. The winners of this round is Citadel Gaming. Remember, best of 3. We're on the loser bracket. So whoever loses here is facing elimination.
So just the 1v1 at the end. I feel like Solus should win, but I mean, Phoenix just keeps picking up these Ws, and maybe the legendary board just not able to do enough against the synergies that Phoenix has put together. Probably another tank item for the front line. Great
for the sack. Now getting that percentage health. Perfect for the... Probably getting out of the Even Shroud. Making Immortal Sack here. Just for fun.
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't have a remover. So he will need to make a little change here. Maybe in the sack of the bench? Should be in the Kobuko, right? Yeah, Kobuko. Nice.
All right, potentially just one final fight, unless Solus has to beat him 2 or 3 times. I mean, 2 times. Ready to get it there. I feel, because I still feel like Solus might be stronger, but let's take a, I mean, that is a very capped Morgana board. That is up there. Having, 2 2-star or 3-star frontliners. You got the Renekton online as well, the Radiant TG on the at least have a secondary carry, but yeah, end of the day, I mean, these Zacs, though, they've been stacked up all game long. That should be enough damage, so we're gonna get one more fight. We're gonna hang out a little bit. At least they're not going to PvE, right? I say that, but actually 16 life, he can technically live, right?
Yeah, could be. One more win here for Soulless, 1 HP.
We might be hanging out.
I mean, love to see the board from Soulless. He managed to get the win out. Urgot 2 with that placement is probably the best legendary in the game in pure raw power. Obviously, Zac has the scaling and other stuff, but in pure raw DPS power, this Urgot is just amazing.
Emoting at each other. You love the sportsmanship between the two. I know Phoenix has been friends with a lot of these guys for a long time as well. Everybody here actually in this lobby, I know they all have known each other for quite some time. They're all friends. It's great to be able to compete with friends at a very high level. And this is the very highest level of gameplay that we can get. Now, once again, Solus on the victory march. Why does this fight look closer? Ah, the Zac had not split. Yeah, that's why. There we go.
I mean, this is 16, right?
Yeah, that's got to be 16. Solus.
There it is. Perfect.
Exactly 16, in fact. Solus actually picks up the win. And there we go. Citadel grabbing game number 1 of this lower bracket series. Remember, once again, loser here eliminated from their chances at EWC. The winner still with a long road ahead. Last year, Robin was able to make it, right? Robin playing for Toronto Ultra. They had a pretty good showing, especially in the early stages, but just could not convert at the end of the day. And I think that Robin was one of the big standouts for that team. Very, very talented in the 4v4 and bringing a brand new team. I don't think any of these are repeat players with Robin, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, I mean, we will figure out if I'm wrong later. But still, I don't think it's repeat players. And Robin is once again bringing his team, to this top 8 in the qualifiers to try and get there.
Yeah, and we were talking about the roles, right? Robin, I remember in the first EWC, he was the rock most of the time, trying to get the loss for the teammates, trying to contest the player from the other from the contesters that were actually winning the lobby. So he knows how to play his thought. So he's obviously experienced. He's the one who's been for so many years. So great to see. Great to see. Good win for Citadel right now. 1-0 winning against Onyx.
All right, well, we'll see if Robin and the rest of Citadel can convert and finish up this 2-0, or if Onyx can make the run back. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, the road to EWC will continue. Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe-san, and we are deep into the teamfight tactics closed America's qualifier. Now we've got Citadel versus Onyx in the lower bracket. Loser here is completely out. The winner has a long road ahead to make that qualification, but Citadel has started out with an early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 1-0 for Citadel. Great performance from Soulless especially, who managed to get an interesting game. Caught map 3 with Pillowbot, transforming into a legendary, getting the cap board with the Kobuko 3, with the Urgot 3. So beautiful to see this play because it's not a normal comp and it's actually now performing very well, both in the actual patch and in the patch that we're playing right now, 14.4. So Citadel in a great position. They can play very comfortably. Obviously, winning the first one is good. And Phoenicia, Asia, Gubon, Skyteam is hard. They still have a chance. And if not, they will be eliminated. Remember, this is loser bracket. Last chance to go for that long road that you mentioned, Cass, to have a possibility of advancing either to Global Qualifier or to EWC Rehab.
Absolutely. That's big for them. And Citadel just one game away from taking this series down and eliminating Onyx. I think this was, a very close match between the two. We just saw a lot of the early tempo end up with compositions that couldn't convert. And as you said, Solus kind of having that MVP performance, kind of having a similar spot to start the game to Kiting, but instead of utilizing that one cost the rest of the game with the Build-A-Bud, ends up being able to convert it to a full Legendaries board. And of course, had to get a little bit lucky, hit every single one of those upgrades, but still, end of the day, Solus able to capitalize and make a deep run.
Yeah, also Asa tried to do something with Cypher, didn't work out, didn't get the full cash out. So it's important. Cypher has been performing amazing, but you don't know. You need to get lucky. You need to make sure that the opponent will not grief you, and you cannot be sure. It's obviously some luck there in the matchmaking. Your team can help you as much as they can, but obviously there's the randomness in matchmaking that could hurt you potentially. So still, 2 games away probably, or only 1 game if Citadel Gaming takes the win in the second game of today.
Yep, it's going to be a crazy match between these two. And I just want to look more at the history of these two teams, right? We're looking at Citadel and just, the last time around with EWC, Robin Songs being the captain over at Toronto Ultra. He was one of the shot callers. And like you said, he was the rock, or as I like to call it, the anvil of the team, taking a lot of lost streaks, taking a lot of beatings for Toronto Ultra. This time around, I'm not sure if it's exactly the same way. We look at this team, at least from the start, it was Kaiwing and Dank Memes that were the ones on the lost streaks to kick things off, and Robin and Solus were the ones going for the wins early. And oftentimes, it's not just you're the designated beat stick for the team, but you just kind of play the spot that you're given. Yep. However, I know we saw Robin often being the one who ended up taking the front and taking the worst opportunities to play from the low amount of resources.
Yeah, I remember last EWC with the Syndra, that was the total menace. So it was so important to have a good rock. Now we're seeing that because the meta is a little more stable, obviously everyone wants to play the Morgana, but normally 2 people are playing it. It's more of who gets the winning spot. So it's more important to funnel resources to the one who is going to win, the ace, if you will. And maybe we're not seeing so many rocks in the game. Someone who's griefing very heavily on someone because of the meta. So actually good to see a more balanced meta than last year that give us a totally different scenario, a new game even.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we continue to see the strategies develop over the course of the qualifiers and well into EWC. Of course, it'll be a fully different set when we get to that point. So that's always going to be very exciting for that. But for now, I mean, it's really just what strategies can these teams, can these players evolve? Morgana, we talked about in our first series not finding the most success, but it has been incredibly strong in this most recent series, continually finding good placements. And oftentimes we've only been a 1 of Morgana and not 2 this time around, and maybe not allowing that comp to go unchecked even more, even though it's so hard to actually contest the 1-cost rerolls.
Yeah, 100%. We saw a lot of Marchman also today, not with the best performance. Some Anima squad performing very well, better than I was expected actually. And Exovex, or Vexotech, how it's called, playing by Kaiwen. Very bad start. he didn't get the Vex and he just like went up above and just tried to play alongside the Varus and getting also good results. So Citadel, also Dangmims taking the hit for the rest of the team. They're playing good communication, and now it's time to see the next game promptly to see what they come forward. Love to see in the last round also that Ox is also playable with Setsuko.
Oh, yeah.
So I think many lines we haven't seen, but they are very particular. So hopefully we will see a little more of the meta. But as I said before, I'm very happy about the current state in this patch and even in the later patch with the changes of objects that will be coming later and we'll probably see in the future.
Yeah, no, I mean, the item changes are great. We'll see how that ends up shaking things up eventually, but as of now, we are still on the previous patch. No item changes yet. You can still build Runeance Hurricane. It's still an option as we're getting rerolls from Twisted Fate. We'll see if this does lead to a lot of reroll compositions, or you just use it for tempo. It will make people stronger just in general, getting all these extra rerolls.
Starting off with Kawen. A Morgana. Great to see here. Jacob hasn't performed. We need like a little maybe scoop weapon, something very particular to make the Checo work. We saw him with Ginso and a decent chance of getting a position, but not actually strong. Some orbs here, getting the Bai, getting the Senna, getting the Brown that is also very strong in the early game if you manage to get a good position. Some possibilities here. Mundo, Zaira, Teki, Bruiser for Dangmims. Good chance here. And Soulless with the Kindred 2. Rapid fire, only lacking front lane, so probably he will be the tempo player.
All right, on board with Phoenix. He's got the Nitro out and the Morgana already as potentials. We saw him on Morgana duty in the last game, and it worked out quite well for Phoenix. Able to grab that second place, but of course, not enough to get things done. And I mean, it's a decent Nitro pickup here. Able to have the Shyvana, gets the robot right away. With the extra rerolls from Twisted Fate, I mean, this is always a potential option. You can go for another Nidalee in the shop as well. Being able to pair both the 1 costs on stage 1 and find the Shyvana is quite good.
Okay, now Kaiwen getting the Jax, getting 2 Chacos here. 3 Chacos, actually. He already has the additional 1 in the bench. Getting an Elise, some additional possibilities here. He needs to make 10.
Yeah, might just be...
Okay.
Spare parts as an option did just find that Elise. It is, a reasonably strong augment, but it didn't feel like the craziest Nitro spot on this board. Would be nice for Phoenix to have found spare part, surely, but...
Prize Fighter seems good if your teammates can win trade you a little. You can get at least 2 components. Yeah, he goes for it.
True.
So, yeah.
A lot of extra value on this.
Okay, he will need to slam a little to make sure he gets the win. So maybe the Archangels could be a possibility. Nitro here. Oh, nice augment here to go for the vertical Divinicorp. And he already has the Rask. It's a good option. No scout, no build.
Option? Nope.
Okay, no. He decides to commit to AD. It's probably either Seri or Vanguards.
Now, I'm curious. I saw Kiting had also picked up a full Nitro set to start things off. And now Nitro can fully just be played as a tempo. It does not need to be committing to the robot. But I know both Kiting and Phoenix having good early Nitro spots. And I'm curious if either of them will actually commit fully to the line with the extra rerolls from Twisted Fate.
Okay, we'll see promptly. For now, Goobomb's pretty strong. Robin also, Kawen also. So it will be a mixed carousel probably in the end. Okay, they're good. Here's the Nitro, beginning for Kiting. Decides not to slam. Remember, this was an econ.
Yeah.
Econ start for everyone, so only 1 item. Will be tough to manage.
That feels like a commit for Kiting, by the way. I mean, that was 7 copies of Kindred already. So I think Kiting is playing Nitro here. I mean, if you get the early 3 stars, this comp does become pretty monstrous when you're able to just really stack up that robot.
Yeah, makes total sense. Total sense here, and in his spots makes total sense. Let's see how he managed to get it. Also, we saw Dangmims just in the rotation. He has Bruiser Tekis, already like 5 Seraphins. Good comp if you have good items and good start, and that's exactly the placement here for Dangmims.
Yeah, all these 1-cost rerollers helping each other out just a bit, and you know, we even see some of the Twisted Fate rerolls used by Kiting already. I think just trying to see if he could snipe the earliest 3-star imaginable. Even, you know, 2-star Shyvana helps out. Just every single point of stacking is going to be very, very good for this robot. And I mean, Kiting is getting close already. 6 copies of Nidalee, 7 copies of this Kindred.
Yeah, looks amazing. Here's Asa also going, and also with the Steady Knight. So Asa will be the one contesting the Techie Bruiser line with Dangmims. So there will be a little challenge there. One more that is re-rolling for the 1 cost.
Oh, this is a very funny game we're getting with the Twisted Fate giving these rerolls, right? Because this is Morgana. This is committed to Morgana, right? We've got, you know, 6 copies of the Morg already. You said there's maybe 2 players contesting Techie Bruisers. We've got the Nitros. There's so many 1-cost rerolls in this game. And they're all going to hit very quickly. Everybody's looking very close already to hitting some of these units.
Yeah, normally this is the placement where amp doesn't make sense. You don't have good mid-game with the amps unless you hit the Yumi or the Nafiri very quickly, and it's very difficult to depend on 2 costs or 2-star 3 cost. So it will be totally different games from what we have so far. Rerollers will pressure so much that you will not cap out. It will be very difficult to get to level 9.
All right, we see Kiting actually able to grab an Elise off the carousel, so is able to get his 4th Nitro in, get the laser going, but more importantly, just getting the, you know, maximum amount of kind of units feeding stacks to that robot. And what a great shop that was that we just saw on the way out, picking up a couple extra poppies for the Morgana reroll.
Okay, Nitro once again, Kiting very strong. Already
He's 1 away.
With 24, yeah. 1 away, okay. Nidalee, 2 away Kindred. Yeah. Kaiwen, we haven't, here it is. Exotech, Dynamo, Cybercoil, not the best defense either way, so we can use it. And obviously we need full defense to be able to ramp up the Archangels in the Elise so far.
Yeah, but already finding this, you know, this Exotech front line with a Sejuani on 5 should be relatively stable, but needing some 2-stars. Does at least have the Jax upgraded. And I mean, just the base stats of the Sejuani are going to be pretty good. The extra CC helping a little bit with ramping up this Archangels and getting the Morgana to apply stacks to everything. So Kaiwing able to hold on to this win streak. Both he and Goobums are going to be the 2 fighting. Citadel and Onyx both fighting for this one. As Kiting hits Nidalee 3 on 2-6.
Oh, great to see here. And that will be a total ramp up. Remember, Nitro gets additional ramp in terms of stars of the Nitro units. So this will be totally amazing for him, getting the T-Hex early and ramping up the Nitro. This is exactly what you want to go for. Twisted Fate 2 for Goobums as a chance. It's just waiting until 5 more. Probably he will do it. He needs to maintain the win streak. There it is. It's just trying to maybe hide a little the strength of his board.
There we go. Goobums slamming a bit, but is going up against Kaiwing. This is the big fight. Try and hold on to the win streak. Massive implications for the game, for the extra economy, the extra HP. Big healing coming through for the Alawi, and that's going to do it. Goobums able to keep the streak, shutting Kaiwing down as Asa continues his loss streak, and Phoenix will as well. So on it, controlling the streaks really well. Goobums full win. Asa and Phoenix full loss.
Okay, so carousel control will go for Onyx. Ideally, it's amazing that we don't say, okay, they're losing. No, carousel control. We're playing for carousel control.
Yeah, we'll see if the HP stays trending like this, because then maybe we'll change our tune.
Yeah.
But you're right, and there's Asa hitting Zyra 3 on 2-7. 2 stage 2 3-star 1 costs already. I told you they're gonna start hitting fast.
Wow.
Getting all this extra rerolls from Twisted Fate, but it's funny because they've only gotten a few extra rerolls from Twisted Fate at the start of this stage. Usually you need, a little bit more than that, as Asa finds Seraphine 3 as well. Both techies already hit the power of Starry Night.
Amazing. Probably the Syra and both Syra and Seraphine helping with the Starry Night. And now here's the reason. He's trying to roll. Okay, there's the nice. Only needs 1 Starry Night of Mundo, and he's good. He decides to roll here. Okay, 1 more natural Mundo.
Copy.
Okay.
Yeah, we're seeing so many hits on the side. We'll have to kind of catch up with everything in a little
OP3
bit.
for Phoenix,
So
yeah,
many people
nice.
getting
Okay,
hit.
there's the Mundo.
Mundi.
Wow, everyone's so strong right now. No items.
All four units on the board, and they're all 3-star. It's ridiculous. 3-1. Asa hits everything. Gonna be able to try and cap out this Techie's board as high as possible. Yeah, we're gonna have to see where all these 3-stars landed, because Phoenix, I know it was Poppy that we saw, right? I mean, Morgana is possible that it was hit. Kiting, was he able to find the Kindred as well? Because that's gonna be a lot of stacking on the robot with 2 3-stars from 3-1.
On the other hand, working it out there, the Gragas too, and it should be a win from the other part. So Asia, even though he hit everything full value from the Outland right now, is not enough. He needs a little damage only, and it should be good for him. Go let me fight.
Get rid of all of them.
Do it.
Biggest goal. All right, Spirit Link sounds pretty good, but decides to pass that up. Portable Forge going to be the choice. Sniper's Focus, probably reasonable.
Yeah, for Seraphine. I mean,
None of it's perfect, but I feel like Snipers is kind of the only option that we got here.
yeah. Getting some
There's Mordekaiser
additional.
getting their techie in.
Okay, 59 here for the Nitro. Pretty good.
Yeah, that was Solus. That wasn't even Kiting's board. So
Yeah, because the other had the Nidalee, right?
testing. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Kiting did hit both. Well, he already had the Nidalee, but now having the Kindred as well. 71. So not ridiculously more stacked than Solus. They're both actually stacking very, very quickly.
Wow.
Just a full 1-cost reroll lobby.
And Kubos just doesn't know. He's just facing 3 stars, totally cap, and he's like, hey man, I'm just playing tempo. What's this?
I thought this was supposed to be tempo. Like, why do you all have 3 stars? What is going on?
Okay, good items here. Going for the Dynamo Bastions here with the Elise. And now the Gragas here doing good work. Going for the Vertical Divinicorp.
Why is Robin level 7 on 3-3? This is a funny lobby. He's got 9 rolls as well. He's been saving all the Twisted Fate rolls.
Wow. Okay. Getting out already with good utility and obviously open to some possibilities here for Robinson.
Kiting also
Picking up
is
the
level
late game.
7.
Okay.
3-3.
6 memes, very strong. Has a duplicator there. Level 6, he decides to push a little. He knows he's contested, he knows he's far away from hitting both Alistar and Seraphine. So he decides just to stay on level 6. I think he will try to natural maybe one Seraphine. Use the duplicator maybe. Still very healthy in HP, so he can manage to stack a little here.
All right, well, let's see. There's a trade on the carousel to start as Solus as the first pick alongside Asa, but then Goobums and Phoenix will go from there.
There's a set, no one with Cypher, so not a priority so far. A bow for Goobums.
Yeah, Solus
Great to
ends up
go
carousel.
together with the Deathblade. Okay.
Yeah, excellent. Nobody wanting the Nico or the Zed. It looks like the Zed finally taken by Robin. Last pick on the carousel.
Okay, great moment to see a little the trend. So Robin very strong, Kaywin getting some upgrades there. Goobums also level 7, they don't want to stay behind. Kaywin with Elise 2, Nidalee 3 for Soulless. So now he already had the Kindred, so now with the Nidalee, a lot more stacks for the T-Hex.
Yeah. Bit behind Kiting, though, of course, on the same composition, right? Nearly a 30 HP difference, and Kiting was already level 7. Well, Solus just hit level 6.
Also, itemization is a little weird here for Soulless. Not getting actually full value every time. Going for a Thief's Gloves. So this is just looking like tempo-ish. Going for Ascension. Normally we don't see this. So he should probably go simply with full tank. Trying to go for the Shyvana 3 will be a good possibility, and make sure that he activates the Ascension. Not the best augment right now. Takes too long to ramp up. but making it work so far.
Yeah, there's just so much damage in the game. It's really hard to get there. And Soul's going to turn around this loss streak as both the Nitro players are looking to begin their win streaks. Kiting already on a 3 streak at least.
Okay, 100, 104. Very good. A little more there. Soulless, 56. Should be able to start ramping very well. But, I mean, the rest is just too strong. Asa here. 4 marksmen right now for Gubam. So now we know where the death play is going. Bo trying to go for that Winsus. The Poppy
Double
here.
Bramble
Nice.
on the Poppy. A lot of extra damage.
No defense. No, I mean, normally you need to, for this comp to work, you need a little more defense. You need to significant time to make it work, and to have the Elise get the ramping up with the Archangels. Not looking very nice here, but the Jin also doing good damage there and decides to clean up. So Ascension again not working. The moment Ascension pops up, the fight is already over.
Yeah, a lot of extra rerolls for Kaiwing as well. Holding on to 8 here. It looks like he might just be pushing levels and not even kind of committing to the Elise. I'm very curious because he's 7-10 right now. He's definitely a little bit ahead of the curve and just holding those, stockpiling those rerolls.
Yeah, going for the 4-star Nidalee. Good to see. Very close still with the for the second 3-star.
Yeah.
Okay, Robin's flexing here. Maybe Divini Corp. Well, he has to use 3 Divini Corps every time because of the augment. So he can flex a little here. He can go for flex frontline, like Bruiser plus Vanguard. Some options here for him for sure.
Yeah, he's very close to level 8 as well. So he's very ahead of the curve on economy.
There it is.
Maybe level 8-4-1 with these 14 extra rerolls to kind of work with. Should be able to put the composition together. Zeri 2 is an option, but
no Vex.
Still just wanting to play around the Divinicorp. Can't find Vex at all.
No Leona 2, okay.
Yeah,
No Vex. Okay, 1 Vex. Okay, there's the
best.
Exo-Vex.
He saved so many rerolls and just able to find the 1 copy. He's got a lot of gold on his bench though that he's not necessarily going to be using, so
Yeah, but it's tough.
holding these, denying the bonus. Yeah.
The game gives you Leona for free. You don't even have a pair of Sejuani here, so looking tough here for Robin.
Yeah, just doing his best to play defense against anyone. I guess there might be an Anima player somewhere in this lobby, as well as a Vanguard marksman. We do know there is a Vanguard marksman, Goobums.
Yeah, Goobums.
So a lot of marksman, actually just Vanguard marksman units being held from Goobums here.
That's nice. Okay, backlog protection, mentorship, mana flow, good combat on the right.
Yeah, do
2 random 5 cost.
Good try in Pandora's, glass cannon. Extra damage amp. Passes that one as well. Stand United. Could
Okay,
be good, but instead, yeah, there you go.
Some tanky stats here. And now again with the roll down. Looking for something good. No pair. Guess the Urgot, but normally Urgot can go in level 9, not now. I don't know if he can manage to find a spot here. I don't think so. He needs to maintain the 5 Exo and the 3 Divini Corp, so very tough. Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, just not even pairing the Sedge or the Vex. He's got a lot of HP to work with. I mean, he's at the very top of the tables, right? That's pretty tough to contend with. Pretty broke because he's holding all these extra units trying to deny Goobums because he's got kind of the HP to spare, but you would love to have some of this gold back since you are not even paired on your main 2 characters.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. He recognizes that he needs to help the team as much as possible. He has a lot of HP, and he's very far away from actually hitting a good comp. So he's using his HP just as a tool, as an utility here, and holding up 20 gold that he's not using in the bench just to make sure that his teammates get a better possibility and the marksman player doesn't ramp up.
Yeah, Dank Memes has hit his 1 cost except for the Alistar where he's 1 copy away and just hopes to see it at some point in this game as he's already level 8. Certainly not rolling for it anymore. Dank Beam's hitting a Zaya 2. I don't think he was playing that unit either. So Goobums is just in jail. right now. Citadel is just holding Goobums prisoner.
Okay, Nitro Amp, we're seeing there, and Goobums still with the two pairs.
It looks sad. Look,
Wow.
he found the Sejuani. He's holding it from them, so he's got two Bastion. Able to find. This is a smart pivot from Goobums as far as the front line is concerned, right? Just play the Sedge 2, denying it from them. But I mean, look at his carries. He has an Aphelios pair, but he's not finding the Xayah. The Xayah is not happening in this game.
Okay, makes sense. This is good. This is a good TFT.
He beats Robin. He beats Robin, and that's big, right? Holding on to some more HP, kiting and Solus, the bottom two right now. But overall, HP in this lobby, very close. This is going to come down to the wire between these two teams.
There's a Garen
falling far and away.
very interesting. Also, the Renekton to try to ramp up either the Bastion angle. So the Divini Corp could have a chance here. Okay, it's being denied from Kaiwan. So Goobums just get the... He has two Bastion, but I don't think he can get away from the Sejuani or the additional one. So let's see if Goobums managed to get something else. Asa with the win streak cast. So I don't know. This is very close. Looking much closer than the last game.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we had that just kind of disaster of a Cypher game for Asa, and really just it was more so him getting grief than him just, you know, making any misplay with the Cypher, right? I mean, it was really just Citadel made a really solid play, griefed him twice in a row, and then he just could not put things together at the very end. So Ace is having to bounce back in this game and starting out with this, you know, massive win streak. He's at the top of the tables, levels to 8. And we were already getting these dinos fully online, 4-5, 200 stacks for kiting.
Okay, let's see if it's enough.
The setup.
200, the T-Hex tanking so much and also helping a little with the damage with the beam. There it is. Boom. Oh, great access to backline. Cleaning up with the Yumi. Good single target damage and looking very well here for kiting.
Yeah, getting to go amp out of the Nitro spot and just be able to beef up the front line in that way. And actually, having the Not Today in Italy, it actually, with the 4 amp in, is a pretty reasonable unit to be playing. Because he does have the 4-star on its way. And when you get that 4-star online as well, it starts to give 25 stacks per round to the T-Hex, which is just an absurd amount. And the ability to cap out that high is pretty crazy.
If he doesn't get any additional in the shops, it should be on 6-1 naturally, just because of his augment. And if he gets it earlier, it would be so amazing. But 39 HP, pretty tough, but he's looking strong. 20, 2-2-2. So both big T-Hexes on both sides. So let's see who has the best Jurassic Park here.
This feels like this is one where the Ascension actually can matter. The fight is taking a little bit longer, but still at the end, doesn't even pop.
There it is.
Does right for the very end. Kiting already had lost that one. 28 HP. And yeah, like you said, it's going to be a little while before you can actually get the Nidalee online, the 4-star. And so maybe he's not even going to be able to get those extra stacks on the T-Hex. As Goobums released from prison.
Nice.
Finds an Aphelios 2, still one away from the Leona. Yeah, I say released from prison, but really, I mean, it's he's maybe got an ankle monitor on. They're still keeping tabs on him, keeping him locked up, not letting him have his freedom.
Phonexia also not having the Sejuani 2. Asa pretty strong here. 6 Techie, the tech. So once again, getting good value. The Warmox there for the Mundo, making sure he can take damage as much as possible. And also the scaling that the Muso have with the HP, with the 6 Techie, it's a big menace here.
Yep, here's our other techie player, only having 5 of them in right now. Dank Memes. Both of them able to hit their full compositions. Now, we know Asa hit everything on 3-1. Dank Memes finally finding that Alistar 3. Was kind of hiding for him for quite some time. Solus now hitting Shyvana 3 to add to the stacking going on over here. You know, you said with the Ascension, gotta look for the Shyvana 3, and Solus does lock it down. Heroic grab bag helping to get there.
Okay, we saw the remover there on the other side, and now slamming once again to get a little more value. So Soulless very strong here with the T-Hex, and now with the additional Shyvana getting so much time for the Ascension to pop off. There it is. And looking perfect for him. So great win.
Continuing this win.
Onyx in a tough spot here. Kiting and Gooboms very down. And remember, the first game went to Citadel. So if Citadel wins once again, they will maintain. And Onyx with the possibility of being eliminated in this game.
All right, Kiting finding the Samira, so gets to play 5 amp. Does get Zach 2 on top of this. In some bloblets, but the Annie is not upgraded. No items there, and I think that would be a big boon for this composition to be able to start getting Tibbers out. Looking for 3-star Yuumi. That's another big upgrade that can come out. Really, just the Annie and the Samira being trait bots is not exactly what you want.
Let's see if it's enough. Okay, good side for the T-Hex. Weak side on the right for Kiting. Let's see if it's enough. Oh, amazing ult there.
Big
Access
laser,
to the backline here for the Mundo.
Goes here. Takes out the Annie before Tibbers. One more cast from the Yuumi. It's not enough. Kiting down to 2,
alive.
but Goobums goes down. They kept him jailed for too long. He could never hit his units. And that's Onyx taking the 8th.
Yeah, looking amazing now for Citadel. Onyx, if he gets the 7-8, only 1-2 could be the possibility of turning the tables around. And now additional goblets here, so he needs to roll everything. Still far from the Nidalee, so Nidalee 3 not a possibility. 1 off here. I think he could sell the Nidalee and try to go for the Yuumi 3 here. Not sure. Only 1 life he needs to maintain. If not, this will be very difficult here to ramp. Even if he goes 6, he's helping a lot the team. So let's see what he decides.
All right, Kiting can't find the upgrades yet. Facing off against the Morgana, but the items have been benched. They're trying to sack for Kiting to stay alive. Is the Poppy just too valuable, too powerful? Looks like no, the Zac should be able to go through. The Dino staying alive a little bit longer. Actually, the Zac popping off, causing some trouble, but Yuumi has to be able to do this, has to be able to take this down. It can't just be 3-star Morgana. Perfect loss. Good job using the health for Phoenix, but the health overall for Onyx is just getting far too low. We might be in a situation where they do not have enough HP to make it happen.
They have priority here, so very important to get a good selection. Okay, Phoenixia gets the Aurora, and Kiting is hard, just getting a Hutch for additional damage and healing. Asa managed to get the Urgot also, and this will be a final round here, so very difficult because both Phoenixia and Kiting's hard are very low, so it looks like a clear win for Citadel. Let's see if they manage to ramp up here. They need to spend all gold right now and trying to go for a win spot. The Yuumi very important here for Kiting. Let's see if it hits.
Yeah, he just needs one more Nidalee as well. So living one more round gets him the 4-star, and maybe that can make all the difference. Not finding the Yuumi. Is there any way for him to hang on?
Okay, looking better. Good itemization. Phoenixia also with the Aurora 2. 6 Bastion, 3 Dynamo. Good front. And Robin, 20 HP. He's the one who needs to hold the line and make sure either Phoenixia or Kiting go 7.
All right, Kiting going up against Solus. Solus now having the further stacked T-Hex because of this 3-star Shyvana. Does feel like he kind of has the lead in the matchup. Nidalee goes down, but it's all up to Yuumi. Yuumi getting good cast, good backline access, leaving just the Shyvana. Kiting holds on to get his Nidalee 4.
Okay, Asa also lost. So Soulless, I thought he would be in a dire position here, but Asa also losing here for Onyx. So now maybe Kiting. Okay, he gets the Nidalee by the additional round. So Nidalee 4 is now in place. So if he managed to get at least 2 rounds of popping up, the T-Hex will get so many stacks. And now Asa, I think, will be the one in the difficult spot and the one who will need to ramp up and take a good chance for the team.
I mean, Brand 2, Viego 2 is the pickups for Asa, but they're not itemized. It's big for the techies. I mean, they're all upgraded. 6 techies online. It should be a lot of damage. I just worry for Asa. Can he get through the big...
Okay, he gets a ghost.
...of the T-Hex, but it is a ghost, as you mentioned. Maybe we got to see if Kiting can hang on instead. If Ace is just fighting up against the ghost, he should be able to get the job done. See Kiting at 2, Solus at 14.
Okay, he got it. Let's go to kiting. And he
Kiting
gets
wins.
it too. So they're alive.
Highwing down to
One
1 HP. Phoenix loses to Solus though. And they're all on 1 life for Onyx.
Wow, so
Team
matchmaking.
for Asa.
Asa gets the Kobuko. He was in a difficult position and got with the 11 HP. So at least 2 players will be eliminated right now. And this will make the chance either for Citadel to ensure the winning position and advance in the lower bracket to tomorrow, or the elimination for Onyx.
Need a big win for Onyx here to hold on. You really just need the matchmaking to go in their favor. If none of them fight each other, there is a fighting chance.
Okay, let's check now the position. Phoenixia.
Phoenix could have Asa, but he also could have Dank Memes instead.
Okay.
Let's pick up more upgrades, more blobs, and also just finding the 2-star Renekton Aurora 2 for Kaiwing.
Miss Fortune 2 for Soulless, also important in any of the matchups. Annie 2 also now.
Oh, wow. Soul is finding a ton of upgrades.
Okay, we're staying with Phoenix.
Phoenix facing up against Dank Memes, or is it Asa? The team kill can be the nail in the coffin.
meme.
It's Dank Memes. This is a big fight.
Also with the brand. Ooh, the brand hitting strong here. So strong. Good CC from the Sejuani. Brands is being targeted for a few while here. Mundo's still strong, trying to hold up. Morgana access to the backline, but it's not enough. Phoenix is down.
Phoenix down. Kaiwing down, so Phoenix at least taking 6th.
Okay.
Hiding alive as well. Hiding and Asa both hold on, dealing damage. They could take out Robin and Solus right here. Kiting is not fighting against Asa, and he gets a round of stacks with this 4-star Nidalee. Every round Kiting gets is so much power pumped into this T-Hex.
Yeah. Also 30 blobs, so double scaling both in the T-Hex and the SAC. Remember, 30 is already a good threshold. It's making good there. Kobuko 2 with a good possibility. Asa going up against Dan Memes. And this could be the elimination match. If Kairin or Asa goes 5th, it's over.
It's the Techie's mirror, but he doesn't have items anymore for this Seraphine. He's moved them over to the brand, trying to get all the damage out. It doesn't seem like he has enough, but that cast from Brand, he's still alive, but not for long. Asa falls, Kiting falls, Robin falls.
And Robin maintains, Robin maintains the first place, so Onyx has 3 players in the bottom 5, so they are officially eliminated from this Road to EWC Qualifier of America. So Onyx making a good performance here, but regretfully we lose them, and is Citadel Gaming Cast the one who advanced for tomorrow in the loser bracket, so they still with a possibility of the long run to still make it to EWC.
Yet Citadel still has a shot to hang on. The dust settles and their only Citadel players remain. The 2-0 over Onyx, really, really well done by them. But yeah, it's all of these teams have been giving us great games all day. It feels like our top 8 was really, really quite phenomenal coming from those open brackets into the closed qualifier. And there's still, some games happening at this very moment. I know 100 Thieves still fighting for their lives in the lower bracket, as well as we sent our first 2 teams to EWC already today. Team Vitality and Team Liquid qualifying by making it to that upper bracket final. They are guaranteed at least 3rd. So it's awesome that we've already got some teams making it. We've got some teams still fighting to try and make it either to EWC to claim that last spot or to make it to the global qualifier as we jump into the game of 100 Thieves versus Z10. Looks like 100 Thieves is currently up 1-0, and we are in the kind of final moments of this game. Z10 fighting to hang on as we get acclimated. Replay fighting for his life, trying to take down Darth Nub. Darth Nub is playing Amp. We've got the Yumi, the Samira, and the Annie trying to hold on, but it looks like this is a very capped Bastion Morgana board that is trying to take this down. Zach holding on. The Radiant Gunblade and blue buff healing so much for the Yumi. This fight looked like it was close, but actually Darth Nub hangs on. Bosso skills goes down, and so we've got 200 Thieves players in the top 4 alongside 2 Z10 players. As we look at the bottom, Z10 were in the lead of this. We do need that first from 100 Thieves to make this happen.
Yeah, only a first for 100 Thief. More possibilities here for C10 because they already won 2 matches. So let's see if they manage to get it. And also a 1-4 is not enough. They will need 1-3 at least. Yeah. Let's see how they manage to get it. Trying to help the rest of the team here. Putting a lot of units in the bench. And let's see replay. Going up against... Okay, great units on the other side. Marksman. Spencer.
It's his teammate. We're going to have to see these eliminations. Philip was able to sack for Darthnub. Philip able to sack for Darthnub. And so now one of the 100 Thieves players will be eliminated in 4th.
Okay, so it's Spencer. So there's no possibility now because they already lost 3 matchups. So no matter what happens, this is a win for Zero Tenacity, chat. Remember, one of the conditions is you already lost 3 of the matchups. So we see Kyun loses against Minhee, Bishop loses against Bossoskills, and Spencer losing against any of the other. So we have a tie series here, Cass. So we have a game 3, 100% confirmed.
Yeah, Z10 fighting this back in a very close game. Philip able to just sack at the end for Darthnub just to close things down. Absolutely insane. A big clutch up from Darthnub's Yuumi at the end there, not going down to replay, making all the difference.
Okay, let's just enjoy the rest of the match. Bastion, Morgana making the difference there, ramping up, getting all of those additional resistances converted into damage, and the Yuumi making so much work. You have 2-star Yuumi, feels like a 2-star legendary for sure. Very well here, so good for Darthnub. Just trying to improve here, getting good mental for the rest of the game. Phillips falls down on 3rd. Remember, Zero Tenacity confirmed that is the winner for this round. And the final fight will be Darthnub against 100 Thieves replay.
Yeah,
very close, actually.
Very
in HP. But I mean, the matchups, the losing matchups in the bottom, I think it should, because we got it in the middle. So it will be interesting to see how they outperform themselves in the 3rd match. Remember, this is also elimination bracket. This is lower bracket.
Yeah, we even saw just how close that was, right? Darthnub versus replay in the last fight. It looked like the Morgana was going to be able to have it, but the Zac splitting up. This is a Zac 1. It just has a ton of blobs, being able to make it really beefed up. And because of that, the Yuumi with the double Radiant item actually just able to keep the Zac alive after the split, healing him up and buying enough space past the Morgana's slow dot damage. Able to get so much value out of that healing, especially with the heal cut being already gone at that point since the Elise had gone down.
Okay, let's enjoy once again. Replay pretty strong, access to backline. The Morgana is on the different side from the Yuumi, so shoes fall down first. The Annie trying to get an additional T-burst in, doesn't get the T-burst, so no additional tankiness, and should be a win here for replay. And it is. So 100 Thief wins the final battle but loses this round. So the round goes for Zero Tenacity. And we have a confirmation of the tied 1-1. And we'll see the 3rd match coming up promptly.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is going to be big, right? 100 Thieves, this is one of the favorites. It's got 3 world champions, 2 of them being Dish Soap, on this team. It'd be crazy for them to be eliminated with so much talent on this roster. But they're going up against a Zero Tenacity team with a lot of these players who have been around the America scene for quite some time. They've all been in the study group with Weijin and Malala. It is that group of friends, just missing Weijin and Malala, and they're together to form this Zero Tenacity lineup, and they are very strong. And they work so well together. So the fact that they're going to push 100 Thieves to their limit is no surprise.
Yeah, final fight coming up of the day. Remember, this is a 3-day competition for Road to EWC, and we'll be right back with a short break, and we will be playing or seeing 100 Thief trying to go for the win right now, tied with Zero Tenacity, and let's see who gets the additional possibility of advancing to the next round. See you when we get back.
Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end.
Welcome back to the road to EWC. I'm Casanova, joined by Hupe Son. This is the America's closed qualifier for team fight tactics, and we have one final game of the day. Elimination match between 100 Thieves and Zero Tenacity. It is tied up 1-1. Do or die moment for two of our former world champions, Dish Soap and Replay on 100 Thieves, with some of the players from the Wasian Iverson Malala crew, as they, constantly get equated with. They are also phenomenal players in their own right, with Philip, Bosso Skills, Darth Nub, all coming together to make just a phenomenal team for Z-Pack.
Yeah. Also, Stellar Minhi. I mean, he has been doing amazing. He has so many points. When we thought that the qualifier would be based on points, Minhi was actually contesting with a lot of team with the possibility. And then when it was said, okay, don't worry, it's open qualifier, he immediately went to this. I don't want to call it extension of the Wasian team because they're also together. But I mean, I love them all. Philip, Bosso, Stellar Minhi, Darknoob. They're doing amazing and they deserve this spot. And also 100 Thief. I mean, as you've been saying throughout all the broadcasts, 3 world championships, 2 in this show, 1 in replay, and now finals match. So only one of the team will remain alive for tomorrow, and one will be eliminated from the competition.
Absolutely, and I mean, just the pickups for 100 Thieves were so good as well, right? Grabbing Kiyun from that Fnatic roster, and then on top of that, getting Spencer, who has been just on a tear over the last 2 sets. I mean, really, these are just 2, cream of the crop, tip-top teams, and the fact that they're meeting in the lower bracket is definitely tough. It's really hard to say goodbye, but the fact is only 3 teams from the Americas actually get to advance, at least for now, straight to EWC. A couple more will get to go to the global qualifier and try and lock things down, but it won't be one of these teams. One of them will be sent home right here, right now.
Okay, so we have a beginning of egg. So beginning of stage 4, we have 3 different hatching, and the players will have to adapt to whatever they get to have that possibility of getting additional loot to improve the composition. So starting game for stage 4, normally the comps that stabilize in level 8 are the ones who gets the additional benefits better, but also reroll. Obviously, there's where you get the cap. So perfect spot to get some ramping up. And once again, final game, 1-1, day 1 of road to EWC. And we were starting here C10, 100 Thief, game 3. And let's see what they get. Normally, no one with a great angle. Obviously, the Morgana, holding the Mundos, holding the Seraphins. 2. Okay, the timid LeBlanc appears here with the Draven. So only lacking a buy to get the ramping up here with Cypher. So good news here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big early pickup for Replay to see if he can get the Cypher online. You definitely need to find that win-out player. Spencer also going to see a Draven. not seeing the rest of the package here for Cypher. One of them hoping that they can pick it up and just be the hero in this game, going for that Cypher. Meanwhile, Kyun able to set up his Morgana 2 or Shaco 2 as options, having the Mundos to pair with the Shaco. But yeah, just overall, 2 options of potential 1-cost rerolls on the table.
Yeah. Getting the Morgana 2, obviously, he will hold it. No tier so far, lacking an item here. So maybe that will be the option. Obviously, as we've been saying throughout the transmission, you need to hold this Morgana and not give the option open to anyone who has the perfect spot. You get some Fiddlesticks here. Boombot, we haven't seen them, but is really performing well with an emblem. If not, very difficult to see. Fiddlestick not in the best spot, even with the Bruiser. The Poppy there, so perfect. Or I mean, normally when you play Poppy, you don't play the Morgana. You only go with the Bastions and the Cyber Boss. So he decides to roll. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up picking up. Good for something as an option to just Econ. Ends up taking that one. It's going to try and make some economy. Ended up seeing more Shakos and Mundos, and that's potentially an option. But Pandora's bench for Minhee.
Okay.
It looks like he's starting to roll just 1 cost and looking for the Techie reroll.
Yeah, Techie Bruiser here for Minhee. And now we're seeing also some possibilities here for re-replay. He has the LeBlanc, but he already has it. Doesn't find the buy. And Philip thinking about prepping. So he will go Morgana. He's prepping Morgana and Poppy, trying to lose in the beginning of the phase, and then trying to ramp up with this premium comp that we already are used to seeing.
Yeah, prepping it is very nice. It's a good way to, increase the cap of that composition. And yeah, it's just silver prep, but still, with everybody being on the silver augments, it's going to be a lot of power if he can find that. And of course, he is, pretty much committing with being on preparation and just trying to prep those early.
Okay, one augment that we haven't seen so far. So while I'm free here on 2-1, very interesting. Of course, this is a 4v4, so maybe more interesting that it can be in solo queue. So let's see how they manage to assemble this 3 Nitro here, going for a little tempo, winning the first one. So interesting, getting the Gragas in, dropping the Nitro. So just trying to go for a low tempo here. Spencer 6 already with the Cypher. And very important, getting additional HP. So he can go here, cast for 4-2, even 4-5 if he wants. So if he managed to not get so many huge chunk of HP, this could be a huge cash out for Spencer, especially if he managed to get the Galio early.
Yeah, I mean, this is big, right? This is potential for an actual monster cash out Cypher. We've only seen players taking the 3-7 option. They've not had enough HP to continue. It's really hard to save HP in the 4v4. It's easier in some ways because your teammates can try and deal less to you, but you're also constantly getting griefed by the opposing team, so it's very hard to keep the loss streak the entire time. So we'll see if Spencer can find that Galio, if he can even hold the loss streak. Minhee gonna be the other loss streaker for Z10. Potentially can try and sell board. We know Philip can't. Philip is prepping, so Philip is not actually able to sell board to try and grief Spencer.
Yeah, let's rotate.
Possibility.
Yeah, let's check the rest of the players right now, only to have an idea. Okay, try to grief Philip here. The player, obviously, with the Cypher replay, even if he doesn't have the Cypher, this is one of the scenarios that we were talking about that happened in MEA. If 2 players of the same team play Cypher, the one with the better spot is the one who will go for the lose streak. And if replay, for example, get the Cypher late right now, he will just go for a little cash out, and it doesn't matter if he wins, just to make sure that his teammate is the one who gets the big cash out and gets the first place. That is so important.
Yeah, and just looking at these spots, it doesn't feel like there is exactly as someone who can just sell out, because Minnie's losing, but he's rerolling 1 cost. He actually can't just sell board. So Spencer, it feels like the door is wide open as Dissoap, with that Wild and Free, is actually going to get a pan with 100 HP.
Okay, so Minhee gets the pan. He can go for the Bruiser line or the Techie line. So either of the emblems are good for him. He's playing the Bruiser Techie line. So, I mean, I feel it's great. No one was actually going for the pan in the early game or even in the last set. And now with the little change that they made that they actually give you a little stats, actually performing pretty well. So, love to see this type of implementation working up here for TFT. Okay, another 2-star 1 cost. And still hasn't gotten anything from the Pandoras, but it's a matter of time to trying to get the ramp up. He also has an econ augment, so he doesn't need to win right now.
Yeah, and I will say those pans do open up potential additional win streak, or not win streak, but win out options for 100 Thieves. 2 of them picked up, 1 for Dish Soap. And if either of them can go for the rapid fire angle, we've seen just how strong that composition can be. The pan is one of those ways to enable it. On top of that, Kiyun actually getting Bastion for his Morgana. It looks like he can also commit to this line, holding some extra units on the other side of the bench. But yeah, he can contest Philip on the Morgana, and it has the Bastion emblem for the comp. So a potential higher cap out on this Morgana board.
Yeah, a little far. Only 3 Morganas. I don't remember how many Poppies. 1 in the bench, so probably Poppy 2 or Poppy 1. And yeah, Morgana contested. This is the normal gameplay, so very important maybe to get some additional resources, something to roll on 3-2 and get that possibility to get in the comp earlier. And now we're seeing Darthnob. Divinicorp still hasn't slammed items, so he's maintaining just a flexible line here, Cass, making sure he's not contested. And so far, maybe holding the Morgana to make sure that he sells it when the moment is exact for the roll down of the team.
All right, still looking for these win streaks. And yeah, Dish Soap, exactly as I was thinking, has rapid fire ready to go. The wild and free paying dividends already. Now, you know, Annie, not the best holder of this, but just getting some extra gold with the Golden Ox potentially in, and still able to keep the win streak, as we see already picking up 2 extra gold here in this fight, and holding on to the win streak all the way through. Basso also going to stay at a 100 streak.
3 additional gold. So lucky.
Oh, wow. He got...
That's the real high roll.
I mean, he wants to hit level 9, find the Renekton, get the 6 rapid fire online. And I mean, I just feel like the spot is so good as a potential win out. You've also got the Cypher rolling for Spencer with the extra HP. I mean, 100 Thieves spot right now is looking so good, but it is still early in the game, and even 4 Cypher for Spencer.
Wow. Okay, 4 Cypher already at 100. We've seen at least 250 on... if he maintains the lose streak on Wolf. So great spot for him. He could even propose to up a level if he knows he's going to lose either way and try to high roll the set, and that would be like the total Exodia.
Yeah, he also, I mean, he is Titanic. I mean, there's a possibility on the next carousel of a Zed. However, Z10 currently has the carousel control. It would just be if you know, Kiyun and replay were maybe the first out the gates that Spencer can kind of snipe a Zed, but yeah, maybe more likely is pushing that level and just kind of hoping that you luck out. And yeah, there it is. Levels to 6.
Nice.
5% odds on these 4 costs. But if he snipes a Zed, it might be curtains for Z10 in this series.
Yeah, this is replay now. And now we go again with Stellar Mingy. He already has the Seraphine close to Mundo, only 1 lacking. And very far actually from the Zaira, lacking still 3-4. So maybe not the best spot here. 1 lose streak for him, 1 win streak. Going up against here the Winsus with the Kindred. I mean, it's normal. I don't see no one with a very good angle. Bosso with the win streak and Dishop maybe with the rapid fire are the ones who are proposing maybe some strong possibilities here. But I mean, this Pandora's bench is not actually working so much for him. And now he doesn't have much space to handle. So if he hits something and he doesn't have space, he will need to roll.
Yeah, and I mean, and he also just not slamming items, right? Just actually sacking the round for Darthnob. I'm curious if he could have slammed something.
Ooh, high voltage.
Kills, but high voltage is a great pickup. And curious if the items come down now or if he's still trying to loss streak. He actually wasn't even streaking. He just sacked a Darthnob who's potentially trying to build up a win streak here. As we do have Philip with Cypher in as well now, alongside the prepping. I mean, it's very nice, but he's running out of bench space. And so it's going to be very tough for Philip to continue that.
Okay, just trying to get a little gold there to ramp up the Morgana as soon as possible. It's perfect. You prep, you put the Cypher in, and then you go for the full win streak when you're sure you can roll. And obviously, Cypher can give you those additional duplicators that are so important to ramp up. Spencer, 158 for Cypher, pretty strong. No one can be able to at least punish him. There it is. Okay, Philip.
He's cornered the units. Is the Draven too strong? I'm curious. The Galio does get to escape. This is a very close fight between the two. Philip could be the hero of the game by slowing Spencer down a little bit. It does look like Spencer is going to win this. A little bit of an augment diff here. The Galio in the front line, though, still tanking up. Does not get the cast. Yeah. Spencer is going to lose his streak. Philip maybe saving the game for his team. If Spencer was allowed to continue this completely uncontested, I think it'd be a nightmare, but it's still not looking good because Spencer's got 92 HP and 173 stacks.
Okay, side at 3 for Stellar Mingy there. So actually getting a little closer to the actual cap of the board. And Spencer, as you say, he was in plan of doing the total Exodia. Now he has a good Cypher cash out, so still in a good spot. But obviously, as you said, penalizing him completely and avoiding him for getting what would be the total Exodia and the complete possibility of winning the game. Going up against the Morgana, still no blue buff there for the Morgana. Good items on the Poppy, lacking the Bramble, but good, at least good superability. And now let's see if it's enough. Remember, Spencer will not fulfill only on Wolf. He will try to go a little more. So let's see how much he can pressure the rest of the lobby with this.
Yeah, and that was not free for Philip to make that happen to Spencer, though. He has lost a lot of HP so far this game, down at 52. Now he turns it around and finds a win, maybe putting in the Morgana stuff, not worrying about keeping his Cypher around. He didn't have that many stacks anyways. Now Dish Soap runs past the spatula. Yeah, he's already used the pan, so it's not like he's looking for an upgrade there. I know Mingy, I believe, still had a pan, but I guess he does want Techies or Bruiser. And that means Spencer gets I don't remember what it makes, cape, whatever. He has a pan. Spencer's got an open pan right now. And now he gets the spatula to go along with it.
Okay. Some possibilities here. I mean, you have Slayer, you have Bruisers, you have Bastion, you have Techies. We'll see right now if he still has it open and what's the possibility. Okay, this is a win streaker. So 100, playing Divini Corp, Gragas 2, such a good unit here for tempo play, getting Ellery also the set, and burning and giving good damage with the Morello. So, I mean, the board is not amazing, but for the stage of the game, is totally perfect. And now he's 53 and just trying to penalize the rest of the lobby. He has overhealing, so he's still pretty flexible. I believe he will stay on this flexible line with the Vinicorp, but he's holding also the Exotech. So maybe, depending on the items he gets, he could still pivot to Exo Vex, for example.
Yeah, potentially looking at that as the main line. But as you said, yeah, there is still plenty of flexibility with these items. Morello can just be used on an item carrier who can spread that around. It doesn't have to be full committed to even an AP line. And even in the front, right, it's definitely not guaranteed to be an AP line because we do have
Even Shroud.
The Even Shroud Slam. So
yeah, very flexible. Double TG, pushing up levels here, knowing that he has in the rotation both replay. Actually, he has Mingy and Philip. I don't know if that was the best upgrading of level. So only replay in the rotation. And now Kyun. Okay, getting the Bastions in, far away from bows. Lacking 3 Poppy, 3 Morganas. Now in 3-6. No additional rolling in the items. So he will need to roll deep on 4-1 cast. And try to hit both of them. So we'll probably... Yeah.
I don't love Kyun's spot, but he can get bailed out with items on the Wolves here. If you can find, at least 1 tier. I mean, if he gets very lucky, you can find 2. From there, I mean, it starts to become maybe some possibilities. He's got this bow on the Morgana for now, just trying to get a little bit more pressure out so he's not taking as big of losses. He's got the removers for those. 1 loss going up against the Draven. Good for something. Making sure Kyun's econ is still very good. Okay, and Bozo maintains the win streak. So Bozo in a perfect position to start to preserve HP and transfer that HP to the rest of the lobby. We know that's totally tempo. He doesn't have like an additional way or a totally broken comp. And here's the roll down, trying to get some additional units in. The preparation already in place. So fully prepared, both the Poppy and the Morgana. As you said, Cass, this is only silver. But I mean, everyone got the silver. So additional performance here and power, always good to have.
And close to the Jack spot, also far away from the Morgana and the Poppy here.
Yeah, Kiyun just hit the Jacks. That's who he's rolling up against.
Okay.
Just a few copies away from the Jacks. It's just one. Poppy, as you said, it looks like 3 copies. Or no, 2 copies away on Poppy. 3 from Morgana. So about equal with Kiyun. And so this roll is so important. They get the egg. Do not pick it up. You got to roll. You need the bench space. Philip smartly not able to grab it. And
Okay, nice.
the Jacks. Galio 2 if he wants it. It's probably fine to make. Finds another Poppy. Poppy 3 for Kiyun. Poppy 3 for Philip. No Morganas still.
Do you
For either
roll
side
here?
as far as actually getting the upgrade. Stops rolling, has to pick this up, so it actually starts ticking down. Good items for Philip, but the Bastion emblem and the Morgana 3 in favor of Kiyun.
Yeah, and he doesn't go for the little egg. He decides to go for 9 roll egg. So the middle one, even though he's low HP without the Morgana. So let's see if this outperforms for him. He's still looking for a good placement. He knows that if he hits all the units that he needs with preparation, he will be Exodia. So he wants to go for the 9 cash out here. And as you said, as you were mentioning, the hack egg, it doesn't go with the win streak, but with the lose streak. So if you lose, you get double cash out. So should be able to get that. So go here. Nothing amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, I feel like reinforcements is good, but you're level 5, so it's kind of hard to make use of it now.
I mean, I rolled the Sejuani there.
Yeah, the Sedge. On the Morgana, though, that is huge for Philip.
Oh, wow.
And when we looked at Kiyun's board, there are no tiers. Like, his itemization for Morgana is terrible, but he does have the Bastion at the very least.
Okay. He has the healing. Okay, he decides to go full damage here. Okay.
He just has to make something, but I just think Kiyun's spot is actually a lot worse than Philip's, even though he has the Bastion +1.
Yeah, normally it's like a stall comp, but now with this itemization, it's more like bursty damage. That is weird with the Morgana. So he's just going for the archetype that the game gave from him. But I don't know. Kiyun also with the small egg. So Kiyun is just playing not to go 8th. He's planning just to go 7. He knows his spot is not good. So he's just putting as much utility and possibilities now with the best board possible. And try to not go 8th. Try to send Philip or maybe Darth not 8th. That is very difficult actually in the spot that they have.
All right, big cash out for Spencer, as we do have, I believe that's the Tactician's Cape being made. We've got the extra +1, so on Nate 8, but he's got 9 slots.
Oh, Samira!
Hits the Samira already. On level 8,
blue
the
buff.
9
Nice.
slots mean he gets his +1. And
Oh, Zach!
finding everything that he needs straight away. Has some pairs. Doesn't get the upgrades, but 33 life still because of that extra bonus. He'd be on only 1 life without the Titanic Titans. Now he's holding it on. He's got the fish bones as well. Curious if he'll reforge that and see what else he can get, or if there is a unit that feels like it can use it decently well enough. And wow, rerolls it into Blighting Jewel. I'm curious if he rerolls it again. He does. Another time. He has 4
Talisman now.
Sonya's, that
Sonya's good.
passable?
Sonya's very good
Passable,
here.
That's good.
Yeah. Sonya Sani, love to see it.
Stop there.
Okay. Also stacking up the blobs for the sack. So great position here for Spencer with the cash out. He can stay on level 8. He already has the Samira, so no reason to go for level 9. Just try to hold the line, and get as much blue as possible and upgrade the board. He needs the Annie too, and he's set.
He's paired his Zac. He's paired Annie. I think there's a couple other pairs on his bench. You know, he has essentially this Tactician's Crown, right? The +1. He's got this extra item. The +1 came before even his cash out, by the way.
Okay.
Able to just get those. He's got 9 units in at 8. And he's got the Zonia's Paradox that he was able to roll for. 3 away from Yumi. I mean, he might have time to just go for Yumi 3 as well.
Yeah. 3 away. Lacking also the front line. Remember, it's not so important to get the Nico, but if you get a free, also it's pretty good. Now he gets the sack. Replay 7 Anima squad. Decent itemization there on the Saya. Actually going for the upgraded Edge of Night. And now going up against Dynamo on the other hand. Dynamo Flex. Steve is enough. Morgana only using damage. Good ult from the Mid-Fortune, going for the other side, cleaning the left side of Replay. Now the next up will be the good one. She's still not ulti, and there it is. Edge of Night doesn't give enough time. Replay take a huge hit here, and 3 players from 100 Thief cast in difficult spot here. Bottom 3 for 100 Thief, and they need to ramp up. Bishop also losing, but managing to preserve HP to have a good possibility at least helping the team in a significant round. So already has the Renekton here. Yeah.
Golemify going alongside this rapid fire emblem is pretty crazy. That is a huge front line for this Renekton to work with. And he's still got his egg hatching potentially, and he's just waiting with these rapid fires on the bench to get the 6 in. It looks like he might pull the trigger here. I mean, I think Dish Soap has an insane potential to win this lobby, or at least top 2. And we know Spencer also potentially top 2. This is looking like 100 Thieves may be put in a position though where Spencer and Dish Soap have to 1-2, but they do have the spots that make it look like they could do it.
Okay. Yeah. And Bosso, even though he has a comp that doesn't scale very good in the late game, he has the big egg. So if he managed to get to the 13, he already has Observer already showed like 9. So even though he wins, it's fine. He loses, it's fine. So the XP made the possibility for him to go for this cash out. And this will be the top 1 player for Citro Tenacity.
Yeah, it's big to be able to get that egg online. Kiyoon and Replay both lose. It does really feel like 100 Thieves are going to lose these two. Kiyoon's board is way too soft. 6 Bastion online, but the items are just not good. They're just not there for the Morgana. Finally, at least a mana generation item, but I think it's probably too little too late. Replay also on 8. And this is going to come down to a 1-2-7-8 for 100 Thieves to stay alive in the EWC. It would be such an upset to see players like Dish Soap, like Replay, not make it to the Esports World Cup stage. And it's very possible for Z10 to pull off the massive upset here. But it is going to come down to Spencer and Dish holding it down for 100 Thieves.
Okay, no Saya pair here, Cass. Very important. Gets an additional Yumi, no use for it. Tough because Replay actually needed the ramp up here. Kyun already cashed out the egg, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Not good itemization. And he decides to make a change here. Okay, he has mana generation, and now he has the scaling. So looking better, and now he's able to also ramp up the Poppy with other items, making sure. Okay, he's going to advance Replay, so nothing to do. The best player here.
Stacking. Yeah,
but no matter what happens, they will lose, right? So he should just put all the items here. It's just like he's like protecting. He's protecting Replay here.
Do they just think that Replay has like a
better
higher
chance
cap from this spot? If he can like maybe just hit Xayah 2 or something, they think
okay, makes sense.
Maybe there's a chance, but I'm a little surprised by that one. I actually thought that maybe Kiyoon with the item upgrades maybe actually has an okay position, but I mean I did feel that Kiyoon's spot was pretty bad at this point, so.
Yeah,
you do end up seeing that happen, but Spencer also taking a loss, and that is a big blow for 100 Thieves, because we thought, Spencer on the win out potentially, Dish Soap on the win out, and they have to make it there. This is reinforcements from Philip.
I was thinking the same. He's still looking for the reinforcement, man. Oh, it's tough. Okay, what can we get here? Trickster, okay. Additional here,
nothing.
no Sejuani.
He's gonna go down without ever finding the upgrade.
It's been 10 rounds without an augment. So tough for Philip here.
He's up against Spencer. Spencer should be able to close this down. Just has to deal with the Poppy in the front. As the snipers focus and the red buff on the Samira. The Zac tanking things up. The Annie 2 has been found, but no further upgrades to the 5 costs for Spencer. The board has so much potential for a win out, but it is not quite there. Replay outlives Philip, and that buys space for
So
Dish Soap
important.
and Spencer. They only need to go first and third now instead of first and second.
Yeah, exactly. 1 and 3, that would be the out. Obviously, Spencer goes down right now, is the end. And now we see the additional rolling here. So 6 Teki, 4 Bruiser. Line Teki, Kobuko. Pretty strong here. One of the cap out possibilities, especially if you can manage to give items to Kobuko. You could even think about giving Viego items to Kobuko here, but he wants the super ability just to get the utility from Viego. And now we're going up against Golem. So huge Golem from the other side from Bishop, still with the Renekton one. Huge ult here from the Sejuani.
I mean, it's crazy. The Renekton gets to bite the Golem, and then it's just so tanky, so much attack speed. It's not Renekton 2 yet, but it is going nuts. And it looks like Dish able to be taken down by Minhee for now. It is a Renekton pair. Renekton 2 is going to be a big difference if Dish Soap can find it. And it is so many things. Another unit overflow. No Renekton notably for Dish Soap to find.
The sack maybe. A priority. Spencer going very slow. Trying to get the unit he needs. Oh, he managed to get it. Spencer fast and furious here, getting good itemization. And important to recognize, Cass, both Boso's skill and Bishop lost, and the players in the back, Minhee and Spencer, won. But Boso hasn't hatched the egg. He still has the big egg, so looking for that big cash out to turn up the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see when he gets that cash out if Boso can actually make the board strong enough to deal with Spencer and Dish. Dish Soap going to level 9. Now he'll have better odds to try and find that Renekton. That was going to be a Zac 2 off of the carousel. That needed to be denied by Z10. They needed Spencer to go down. And I think Zac 2, he's had the blobs online for so long. It is an immense amount of stacks on this Zac.
Yeah, he has 14 right now, but he has the Warmux and he's Zac 2, so it's totally good. Let's check now the rest of the fight. Here, let's change to any of the players who can go for Minhee, please. And there it is. Okay, going up for the Samira, access to the backline. Viego falls down, and good damage there on the other hand. So taking Minhee the loss. Spencer good, Dar's not good. Boso keeps losing, and Boso should be close to hatching the egg. So maybe we can change a little to Boso just to check if he gets the cash out. And Disho gets Renekton too. Boso cashes out, and probably items, because I see good itemizations here.
Yeah, he's got a lot of items. It could have been the
little gold.
I don't remember if Boso had... No,
had two
Boso did
TGs.
have 2 GGs. You're right.
Yeah, he made the tempo with it.
A lot of the rest of the items here were picked up for Boso instead. Maybe some item handfuls.
Okay.
The +1 Divinicorp as well. I don't remember when that Divinicorp came online, but being able to put that on the Zed is very good.
Okay, coming back to Minhee. He's the one in the difficult position, going up now against the fully capped board. On the other hand, Brand very slow, trying to get an access to the backline here with the ult. Not enough. Holding up the front line, the Cho'Gath. Good ult from the Miss Fortune, and he could fall down here. He's out. So perfect. It's now a balanced lobby. Cass, 2 wins from each of them. So now, as you said, the one who gets the first place is the one who takes the win here.
Yeah, there's still potential for Z10. If they can send Spencer 4th, then they don't need to win. But that is just going to be a really uphill battle, I think, because Spencer's board is so strong. Spencer's potentially looking for a win out. And I think a lot of the hope rests on Boso's skills, but he was not playing the full cap out composition, right? This was just kind of supposed to be the HP tank for the team. And now you've got 2 of these massive caps. You've got Renekton 2 eating a Golemify with the rapid fire emblem alongside. I mean, nearly perfect items, right? Like, you've got this Edge of Night alongside healing. It's crazy. This board is so strong. And Zeri 2, I didn't realize there were more upgrades Dish could hit.
Wow. Zeri 2 now. Great items, also full damage. And this is exactly what Disho was needed. He's going up against Darthnop. Kobuko 2 for Darthnop, so additional utility here, but it shouldn't be enough. He's being ramped up by the Aurora, so let's see if it's enough for him. Should get an additional time here with the Kobuko, but obviously they're ramping up there with the rapid fire. Renekton doing so much damage and healing for the team.
4 marks for Vanguard. I mean, it's a lot of damage. Maybe Kabuko can do something. He gets another stun, but just the HP on Renekton, it's far too much. The Golem goes down. Boso and Darthnub lose their fights, and now Spencer and Dish Soap on the victory march. They only need 1st and 3rd, and now the 4th place for Spencer seems out of reach. Darthnub or Boso will surely fall here, and that means a 1st is the only way for Z10 to win.
Oh, okay. We're starting with D-Soap. Very dangerous here
Attacking
for the
for
other
Spencer.
side. Oh my god. Okay.
He can snap for Spencer.
Yeah. He has a wins here. I mean, he's strong enough. He's 22. Doesn't feel like he's needed. Also with the huge sack. Yeah, there it is. Okay. He didn't. I think he didn't got. Yeah. He called the Renekton. He's in the bench. You're right.
Yeah. He's
Totally perfect.
Because the thing is their loss condition is Spencer going down here while Basso sacks for Darthnub. And by going down, I mean going to 1 life and then losing and going 4th, right? The only loss condition is Spencer going 4th or Basso going 1st. But now Dish Soap and Spencer can both attempt to win the lobby. They're both strong enough boards to potentially win. Basso, I mean, his board is strong, but I don't think he actually beats either of them. I think 100 Thieves have this wrapped up.
Yeah. Very, very strong here. They're both ramping up. They're both getting even stronger. And Bosso's skill, even though he got the big egg hatch, it doesn't look like he finished 40 blobs right here for Spencer. Huge sack and huge Golemify here for the Renekton. Both 100 Thief, Bishop and Spencer stronger than Bosso's skills with very few possibilities here. Let's see how he faces up against Bishop right now. Holding up the line against the Cho'Gath. Doesn't look like good access to the backline here for the Sejuani. Good access also with the set.
But it's the Renekton that's the
he's just as strong.
and nothing can touch it. Basso's gonna go down, and 100 Thieves are going to advance in the tournament. Z10 are out. That is their run in the EWC qualifiers here. A really admirable showing trying to make it there, but 2 potential win out opportunities for 100 Thieves with Dish Soap on the rapid fire emblem and Spencer having the monster Cypher Streak.
Yeah, the importance that we are saying, looking for that win out spot, and both of them got it, both Spencer. And Bosso tried to. He got the big egg. The hatch was not ideal for him, or his comp simply just turned out of gas. So Philip, Bosso skills, Stellar Minky, and Darknoop, Zero's Tenacity eliminated from this road to EWC. And 100 is still alive and is still with a chance of going tomorrow with this loser bracket and then trying to advance to day 3 to actually advance to EWC Rehab.
Yeah, and we saw, just how well Citadel played in their losers bracket match as well. So that's going to be the matchup for tomorrow for 100 Thieves. You're going to have to take down Citadel if they want to continue their journey. As we take a look here at the bracket, and we can continue to break down our day. Vitality and Liquid have already qualified to EWC with their 2 wins in a row to start the day.
Yeah, great performance from both of them. Team Liquid with a full winning, maybe a little difficult against Kurums. Also Vitality winning 2 times, 2-1. Very well prepared. They were very happy tweeting, telling that they missed the chance last time. They performed amazing, but it wasn't enough. And this is the lower bracket. So Onyx and Zero Tenacity are eliminated from the competition, and tomorrow we'll have these placements. So Team Kurums against Citadels and PMD against 100 Team. And whichever gets eliminated on either of these 2 matches gets, as I said, eliminated. So tomorrow will be a tough day, Cass. Only 2 games we'll have.
Yeah, they'll have 1 chance, right? When they lose this next round, there's a 5th place decider. They'll get 1 last chance to qualify for the open, or not the open, but the global last chance qualifier. So they do get kind of this extra bonus life now that they've won themselves today. As we take a look at that schedule for tomorrow, we'll have 3 more matches for your eyes, starting with that lower bracket and then getting that seeding match between Vitality and Liquid.
Yeah, we'll do double match at the 6 p.m. and then 8:20 p.m. The final match to define who is the actual winner, who gets the upper bracket. And it's important also for the seeding because it will be first seed for America, whoever wins between Team Liquid and Vitality, and that would be amazing also to get a good placement in the group stages of EWC.
Yeah, very important. There's a lot of talented teams out there. You want to give yourself every advantage that you can, but it's been a long day of games here, Hoop-san. We have another long day tomorrow, but all the games have been fantastic. It is great to see the level of competition that comes out for the 4v4 here at EWC. So thank you all so much for watching the Road to EWC today. This has been the Teamfight Tactics closed qualifiers. We've got plenty more all weekend long here with me and Hupe-san. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Vamos.
Three, two, one, go.